careful.
Shh.
Surprise! Jesus!
Happy birthday, boss.
Happy... Oh, are you okay?
No, Christ, 1 second.
Sorry, Tim wanted to surprise you and...
Snitch?
No, it's fine. Thank you. Just a shock.
Well, that's the idea.
Indeed. Though, honestly, the bottle of wine was just fine.
Yeah, as a decoy.
Yes, well, thank you. This is very elaborate of you.
Plus, it was kind of fun giving you a heart attack.
I'm sure. I noticed you didn't jump out at Martin when he had a birthday.
No, he's way too jumpy as it is. We were worried he might damage himself.
Hey! Well, I preferred going out for ice cream anyway.
Went for ice cream?
Yes, you were there.
You had rum and raisin and taught us all about emulsifiers.
Oh, right, yes. I remember.
Liar.
Well, thank you anyway. This is all very touching.
We just wanted to do something to lighten the mood, you know?
Yes, I'm aware it's been a rough start.
That's not what this was about. We just thought you could use a chance to unwind.
I suppose it couldn't hurt.
Knock, knock.
Double boss.
Elias?
I'm not too late for cake, am I?
There's a cake.
How did you... Martin, that was a secret.
I didn't say anything!
He didn't have to. Nothing escapes my notice, and I like to keep an eye out for this sort of thing.
Well, it's good to see you.
Yes. Come in.
So, how old is the birthday boy?
38.
Liar?
How would you know?
Well, does someone need to change their password again?
What? Sasha, have you been going through my computer?
Definitely not. No idea what he's talking
Of
about.
course not.
It's really not appropriate.
Oh, come on, guys.
Anyway, did somebody mention cake?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, I did, didn't I?
All right. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag now anyway. Look, just give me a second. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Right.
Happy birthday, dear archivist. Happy birthday to you.
Right,
Yay.
yes, thank you. I do hope you're not planning to light those candles.
Oh, goodness. A source of ignition? In the archives? Uh-oh.
Tim.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, my hand slipped. And again, and again, and a couple more times here. I'm so clumsy today. That is a lot of fire.
I'm really not comfortable with...
So, blow them out then.
Oh. Right, yes.
And make a wish.
If I wish for you all to go away, do you think it'll work?
He's so grumpy today, isn't he, Martin?
Oh,
Do you think it's his looming sense of mortality?
I don't think...
Fine.
Hey! So, what did you wish for?
I can't tell you.
He wished for a little bit of peace and quiet.
Was it that obvious?
Oh, I wouldn't worry, John. It's an archive. Quiet is very much the course du jour.
Well, after the party, at least. Wine? Anyone?
Tim, it's 11 in the morning.
Yeah, at your birthday party.
I really don't think it's
I'll
appropriate.
allow it. In fact, I'll join you.
Oh, okay, all right then.
Martin?
Oh, I mean, I don't normally drink wine, you know, tannins are a proven headache trigger, and so...
Martin.
Oh, yeah, sure, maybe just a drop.
You know that there's a lot of tannin in tea as well.
What?
Hang on, have you been recording this?
Oh, yeah. I just thought it might be nice. You know, something to look back on when we're all old and sick of each other.
You probably should have told us, Tim.
What, are you afraid we're going to get sued over the happy birthday song?
Oh, well, I am now.
It's just a bit of a privacy thing.
Hypocrite.
All right, fine. Look, I'm turning it off. Any last words for your future selves?
Yes. Fire Tim.
Hey,
Hi.
you, listening to the tapes again? How many times is that now?
They were sent to me, Martin. There's got to be some reason.
Gloating, John. Elias won, and there were some tapes he'd kept for himself, and he wanted to gloat. So he sent them.
He's
I
not
don't see...
Elias.
Jonah, then. I don't know. I find it hard to think of him as... I don't really like to think of him. You should get some sleep.
I can't. I can't. I don't think I do anymore. Sleep. How long's it been now?
I don't know. It's not like there are days to count anymore. All the clocks are stopped and...
Well, I haven't yet. I get tired, but it doesn't feel the same. Probably for the best. Sleep doesn't look pleasant.
No, it's not.
I couldn't wake you.
I'm sorry.
It's not... You're not the one who ended the world.
Well, just as well I don't remember my dreams.
I do.
What?
I see most of the suffering around here. When it's quiet, it's like I can see it, like I'm watching all of it.
You haven't been opening the curtains.
No, I don't need to. It can see us here, and I can see out as well.
Okay, we'll just file that under ominous for now. We seem safe enough in here, at least.
I suppose so.
Bit of a hideaway?
Or a prison.
Yes. Still, better than outside. It sounds bad.
It is.
Are we still safe?
Yes, it doesn't want to harm me.
And me?
I won't let it.
Thanks. John, it's not your fault.
Martin, can we not do this again?
Sorry.
I'm mourning a world I killed.
I know.
And we're all trapped in its rotting corpse.
Enough, John.
Have you heard the Gertrude one?
What?
The Gertrude tape. There are a few of them, but this is my favourite.
I don't...
Just listen.
Right. If you're listening to this, then it is likely that... No, let's not beat around the bush. If you're listening to this, it means I'm dead. And you have been chosen to be my replacement as head archivist. Hopefully this means you, Sasha. But if someone else is hearing this and Elias has made a different choice for some reason, then these words are still very much intended for you. Before I continue, it is very important to be absolutely clear. This is not a joke, nor is it any sort of prank or game. Your colleagues have not convinced me to record this as an attempt to haze you. This is completely serious, and very, very important for you to know. If it is you I'm talking to, Sasha, hopefully your background in artifact storage will lend a certain degree of credence to my words, but others may have to take it on trust. All I can do is assure you I am deadly serious. So, the first thing you have to do is accept that you are in great danger, and will be for the rest of your life. There are now things that will actively be trying to kill you, due to your new role as archivist. And Elias has plans for you that are little better. You will also be unable to relinquish the position or quit the Institute, finding you are supernaturally compelled to remain. In fact, it occurs to me that attempting to do so is probably the quickest and easiest way to establish the truth of what I am telling you, so I suggest you do so at the earliest possible opportunity. I wish I had more time to explain it to you, but time is short, and hopefully my actions tonight will ensure this tape never needs to see the light of day. But if you are hearing it, then good luck. Do what you have to do.
Are you finished?
Jürgen, I told you to stay in the tunnels.
Your message also told me it was urgent.
If Elias is watching right now...
Then your recording all that was meaningless anyway. Besides, I'm not afraid of him.
Bravado. Really?
It's not bravado.
We're wasting time. Do you still have the Ruskin book?
I do, though I don't relish the thought of using it. Makes it rather hard to breathe, like your chest
You know
is
the
being...
gas main, little way out in the tunnel.
I do.
I need you to move it.
That's not just earth. That's pipework and all sorts of
Find
things.
a way. I need it to be directly under the Institute, or at least closer.
I'm more likely to rupture it and fill the place with gas.
That would also be acceptable.
I'll do what I can. When do you need it?
If my guess is right, the church's ritual should be collapsing at any time now, so immediately.
And if you're wrong?
Then a bit of gas will be the least of our worries.
Right. What are you going to do?
Paper burns well. Petrol burns better.
I always forget about your pyromaniac streak.
Remind me to tell you about Agnes sometime.
Right. Did you mean to leave the tape running?
Oh, good grief. 40 years I've been using them, and I swear I'll never...
Can you imagine if we'd had this?
But we didn't, though, did we?
No.
So there's no point in dwelling. John, this isn't healthy.
Healthy? I am an avatar of voyeuristic terror whose unquestioned craving for knowledge has condemned the entire world to an eternity of torment. Healthy isn't... It's not...
Fine, I get it.
Besides, grief is healthy. If nothing else, it pushes away the other feelings that thing wants me to experience.
It hurts me to see you wallowing like this.
Well, some of us weren't able to cut ourselves off from the world before it ended.
That's not fair.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. It hurts.
I know.
I need time.
I know. But we can't stay in this cabin forever.
Why not? It's quiet here, and I have you.
What about food?
What about it? When's the last time you thought to eat, or even felt hungry?
What? I don't know.
No. Whatever is sustaining us now doesn't need us to eat.
That can't be possible.
It's a new world, Martin. The natural laws are whatever they want them to be. And I suspect they don't much care to keep humanity fed and watered.
Well, that as may be, we can't just stay here forever.
What could possibly be out there that you want to see?
A way to stop this, some way to turn the world back.
Do you really think there is one?
Well, if there is, it's not in here, is it?
It's so loud out there. The agony, the terror, I can see it all so much more clearly.
I'm sorry.
No, I love you, I need more time.
It's alright. It's alright, I'm good at waiting.
Thank you. I just wish it didn't feel like whatever's out there was waiting too.
Yeah. Hey, when did you start recording?
I didn't. I only brought one, and I've been using it to play the tapes.
Oh. That's not a great sign.
No. No, it's not.
Find anything interesting back there?
Yeah, sorry, I was just,
Curiosity is a very dangerous trait in our line of work, Gerard.
So is ignorance.
Well, you're not going to find many dark secrets in the stationery cupboard.
Just the recorded confession of your evil plans, then.
I'd be something of a fool to leave that one in the recorder.
I've never really seen you use it.
It's generally only for those statements I think might be useful to my successor, or the occasional interview.
So do I get to hear them?
Perhaps, if you live long enough. But somehow I doubt Elias would look favourably on your application. And if I'm being quite honest...
Yeah, I know. And I don't want your job.
Believe me, the perks aren't worth the shackles.
Yeah. So, what's the verdict? On the travels.
Oh, burn it, I think. You said Mr. Hampton was dead.
Yep, and not peacefully.
But you hadn't seen its powers.
Not directly.
Well, given the themes of the original, I doubt it has anything that would be worth the danger.
And when in doubt...
Well, quite.
Can I use your waste paper bin?
Yes, it's just... Wait. Surely you didn't bring it here?
Well, yeah,
Gerard, we've talked about this. Bringing unvetted artefacts or books into the archive is incredibly dangerous.
It's locked away.
And I'm sure the lock is very sturdy. But that doesn't stop it being an unnecessary risk.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is exactly the sort of thing that will get you killed.
I said I was sorry.
Then we'll say no more about it. I don't enjoy being hard on you, but I really would rather you stayed broadly intact.
I'm touched. You're going soft in your old age.
Well, you are occasionally useful, despite your foolishness.
Flatterer.
You can probably burn it in the back courtyard if you're careful.
Yeah, we'll do.
And for goodness sake, make sure no one sees you. The last thing we need is a letter to Elias about book burnings.
Look, if you have somewhere better to burn these books...
Of course, Gerard. I just happened not to mention the network of sinister tunnels that snake beneath the archive, where I keep all my darkest secrets.
I mean, you joke, but there could be. It's that kind of place.
I rather hope I would have found them by now. I like to think I'm not a complete incompetent.
Until dementia hits.
Given my choice to confide in you, I rather suspect it already has. Go burn your book.
Gertrude.
Hmm?
What happens if we fail?
In what sense?
If we miss a ritual, you know. If one of them works.
Been losing sleep, have you?
Something like that.
If we are lucky, then that failure will also mean our deaths.
You don't think they can reach us after death?
I suppose that depends on your religious beliefs. Personally, I suspect death puts us beyond their power, either because we find ourselves in some kind of afterlife, or because we simply cease to be.
Yeah, I guess.
And I am certain that either scenario is preferable to lingering in a world they control. They are already able to circumvent physics and suspend natural laws. If one were to genuinely press through, I suspect they would rewrite them wholesale, most likely making them utterly incomprehensible to any survivors. Well, they might still need us human enough to be afraid, but beyond that, let's just surmise that petty rules like space or time would be unlikely to factor into the proceedings. They might even stop death entirely, deny us the one last escape, keeping us alive and afraid forever.
And taxes?
Taxes, I imagine, will continue. Beyond that, I honestly don't know. I suppose it depends on which one comes through. The world of the stranger would be very different to that of the corruption.
And if it does happen...
It's my fondest ambition to make sure it does not.
Yeah, sure, but suppose it does.
Very well.
Could it be undone?
No, I don't think so. Once an entity fully manifested, I doubt it would be keen to relinquish its grip on reality. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Once an entity fully manifested, I doubt it would be keen to relinquish its grip on reality. And as for those unlucky enough to survive its rule, I don't think they would be in a state to do anything about it.
Well, then I guess we better not let it happen.
Well, quite. Now, I believe you have an evil book to burn?
Yeah, of course. You, need anything else burning?
No, not right now. I think I'm all right. Thank you for the offer.
Right.
Oh, and Gerard.
Hmm?
Don't go rifling through my things in future. It could end badly for you.
This it?
Oh, thank God. I thought I was seeing things.
Glad I could help.
I didn't know he was actually going to ask me to get it for him. I just mentioned it because he was talking about recording.
Well, I'm sure he's waiting.
He can wait a bit longer.
Fantastic. Good of you to volunteer to help me.
I didn't actually...
Grab a stapler.
Fine. What are we doing?
John's been getting frustrated with all the loose statement sheets around. I'm going box by box, collating and stapling them. And now, so are you.
If you say so.
I do.
So, how are you finding our new leader?
All right, I suppose. Early days yet.
Sure. Do you think he knows what he's doing?
He'll get there. I just wish he didn't take it out on Martin in the meantime.
If only there had been someone more qualified.
Tim.
Sasha.
It's Elias's decision.
It's some sexist bullshit is what it is.
I mean, probably.
Look, it should have been you, and you just know if you had called him out, the little weasel would start talking about traditions and the values of our esteemed founder, Jimmy Magma. Joni Magnum?
Closer.
Jack Magnet.
That's the one.
I'm serious, though. You should say something.
Tim, I've been in academia for 10 years now? I know how this goes. I didn't get the job. If I kick up a stink, I'll just get blackballed.
Yeah. What if we kill him?
What, Elias?
No, Big Boss Sims. Cut the brakes on his office chair. No one would ever know. Swap in a poison tea bag. Pin it on Martin. The perfect crime.
And how do you know that you won't be the one that gets it? That boy makes a lot of tea.
Oh, it's okay. I spent the last few years building up an immunity to iocane powder. So what are you going to do?
I don't know, really. Might just get another job.
What, seriously? Just jump ship?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there's not much out there at the moment, but I've got a few alerts set up.
I can't believe you just abandoned our intense will they, won't they storyline like that.
I'm pretty sure we established it's very much won't they.
No. See, we had the ill-advised hookup, the awkward aftermath, and the gradually rebuilt friendship, but that's all Season 2 stuff. We've got like 5 more seasons before we get the heartwarming epilogue that makes it canon.
I know it's hard to hear, mate, but you're not the love interest. I think you might be the character they drop after the pilot.
Wow, you are vicious today.
Sorry, Tim. I can't hear you over all this stapling. I guess it's just... I just don't have anything keeping me here. You've got your brother.
Yeah.
Sorry. And Martin can't go anywhere that'll look too hard at his CV.
Wait, how do you know about that?
It's all on the system. Our digital security is shocking, by the way. Besides, it's not even a good lie.
Okay, but seriously, you cannot let Martin know. He'll think I told you, and I swore to keep stum.
Hey, don't worry, I kind of just ended up here. And I like it. Liked it. But if I'm bashing my head against the glass ceiling, it's time to go.
Well, I'll miss you.
Yeah, you will.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh, Tim's so hard to talk to. Seriously, he won't stop making jokes and references. Not like Sasha. They've got no idea.
And they never will.
Seriously, though, everyone thinks you're just this reliable, down-to-earth nerd.
And what makes you think they're wrong?
So what? Actually, I'm the one who doesn't get to see the real you?
No such thing.
As what?
A real you? I don't think so, at least. It's all just masks.
All right, Stanislavski.
You know what I mean.
You really believe that?
Kind of. I mean, who knows why we do what we do?
I do.
No. All you know is what your brain does to justify what you do. It's no more reason than the face you put on for John. The only real you is the actions you take.
Hey, I'll have you know, I have a rich inner life.
How nice for you. But hurry up with your outer one. You're falling behind and I'm not saving you any staples.
Yeah. I still can't believe Gertrude was allowed to let this place get into such a state.
I just want to know why.
What do you mean, why? You saw her. She's like 100 years old and more cardigan than woman. She just started to lose it. Sad, but it happens.
You never talked to her, did you?
Well, I mean, I must have at some point.
You'd remember.
Why? What was she like?
Stone cold bitch.
Sasha!
And sharper than you. No way this is accidental.
Oh yeah, this is all a big geriatric conspiracy. Wait, seriously?
Mm-hmm.
What possible reason could she have for being criminally incompetent in a manky old archive?
No idea. And honestly, it kind of worries me.
Well, tell you what. If you get eaten alive by improperly filed statements, me and Martin will avenge you.
Well, aren't you sweet?
I mean it. We'll burn this place to the ground. It'll be all like, Sasha! Sasha!
And what about John?
Well, given the incoherence of this statement, I find it hard to believe it ever occurred. In fact, based on the evidence, I find it highly unlikely this Sasha ever even existed at all.
No, you took it too far. I'm unforgettable.
All right. He fires you because of all the drugs and the wild orgies on archive property.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, get back to work.
Yes, ma'am. See? Told you you'd make a good boss.
John, is it? I thought. Are you okay?
Yes, I think so.
What happened? The tapes? Were you?
I was listening, and it was the one with Tim and Sasha, where they're...
Yeah. Look, John, I know it hurts, but you've just got...
okay. I was listening, and I was filled with this hatred, this anger. I wanted to leave and hunt down Elias, and...
Wow, okay.
But when I thought it, there was something else. This place, it didn't want me, it didn't want us to go.
What do you mean?
This cabin, it's not right. And when I thought that, I felt it all poured out of me down into the tape, and it felt good. It felt right.
Okay. So you're recording again?
I might need to, if we're going to make it.
Back to the archives?
Seems the best place to start.
Yeah, alright.
Martin, it's going to be a hard journey. One in which
So I've actually had a couple of bags packed for a while now. I found some rope in the attic and I packed that with the maps.
Martin...
No, I know what you're going to say. Well, good are maps when the very earth has... blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
But I've packed them anyway because you never know.
Martin...
And I actually found a stash of tea under the kitchen sink. I realise we don't need to eat or whatever, but, that doesn't mean that we...
Yes. All right.
We've got this.
Apparently so.
Do you think he'll do anything? Confronting Elias?
Maybe.
No, I'm serious. Is there a chance that we can undo this?
Gertrude didn't think so.
Right.
But she's dead. Let's find out for ourselves.
You're taking the recorder?
Just in case I need to vent. Again, it helps.
Okay. You said this place, the cabin was... It's feeding on us, right?
Yes.
So should we destroy it before we go?
I honestly don't know if we can. Besides, there's far worse out there. Better to try and avoid it, I think.
We're not even going to try? We've got your lighter. Maybe we could just...
We can't fight the world, Martin.
Says you.
Let's go.
I'm knackered.
Are you?
Well, okay, well, no, I suppose not. But I think I should be.
Yep.
How long have we been walking?
14 hours and 23 minutes.
What, seriously?
Yes. I don't think it means much out here, though.
We should probably rest.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if we can rest. It feels more like, well, waiting.
So, are we going to walk all the way to London?
If you know an alternative, I'd be very keen to hear it.
I mean, cars? You know, planes, trains, automobiles?
It wouldn't help.
Alright, a boat then.
Geography doesn't work anymore. Space, it doesn't work.
Alright. So what does that mean?
It means the journey will be the journey, regardless of how we choose to make it.
Right. And you're sure we can't just, you know, speed it up a bit?
No.
I just don't like being out here.
You see that tower, way off in the distance?
Yeah. It's watching us, isn't it?
The Panopticon and the Institute, merged into something entirely new.
What? No, there's no way we could see it from here. We must still be 100 miles from the border, never mind London.
You could see that tower from anywhere on Earth. And it can see you. And if you walk towards it, eventually you'll get there. But you have to go through everything in between.
You're being ominous again.
Sorry.
What do you mean, everything? What's out here?
Nightmares. Come on, that trench is our first.
What Where did that... Why is that here?
In the world as was, we wouldn't be too far from Kinloss Barracks. So instead we get the trench.
How do you know all this stuff?
Not sure. I just do.
John, I'm scared.
Yes. That's the idea.
Martin! Stay with me, don't let go! Come on! It's okay!
No!
You're okay!
No, it's not okay. This is not okay.
In here, come on!
Are you...
I'm fine. I just... How about you? You're not hurt?
No.
Good. John, we're not alone.
Ignore them, they're not... Just ignore them.
They're not real?
Well, they're real. They were normal people before me. But now they're here, meat for the grinder. I just mean there's no point talking to them.
Don't be a prick, John. Hey, I'm sorry about him. He's going through a lot. Well, we all are, I suppose, but, well, I guess. Hello?
They won't hear you, Martin. They're all too busy waiting to die.
John.
They sit here, the image of everyone they hold dear locked in their mind, knowing they'll never see them again. Waiting for the order, dreading the bullet or the drone or the barbed wire that will tear them to shreds and leave them nothing but a bloody...
John, enough! Please don't tell me these things.
I'm sorry, there's just so much. There's so much, Martin, and I know all of it. I can see all of it, and it's filling me up. I need to let it out.
I'm sorry, but tough. Okay, that's not what I'm here for. I can't be that for you. I just can't.
I know. I'll use the tape recorder. You probably want to wait outside.
No?
Well, put your fingers in your ears then, I suppose.
Fine, and what about them?
They don't even know we're here. We're not part of their nightmare.
Right.
Martin? Martin? Martin, I hate your tea and wish you made coffee instead. Right then. End recording.
All done?
Yes.
Good.
Try to keep up.
Yeah. Oh, hey. John, did you... No, he was carrying his. Alright. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Could get yourself blown up like all these poor... Who do you think they were? I really don't see why we couldn't just go round, picked a better place to... I guess there aren't really any better places anymore, are there? It's all this, or worse, or different. You still haven't told me what you're doing here. John? John, the payphone, that's here for some reason. It's ringing. John, is that... Is anyone going to get that? Unless it's for me? Yeah, it's for me. No, I don't think so, actually. Thanks, but that sounds like a really terrible idea. Sorry. Huh. Well, all right then.
Martin, you need to keep up. It's not safe. Martin? You okay?
There was a phone. That phone. Oh. It was ringing.
Oh. Right. Did you answer it?
No.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. We're fine.
Are we? I mean, that place is... I don't feel fine, okay? And you were there a long time doing your guidebook, which, I get it, but that place is... It's infectious, and...
We're not infected, Martin. That place... It isn't for us.
All right, but how do you know
I just do. I just know it.
You've been knowing a lot lately.
Yes.
A lot more than you used to.
Yeah. And it feels more deliberate. Like I have more control now.
Okay. So... how much can you see? What else do you know?
Maybe everything.
What do you mean, everything?
I don't... Ask me a question. One I can't possibly know already.
Okay. What's my middle name?
You don't have one.
Whoa.
I actually believed you.
Sorry, I just
That's
wanted
ridiculous,
to try it out.
I thought. That's not a real name, but he wouldn't lie to me.
Okay. Let's try something a little bigger, then.
All right.
Is Basira alive? Is she in one of these places?
She's alive. Out there, not trapped in a hellscape, but moving, hunting. She's looking for Daisy. She's a few steps behind.
And Daisy?
bestial, brutal, carving her way through the domains of other powers following the scent of blood. Oh, Daisy, I'm sorry.
What's Basira going to do?
She thinks she's going to kill Daisy, like she promised, but she's conflicted.
And will she?
I don't know. The future, it's not something I can see.
Okay, good to know. How much further do we still need to go?
A long way. Through many dark and awful places.
Are you okay? How are you feeling?
I'm okay. It's a little strange, but it doesn't hurt. Keep going. You have questions. Let's hear them.
Okay. How are the others?
I'm not sure. I can't really see Melanie or Georgie.
They're dead?
No, I don't think so. If they were dead, I think I would know that. I don't know where they are, what they're doing. London, maybe?
What about Elias?
He's inside the Panopticon, the tower far above the world.
That one?
Yes.
How is he?
Hard to say. The way this works, this new site, the knowledge is somehow wrapped up in the Panopticon. An eye can't see inside itself, but I can feel him in there.
That sounds gross.
It is.
Are we safe travelling like this?
Yes. Yes, sort of. I don't know how to phrase it. We're something between a pilgrim and a moth. We can walk through these little worlds of terror, watching them, separate and untouched.
That's not as comforting as you might think.
I like it better than the alternative.
Fair point. Okay. What else? Who was phone? Who was calling me?
I think it was Annabelle Kane. That's weird. I know the web was wrapped around that phone, but I can't see her at all. At least with Georgie and Melanie, I have a vague sense they're still alive in London, what was London. But Annabelle, nothing.
Well, I'll ask her next time she calls.
Well, I know that's a bad idea.
Do you?
Okay, no, that one was a very reasonable guess. Anything else? I'll be honest, I'm starting to feel a bit self-conscious, being a post-apocalyptic Google.
Okay, just one more, but it's a big one. Can we turn the world back?
Whoa. If the fears are removed, yes, but they can't be destroyed while there are still people to fear them. Then they can't be banished back to the space where they came from. It's not there anymore.
John, what's wrong?
I'm sorry, trying to know things about them directly. It's like... God, it's like looking into the sun.
Okay, alright, that's alright. We can leave it.
Good. Ow.
Hey, it's okay. We'll go slow for a while.
Alright.
Yeah, there's no rush. Oh, actually, what about Helen? Where's she these days?
She's... Right. Naturally.
What? What's she doing?
Martin, turn around.
Oh, you're kidding.
Wish I was.
Shall we...
Do you want to do the honours?
Not really. Maybe no one's home?
Hello, John.
How did you find us?
Oh, I thought you'd know everything by this point.
Yes, I suppose I do.
And I don't, so care to enlighten me?
Oh, yes, sorry. The distortion can always find anyone who has crossed its threshold.
And that includes you, Martin. Remember? And please, my name is Helen.
Like you said, I can know everything now, including how much of a lie that really is.
Don't mistake complication for falsehood, dear archivist. And remember, that knowledge is not the same thing as understanding.
What do you want?
To say hello and check up on the happy couple. I always knew you crazy kids would make it work.
Thanks, Martin. Look, I've no interest in your gloating.
What would I have to gloat about? Much as I am delighted by this brave new world in which we find ourselves, I can take no credit for it. This was all you.
Could have... You knew what was happening.
I suspected. But all I really did was refuse to help. And that is hardly a unique quality. If that makes it my fault, then surely this is Georgie's fault as well, and Melanie's.
Leave them out of this. They didn't know.
There it is again. Knowledge. It's so very important to you, isn't it? These fossilized nuggets of pretend comprehension, weighing you down, stopping you thinking or feeling. What about hypotheticals? If they had known, what would they have done? Is that something you can see?
What do you want?
To be friends again. All three of us. Look at this place, look at this wonderland. This is the world now, and we are strong and free. There's really no reason for us not to hang out. Goodness, he is in a mood. Has he been like this the whole time?
Not the whole time.
Thank goodness.
Martin.
In fairness, he's had a lot on.
Oh, I'm sure.
Martin, please.
Sorry, it's just... Maybe she can help.
With what?
With our quest. We've been walking a while, and well, her doors... Maybe we could, shortcut.
No. No, I don't think that's a good idea.
I would happily take him. But I don't think he'd want to leave you.
Okay, one, don't talk about me like I'm not here. It's rude. Two, I know you can take two people at once. Me and Tim were both inside the corridors
Martin,
when
it's not that simple.
I'm afraid the Archivist is too powerful now. If he tried to travel through my corridors, it would not go well for any of us.
But mainly for you.
Oh, is that a threat?
No.
Pity.
So, no shortcuts then. Understood. I'm not leaving you on your own.
Oh, such devotion. You really don't deserve it. But of course, you know that already. This is nice. I am really glad we get to spend some proper, quality time together now.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry to love you and leave you, but I must dash. It's a very busy time for me. Lots of things to do, people to... Well, you know.
I don't doubt it.
What?
Just taking a moment to look. You two are just such an adorable couple.
Enough.
See you soon.
Maybe she's right.
I am not, nor have I ever been, adorable.
Okay, not true, but I actually meant the whole being friends thing. I mean, I don't see why...
Martin, she's a cruel, vicious monster.
Yes. Yes, she is. But who else is there? Wow.
I told you.
I mean, yeah, but when you said big...
I meant big.
Yeah, but... I mean, how big is it actually?
It doesn't really work like that.
Yeah, figures.
If you tried to measure the diameter, it'd probably only be a half mile or so. But the curve doesn't work quite right, and if you stayed at the same spot, just hopped on a horse or let it carry you round, it might be days before you passed the same spot, or...
Or you might never see the same spot again.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think I'm starting to get it.
Good.
But you said we needed to go through these places. Is that even going to work here?
We need to go through them metaphorically.
Huh?
Psychologically, we need to experience them.
Huh. You think we could get that experience just walking along the edge? Because I really don't like the look of those riders.
Would you believe me if I said they were the victims?
At this point, I'm not even surprised.
Either way, best not to actually climb onto the thing if we could help it.
Fine by me. Never really liked merry-go-rounds anyway.
No? You gone on any recently?
What? No, I don't think so. Not since I was a kid.
I actually, there's one at London Zoo. Was one at London Zoo. Big old thing. Went quite fast, actually. Surprisingly thrilling. What?
Seriously?
It was years back, before the Institute. I was in a weird place. Had a good time, though.
Well...
I mean, obviously I wouldn't want to ride this one. We've got quite enough thrills already.
Are you sure? I could speak to an attendant.
I would advise against doing that.
So you said the riders were the victims. Where's the monster?
I'm hoping if we're quick we can avoid her notice.
Her? John, please don't tell me there's an evil clown doll down there, because...
No, Nicola died with the unknowing. It's, an old friend.
Oh.
Yeah. I'd really rather not deal with her if we can avoid it.
Yeah, good call. In that case, do you want to do your thing now then, before we start moving? Are we close enough?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Good idea.
Thanks.
You might want to take a bit of a walk. This feels like a strange one.
What does strange mean with something like this?
Don't think you want to know.
Good point. Okay, well, good luck. I'll be, over there.
Right.
You're joking.
I'm not.
So was it any good?
What do you mean?
Was it a good poem?
I don't know. No. You're the poetry expert, Martin, not me.
Well, did it stir any feeling in you?
Yes. Nausea. Because of the horrible things in it.
It's not quite what I meant.
Then I don't know what you mean, Martin. I'm not a poetry person. I don't get it. I never have.
That's fine. I understand.
Look, I'm better than I was. I used to think all poetry was bad.
Sorry, what?
I mean, I sort of thought it was pointless. Just write some prose and stop wasting everyone's time.
What changed?
I don't know, I just mellowed on it, I suppose.
That's kind of weird.
In my defense, there is a lot of bad poetry out there.
I guess. I kind of want to hear that tape now, see how artistic the Strange Ear actually is.
Or just look up, see it for yourself.
No thanks. I'm trying to avoid thinking about it, actually.
Of course. Sorry.
How much further?
I think we're past the worst of...
What?
She's here.
My dearest colleague.
Just get back.
I can't believe you decide to pass through my neighborhood and not say hello to dear old Sasha.
Just ignore it, Martin.
Oh, you wound me, Archivist. And we used to be so close.
I have nothing to say to you.
Nothing to say? Well, you crush me, bury me in the foundations of your little temple for a year, and now you have nothing to say.
Leitner did that. And Peter released you. All I've done to you is to not die.
Oh, and I would say that is quite rude enough.
Leave us alone. I won't warn you again.
What if I let you choose this time? Which one of you would I wear next? Martin looks very comfortable, positively roomy. Or wouldn't you agree, Archivist?
John, do we need to run?
Oh yes, Martin, you very much do. I'll even give you a head start.
John?
You're bold. I'll give you that.
Last chance.
Desperate for one last morsel of terror from us. A final sip and then we're gone. Somehow we managed to keep just ahead of you and get away. God forbid you actually catch us. Doesn't bear thinking about.
John, what are you talking about?
She can't touch us. We're so far beyond her now. She's just like everything else here, ruled by the eye. And she hates it.
Oh, of course you want to wallow in my shame like your voyeur master. Do you know how it feels to be anonymous and yet known? To have all the sweetest dread I can create tainted by the relentless gaze of that damned eye. Well, I've suffered enough.
Pathetic. Martin, let's go.
Not as pathetic as your little friend when I ate her life.
What did you say?
I'm sorry.
John?
You were wrong, you know. There is more suffering than you can ever experience. So much more. The horror of your victims. Their constant, senseless agony. Feel it now. Understand it. You have drawn out so much despair, and now, finally, it's your turn. Ceaseless Watcher, turn your gaze upon this wretched thing.
No! No! Please, no!
Whoa!
What was that?
I destroyed it. Killed her.
Are you kidding me? You obliterated her. You smoked her.
We should go.
What about the merry-go-round? With her gone, is it still
I don't
going to...
know.
Yes, you did.
I don't want to know. We need to go, please.
Oh, okay. All right. Lead on. So, are we going to talk about it? Or...
What's to talk about?
What happened back there? What you did to
Go on. Say it.
What you did to that thing.
I killed it. I finally have the power, so I killed it.
Yeah, but like how? I'm sorry, I just don't understand what actually happened.
It's hard to put into words. Look, can we talk about it later? We're coming to a domain of the buried, and I would really rather...
Did you...
Look down, Martin.
Oh. Wait, what?
Don't get too close. Hello, Helen.
Hello! In a better mood, are we? Feeling more secure now you've learned how to kill?
Something like that.
Will you tell me how he did it?
Martin.
He just keeps going all vague about it.
Oh, goodness. You see what you've done to the poor boy, John? He's coming to me for clear answers.
Shut up.
It's very satisfying, though, isn't it? Teasing out vague information. You see why Elias got a kick out of it.
Shut up, John.
You're right, Martin. He is tetchy.
I didn't say he was
So an explanation from little old me. Do you mind, John?
Go right ahead.
We're all here, Martin. The stranger, the buried, the desolation, all of us. But the I still rules. All this fear is being performed for its benefit. And so there are now exactly 2 roles available in this new world of ours. The Watcher and the Watched. Subject and object. Those who are feared and those who are afraid. And John, well, he is part of the I. A very important part. And he is able to, shall we say, shift its focus. Turn the one into the other. And for those of us whose very existence relies on being feared, well, to be turned into a victim destroys us utterly. And very, very painfully.
Enough.
Yes, I suspect so.
Sure, okay. That's really not that complicated, John. I don't see why you were being so coy
Because
about it.
I'm ashamed, Martin.
Ashamed?
Yes! Ashamed of the fact that I destroyed the world and have been rewarded for it. The fact that I can walk safe through all this horror I've created like a fucking tourist, destroying whoever I please. The fact that I enjoyed it, and the fact that there are so many others that I still want to revenge myself on.
No, I actually think you're good on that front.
What?
Yeah, I think we should go for it. Get our murder on.
Sorry, what?
Yes, Martin.
This isn't like it was before. We're not talking about innocent bystanders in cafes here, John. These things are... they're just evil. Plain and simple. And right now they're torturing and tormenting everyone. If you want to stop them and have the power to, then yeah, let's do it. Let's go full Kill Bill.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, Martin, I am so proud of you. Can I come?
No.
So that's a strong maybe then?
John, are you...
We've been close for too long. I need, you might want to take a walk.
And I'll take that as my cue. Well, I'll see you avenging angels later. Don't be strangers.
Do you need anything?
No.
Right, I'll just... Yeah, right. Kind of wish the Apocalypse had some magazines. Actually, no. Second thoughts, probably not. Ooh, definitely not. Oh, come on, John. How long does it take to describe scary mud? Oh, okay. Sorry. What now? Seriously? A spade? Is that not kind of, I don't know, insensitive? Given where you are? Fine. For God's sake. Hello?
Hello? Is that Martin?
Don't do that.
What? No stomach for games?
Well, your games aren't exactly fun for everyone, are they?
Very few games are.
Look, I'm talking to Annabelle Kane, right?
You never gave me your name, so why should I offer mine?
Just what do you want?
I want to help you, of course.
No. Thank you.
It's a hard place to find yourself in. Maybe I can be of some assistance.
You can assist me by giving the creepy phone thing a rest.
He's more powerful here than he's ever been, isn't he? And you're not sure what that means for you.
I'm hanging up now.
Does he even need you at all?
Bye. I know, right?
Help us with what?
Excuse me?
Annabelle, help us with what? Our journey, killing Elias, banishing the entities, what?
Please don't do that.
Do what? Oh, right, I see, yes. Well, sorry.
It doesn't feel great having someone looking inside your head.
You can feel it?
No, but that's hardly the point, John.
No, I see. Sorry.
I mean,
right.
I don't want to keep secrets from you, but...
You should at least be able to.
Basically, yeah.
I suppose that's fair.
It's just... It's weird, knowing that you can know literally everything I think and feel. Especially since you're not exactly the most open of people. Emotionally, I mean.
Well, that's not fair. I share.
Sure you do.
I do.
Okay, so how exactly would you describe your current emotional state regarding all of this? Go on, I'm all ears.
I feel...
Mm-hmm.
I feel sad.
Sad.
Very sad.
Very sad.
Yes, all right. Point taken.
You said you could control it now.
I can. I just... You're absolutely right. I will refrain from knowing anything about you.
Thank you.
Unless you're in danger.
Physical danger. If I'm in danger of being mad at you or something, you've got to figure it out the old-fashioned way.
Fine, agreed. So, what did Annabelle say?
She offered to help, but she didn't say what with. She asked us where we were going. I didn't tell her, but it was pretty obvious she had a good idea.
Did you feel like she was influencing your mind at all?
I don't think so, but I mean, who knows?
I could.
But look, she didn't control me into asking you not to look into my head, if that's what you're thinking. That's all me.
Man, I'm not looking for a loophole.
Well, good, because this isn't one.
Methinks the spider doth protest too much.
John?
Joking. Just joking.
Do you know where she was calling from?
No. She's still hidden somewhere. I could see her voice coming down the phone line, but the closer it gets to her, the harder it is to see. Christ, this all feels so obtuse. It's like I have the power to drink the whole ocean, but I have to do it through a straw. What?
Just... I don't know, it worries me, I guess. You know, when you do the whole curse this flesh prison thing, I get you're different, none of us are what we were, but, well, it worries me.
Sorry.
That's not... It's okay. Anyway, my flesh prison would like to stop for a bit. How far until the next domain?
A while. If you want to stop, it's as good a place as any.
No, I just need a moment. One where I'm not just relentlessly pushing forward.
All right, we can stop.
Why did it have to be us?
You'd rather be a bystander? Trapped in one of those places?
I don't know. No, I bet Gertrude would be able to do this, you know? She would eat a hellscape like this for breakfast.
I don't think she would have done very well here.
No?
No.
Do you know that?
I'm sorry, I didn't,
Oh, no, it's okay. I couldn't not listen or interrupt, or...
I promise, I didn't know I was going to do that.
I understand. Well, let's try to avoid that next time.
Yes, quite.
So, what? Without assistance, she'd be bad at the apocalypse?
Without trust. Without a reason. Gertrude needed both the purpose her mission gave her and the control her position allowed. To be here, like us, without a reason, without someone to ground her, she'd have power, but no control. No real purpose. Perhaps she'd dedicate herself to a doomed quest like us, but... no. I think this would have broken her, and she'd have resigned herself to ruling her domain.
What domain?
We all have a domain here, Martin. The place that feeds us.
Oh. Where's yours?
I mean, we're travelling towards it.
Oh, right, obviously. Duh. What about me?
Would you like me?
No, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Okay.
So, if you say Gertrude wouldn't have been able to go on without a reason...
Yes, Martin, you are my reason.
Just wanted to make you say it. Cool.
Right. Shall we press on?
Oh, just before we do... A moment ago when you were talking...
Right.
The old archivist, Angus... You said Fiona was released when he died.
Yes.
If you had died, would the others have been able to quit?
Yes. I didn't know.
If you had, would you have told them? Would that have changed what happened?
I don't know, Martin. I don't know. Okay. Time you went for a walk.
Yeah, about that. You sure you'll be okay on your own?
I always have been.
Okay. Well, I don't like this place.
Once again, Martin, that's sort of the point.
Yeah, I know, alright, I get it. It's more than that. This place, what did you call it? The rotten corpse?
The corpse roots.
Yeah, that. Well, it feels... I don't know, it feels like it's...
Waiting.
Yeah, waiting. This is the one with the death guy, isn't it?
This is Oliver Banks' domain, yes.
So it's him that's waiting?
Not just him, but yes.
So are you going to smite him then? John? John, I said, are you going to...
I heard you the first time.
And?
I don't know.
Why not? Can't you just do what you did with that Sasha thing? Make the eye see him and all that?
I could, I think.
Cool, so what's the problem then? Tick another monster off the hit list, job done.
It's not that simple.
Well, what does that mean? What does that mean, John? What happened to Kill Bill? John, you said...
I know what I said, and I don't know, Martin. I don't think he's... I don't know, I don't think he's evil.
Oh, yeah, sure, he's probably a really kind, benevolent ruler of a hellish fear prison.
It's just... he helped me. When I was... he woke me up.
Wow, what a hero.
Martin?
What? Yeah, alright, I know. I'm sorry.
Is there something you want to talk
No,
about?
I'm fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm sorry.
Martin?
I said it's fine.
Are you jealous?
I told you not to know things about me.
I really didn't have to.
Good, because I'm definitely not.
All right.
Look, I'm fine, all right?
You said.
Yes, I did. And even if I was jealous, I would be perfectly justified anyway, so...
But you're not.
No, and I'm fine.
All right.
Good?
Good.
Great. All right, fine, yes, I am jealous, right? Yes, if you absolutely must know.
Because he woke me up.
I was there weeks, and nothing. He talks to you for 5 minutes, and suddenly you're back on your feet and bouncing around like a spring chicken.
That's really
what's so
not...
special about him that you wake up for him and not me? Enlighten me.
I mean, that's not really how it worked. It wasn't... Look, Martin, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm not going to kill a man just because you're jealous.
Why not? Yeah, I know. Please?
Who knows? Maybe he'll try to stop us getting through the roots, and I'll have to. But I'm not going to seek him out. At the very least, he's earned not having me hunt him down.
Fine. I suppose that's reasonable.
Now, if you're quite done inciting me to murder...
Not murder. Smiting. Right, yes, of course. You vomit your horrors.
I'm not sure I like that metaphor.
Puke your terrors?
Just go.
Right, I'm going.
A lot to think about. I feel... No. I don't want to destroy Oliver Banks. It wouldn't do any good. I know that, and he never asked for this any more than I did. I feel badly for those that exist in his domain. Of course I do, but at least their suffering will be over, eventually. But I can't destroy everyone I cross paths with. No. If Oliver will not seek me out, then I will leave him be. The avatar of death shall live. Martin's going to be thrilled. Martin? Still with me?
Yeah, just... Jesus.
Some fears don't need to be intensified, only manifested.
We're even going to be able to make it through all that?
It's amazing there. Deliberately so. People running, desperately struggling for fire escapes only to find them blocked. We won't get lost, though. I know the route.
That's not really what I was getting at, John.
Go on.
Seriously? You don't... It's on fire, John. It's
Yeah,
a burning building.
Yes, it is.
That's on fire.
Yes.
Right. You are aware that traditionally wading into a flaming inferno is actually considered bad for your health.
Yes, Martin. It'll be fine.
Alright, I just wanted to check. So, okay. We're planning to go through all this, so I'm guessing the fire can't actually burn us. Right? John? John? John?
It's complicated.
Well, if you want me to go in there with you, then I suggest you find a way to make it simple. Yes or no, can that fire hurt us?
Define hurt.
Will the fire feel hot to me?
Yes.
Will it cause me lots of pain if I touch it?
Yes, though not as much
Will it
as...
burn me alive and kill me dead?
No. It can't do us any permanent harm. Once we're out, we'll be fine.
You are aware that intense pain can do you loads of harm, even if there's no, physical
yes,
injury.
I know, okay? I'll take us through the parts that are more subdued. It goes in phases. Sometimes there are whole apartments that aren't actively on fire for hours.
How reassuring.
Well, it's the best I can do.
You're sure there isn't another way? Yeah, I know, the journey will be the journey, blah, blah, ominous, blah.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I know you wouldn't take us through if we didn't actually need to go through, so... What?
Well,
John, is there another way?
I mean, sort of. Maybe?
That turn. You took a hard turn after the roots back there. I knew that was a thing. Why are we here?
It's just... When you said...
John, why have you taken us here?
Jude Perry. This is where Jude Perry rules.
That's the one who burned your hand, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. I just assumed this would be... Who was that landlord guy?
Arthur Nolan. He's here. He has a part of it, but it's... huge. Bigger than you could believe. There's so much fear in there.
But we're not going after him, are we?
No. You said you were on board.
I was. I am. I just thought
It wouldn't hurt?
that we'd be safe.
I never said...
I know, okay, I just... Look, I just don't want to get burned, alright? It's like my least favourite pain ever.
Is that a joke?
No, okay? I legitimately hate burns, right? They're awful, and they scar horribly, and they just... It just makes me sick. I hate it. Hate it.
Alright. If you really don't want to do this, we can go another way.
Really?
Really. My revenge... Well, let's just say you're more important.
It's not just your revenge, though, is it? Destroying her... It would help all those people in there, wouldn't it?
Maybe. It's... Like I said, I can't see the future. You wouldn't free them, if that's what you're asking. Free doesn't really exist in this place.
Apart from us.
I suppose, in a sense, though. How much of that is because we are trapped in our own quest
Let's not dive into another ontological debate right now, not here.
Fair enough. So are we going in, or not?
You're asking me?
I should have told you before, so I leave the decision to you. You know my feelings on the matter.
I do?
Oh, right. I want revenge on Jude Perry. I want to smite her. Make her feel what all her victims have felt. But I'm not willing to force you to suffer for it.
Okay, so it's... I have to choose, do I?
Or we could sit here.
No. No, I'm not going to choose. I don't think that's a fair decision to put on me. It's your revenge, your choice, not mine.
we go in.
All right then.
We'll be fine.
Just lead the way.
The photos on the wall of her family, whose faces seem indistinct but she knows that she loves, begin to blacken as the glass pops out of the frame. Her home is being eaten alive by this devouring desolation.
John! She's here!
Hello, Jude.
Fancy seeing you both here. To what exactly do I owe the pleasure, the honour, of being graced by the great and powerful archivist, harbinger of this new world, and his valet?
Actually, we came to see you.
What a treat.
I have a question for you. I've been wondering, did you know what you were doing?
Excuse me?
When you burned me, marked me with... Did you know it would lead to all of this?
You came all this way just to ask that?
Answer the question.
If you want to know so badly, why don't you just reach into my head and pull it out?
Because I want to hear you say it. Willingly.
What difference does it make if
Just answer the damn question.
No, I had no idea.
So why did you do it?
Why do you think? Because I wanted to hurt you. Because you were annoying and I didn't like you, so I hurt you.
And if you hadn't?
But I didn't. Look, I don't care, okay? I don't. Raking over the past like it matters, like it means anything. The past is dead, Archivist. Ashes in the wind. We're here now. And that's it.
I suppose you're right.
So the real question is, what happens now?
John, look out!
What's wrong? Scared of a little flame? Oh, you are, aren't you? Pathetic.
Screw you!
Leave him alone.
You're not scared, though, are you, Archivist?
I can feel the pain of every person you have trapped here. My own isn't all that different.
Yeah, but you like seeing their pain, don't you? Their fear.
Yes.
You and that stupid eye. God, you make me sick, lording it over everybody like you own the place. You're just leeches. Voyeurs. Parasites on the real monster.
Enough.
Fine. Just messing around. Wouldn't want to keep you from your oh so special business, your holiness.
I wouldn't worry about that. I'm right where I want to be.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm here for you, Jude. To end you.
What? No. No way. You won. What would be the point of... You're bluffing.
You know I'm not. You're already afraid.
Oh, I see. I get it. You finally get a sniff of power, and the first thing you do is try to settle some old scores. Play the big man. Get off on some good old-fashioned petty revenge.
I'd have thought that was a mindset you would appreciate. Now feel it. All the terror and pain you've inflicted.
Oh, piss off. Look. Wait. Right. I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have burned your hand.
No, you shouldn't have.
Please don't kill me. I'm moan about the eye. Who doesn't? But we've won. Both of us. And that's great. If I'd known what I still have marked you, yes, I would. I'm happy in this world. I belong here. And so do you. Listen. You're enjoying this, right? Of course you are. You want to use those powers of yours to hurt people. You want to murder everybody who can't fight back at you now. I can help you.
Just die already!
You're not better than me.
Is it?
It's over. She's gone.
The fires are still here. Doesn't look like much has changed.
No. I suppose not.
Let's just get out of here. Oh, hello. What are you? Do I know you? Can't tell through the fog sometimes. You feel not friendly. Familiar? The shape of you in my hand. I talk to you, don't I? We talk. What do we say? There's something there, but I just can't see it. Anyway, nice to sit down, take a load off. Not a comfortable chair, of course. None of them are here. I've been all over this house looking for a nice place to sit. I think. Is that what I was looking for? Either way, this place is so huge, so empty. By the time you find your way to anything at all, you've probably earned a sit down. I don't think there's anyone else here. Probably never has been. Not that I can remember, at least. Is it my house? It must be, right? It must be my house, because why else would I be here? You don't just wander around other people's houses alone. You don't just wander. No. What was I saying? Do you remember? You store them, I suppose. Keep stuff locked up in those little wheels. That's memory, isn't it? Computers used to be like you. Big whirring things with loads of tape. They call that memory. But it's not really. It's just numbers and maybe you're blank as well, same as me. Are you? Can you remember what I've already said? Because I can't. The words that keep creeping away, like when I try to think back to focus on. Oh, hello. What are you? I can't quite see. Do you feel familiar? Do I know you? Do we talk? I hope so. It's good to talk with people. It's... Oh, I met someone. Did I tell you? He's... I don't know. I like him. He doesn't like me, though. Not really. I don't blame him. I don't like me sometimes, and I am me. Plus he's my boss? Is that right? Either way, it's probably for the best. Wouldn't really be appropriate. You don't need to worry, I'm not doodling his name on my desk or anything. His name... Wait, what is his name? I don't... Why can't I remember his name? His face, I don't... Where am I? This isn't my house. Hello? I don't like it here. I can't see anything with all this fog. There's nothing out of the windows, and it's so cold. The fireplace is dead, and the curtains... There are mirrors, but no, not mirrors. There's someone standing in them, but I don't know who. That face, who is that? I need to sit down. Oh, hello. Who are you then? Can't quite make out a tape recorder? Can't remember the last time I used a blast from the past. Familiar. Well, it's good to have someone to talk to. Otherwise you can go strange. I don't... What was I saying? This chair, it really isn't comfortable. I had to look around for better places to sit. Did I tell you that? But it's a big house. My house, I think. Nowhere comfortable. So I suppose this is it. It is my house, isn't it? Must be. But I don't really remember. I'm so tired. It's hard to think when you're this tired, hard to focus. No, not tiredness, it's the fog. I can't see through the fog and it smells. What is that? Damp, sort of chemical almost. I don't like it. Why does my house smell like that? It can't be my house. No, my house doesn't smell like this. My house smells different. It's weird, isn't it? Smell can trigger memory so powerfully. Like this one, it makes me think of... I don't know. Is it a person? A place? No, people don't smell like that. Besides, I'm all alone. I'm all alone. Why am I alone? I shouldn't be alone. There should be people. It's such a big house. My house. There must be other people. People who care. Unless... Hello? Hello? All these rooms. I think they're the same as this one. I don't know why I decorate my house like this. I don't like it. It's not my home. It can't be. Do I have a home? This place feels like it's all for me, I think, but I don't like it here. It can't be cheap living here. House this big. I really need a job. I started lying on my CV. Did I tell you that? I didn't want to. I mean, I tried to be a good person, but we're really up against it, and I know they're going to find me out. I just know it. They'll ask something, or I'll say something stupid, and then they'll know. They'll know, and then... What am I doing? I can't afford a place like this. I need money, not just for me, but for... Wait, no, it is just me, isn't it? It's always been just me. No, that's not right. I'm not alone, no, not alone. There's... John, I'm here, can you hear me? I can't... It's his place, Where are you? I need you, I need you, John. Where did you go? Please don't leave me. I can't do this on my own. Please. I'm not enough on my own. Alone. All alone. Oh, hello. What's this? Wow, retro. What are you up to, little buddy? Just listening? That's okay. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Maybe you can keep a better handle on things than me. It's this fog, you know? Makes it so hard to see. What was I saying? I feel like there's somewhere I need to be, but no, this is my house. Where else would I need to be? I wish I had more comfortable chairs. Would be nice to have somewhere relaxing to sit down, rest a bit when Mum's asleep. Did I tell you about my mum? We should try to keep quiet, actually, you know. Make sure not to wake her. The drugs, they hit her pretty hard, but if you make enough noise and she wakes up and yeah, it's not good. Not a good time. I know she loves me. I know she does. But that doesn't make it easy. There's always so much to do, and I'm always forgetting something. I do try, you know. I mean, I really try to keep on top of things, but I'm just so forgetful, and she... Sometimes I wonder if I forget things on purpose. Easier not to think about them, I guess. Easier to just let them slip away. They can't hurt you if you don't think about them. They can't shout at you or call your names. And I always think of Mum's face when I've done something wrong, and Wait, I don't... Her face, I don't remember her face. Did she have a face? Don't be stupid, Martin. Of course she had a face. You just can't remember it because you're a bad son. Because you left her to rot in. Where did she go? She didn't like it. I didn't like it. It smelled like... Where am I? This isn't right. I shouldn't be here. I should be... somewhere. Someone that... There are people who trust me. People who love me, so why can't I remember them? Why can't I see them? Sasha. Yeah, I remember there was Sasha. I can see her face. No, wait, no, not Sasha, something else. The thing that isn't Sasha that took her and made her something else, and her face, I can still see it. It's laughing, telling me that there's nobody else. I'm alone. The only people who could ever stand to be around me are gone, even from my mind. What is this place? It's so cold. And I can't see anything through all this fog. I must have left the window open, let fog in. Oh, my heating bills must be through the roof. Stupid, I can't afford that. At least I've got a job now. Did I tell you I've got a job? I mean, the interview was weird. I don't really remember the man who talked to me. Just his eyes. They stared at me. Through me, and I knew that he knew what I had done. God, I was so scared, but then he smiled and shook my hand. What was his name? He said I had the job, that he looked forward to working with me. I was still so scared I could barely move my arm. I was so terrified I'd let him down. And then I met John, and... John, I'm here. John, I think I'm lost. I don't... John. Oh, hello. What are you? Didn't even know I had a tape recorder. Do you still work, or... Yeah, seems like you're running all right. Hey, I should do some poetry. You could give it a little bit of that funky lo-fi goodness. All the cool poets love a bit of tape hiss, right? Maybe find somewhere different to sit, though. I hate these chairs. Don't even know where I got them. Did I tell you I've been writing poetry? Nothing much, really, just fragments, thoughts. I haven't written anything like it since I was a teenager, but my new job is a lot, and... I don't know. Something about that place, it makes me feel weird. The sort of weird you have to just get out somehow. Maybe I should do some open mics or something. I don't know. Just for me, really, I think. Oh, you want to hear some? Yeah, okay, sure. Well, I can... No, wait, no, they're gone. That's weird. I thought... I can feel them, but the words, they just wash away. I mean, I suppose that's quite poetic actually, isn't it? But there's nothing else there. I don't like this place. It's so cold, and the logs in the fireplace are damp from the mist. I don't know how I'd even light them. And they smell really bad, like wet dirt. Makes me think of... When I was 9, my granddad died. Did I tell you that? I went to the funeral and the coffin was so shiny. It was already sealed. But on top there was a photo of a young man. Someone who looked almost like my granddad, but it wasn't him. He wasn't... finished? Not yet. No, and I suddenly began to panic because I was trying to remember what he looked like, his face, but I couldn't do it. And I knew I'd never see him again. He loved me and I couldn't even remember his face. It was a horrid, drizzly morning that day, and they put him in the ground and he smelled like earth. Cold, damp soil. What was I saying? Oh, sorry. It's just this chair. It's so hard to concentrate when you're uncomfortable, isn't it? Now, I think... Hey, hang on. Where did you come from? A tape recorder? Well, you want me to give you a statement? But why? The eye is one. It can already see everything. It wouldn't need a... Wouldn't need it. Well, it's just nice to talk to someone, I guess. No one real ever really listens to me anyway. No, they nod and respond and say, "No, Martin," or "Not now, Martin," or "Leave it, Martin." But funny thing is, I didn't ask them to do anything. I just wanted to see if they needed a hand. Is that me? Is that me? Martin? Martin. Doesn't sound right. But who else would I be? Whoever owns this house, I guess. It certainly doesn't seem like the sort of place that someone called Martin would live. Martin. It feels like a small name. One that wants to be warm and happy. Not like here. You know, I've wandered around all these rooms and they all just make me feel alone. They scare me. Even when I find someone else, I feel alone. Did I tell you? I found someone else wandering around. They were all thin and grey, faded. Like they'd been here for ages. I think they'd been crying, but it's so hard to tell through the fog. I tried to talk to them, but it was just difficult. I asked who they were, and they looked at me like they had no idea what I was talking about. "What's your name?" I said. "Your name? You must have a name." But they just shrugged, and then they gestured at me, like they wanted to know my name, and I couldn't tell them. I couldn't remember. "Is this your house?" I asked, and they said yes. But then they stopped and shook their head. And then they started to laugh, quietly for a bit, and then they cried. And they wouldn't stop. They asked me who they were, if there was anyone looking for them, if there was anybody left who even cared, but I didn't know. I didn't know, and I ran away. I had to run away. I had to go and have a sit down, okay? I just wish I'd thought to buy some nicer chairs. Still, it's not like I've got guests coming, is it? The house is empty, and honestly, I can't think of anyone in the world who would care if I lived or died. I'm scared. I think this fog is doing something to me. I'm losing myself, and I don't know if I mind. Maybe I deserve it. So much of what's behind the fog hurts. So much of it just makes me want to curl up with pain and embarrassment, and maybe the fog's here because I want it here. Is that why I open the windows? Maybe I asked the fog to come. No, that's not true. I remember hundreds, thousands of lost souls wandering the halls. Hollow memories with eyes full of tears. I've seen them. They're all trying to remember, to recall, to picture someone, anyone who loves them. And their hearts are all full of fear. Afraid that those people are gone forever. That maybe they never existed at all. Why am I here? I fell behind. I was too slow, and the fog caught up. I was following, always following, never leading. Why did he leave me behind? Did he? Who are you? Who am? John, yes, John. I remember him. I need to keep him here. If he can find me, he knows enough. Surely he knows enough to find me, but I can't. If I forget him, if I forget me, maybe there's nothing left to know. No one to find. Talking helps. Thank God you're here to listen. Just don't stop talking. You are Martin Blackwood. Yes, you didn't choose to be here. John is coming. I am Martin Blackwood, and I am not lonely anymore. I am not lonely anymore. I want to have friends. I have friends. I'm in love. I am in love, and I will not forget that. I will not forget. I am Martin Black. What, John?
Martin!
John, over here!
Oh, Martin, hold on, I'm coming,
Oh, Martin. Thank God, I thought you were behind me.
I thought you'd left me behind. Gone on without me.
No, never. I didn't want to look too hard. I promised I wouldn't know you, and with the fog and all the rooms, I lost you. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, I tried to use to know where you were, but it was... You were faint. It was so strange. It took me so long just to find you.
John, it's okay. I promise it's okay. This place tried. It really did. And honestly, I wanted to believe it, but I didn't.
This place, it... My God.
Yeah.
Martin, if you wanted to forget all of it, stay here and just escape, I would understand.
No. It's comforting here, leaving all those painful memories behind, but it's not a good comfort. It's the kind that makes you fade, makes you dim and distant.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that you knew what this place was.
It's the lonely John. It's me.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore.
Don't touch anything.
Wasn't planning to. Are they still alive?
More or less. They're certainly still aware, but they're just the compost, the pot from which the trees grow.
I didn't think there were that many bones in a human body.
Normally there aren't. It takes a skilled gardener to get them to grow like this. The curling, cascading intricacies of collagen and marrow. It takes devotion.
John.
Sorry.
You sound like you think they're beautiful.
Don't you?
Is he here?
Up ahead.
Look at this. It's like you're trying to grow ugly. That won't do. You're better than that. Not to worry, friend, no harm done. Just a bit of pruning will set you right. No need of fuss. This'll sort you right out. Soon you'll be good as new. Better even. You just need to reach down inside and really feel that fear. Let it guide how you grow. You'll feel it in your bones.
Jared Hopworth.
Sure, why not? If you're still clinging so hard to names.
You know why I'm here?
I can guess. Took a bit to figure out which rib was aching. But when I did, well, obvious really. I assume you want it back.
It's too late for that now.
Not really, but whatever. Oh, and who's this? Your boyfriend?
Yes, actually.
Oh. So is there any way this doesn't end in me dead? I'm guessing that's on the docket if you're here. Unless you're just here to smell the flowers.
No. I can't let you carry on like this. What happened, Jared? I thought you only worked on the willing.
What? Says who? Oh, the gym. I mean, yeah, they wanted to change, but they were still scared. First of what I'd do to them, then of what would happen if the world couldn't handle their beautiful new bodies. Not like I was doing it out of the goodness of my heart. Hearts. Anyway, willing, unwilling, don't work like that anymore, does it? You made sure of that.
That's not fair.
And what? Besides, doesn't really matter now, does it?
No. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Right. So we're doing this all what? I reckon I can get a few good hits in before I go down. Leave you a little something to remember me by.
No, you won't.
Nah, maybe not. But you gotta try, haven't you?
Please don't.
What?
You've already made your mark.
Fine. Consider it a favour. But I want something in return. Before he does it.
Alright. Let's hear it.
You still do that talky thing. You know, drink up all the fear and spit it back out.
Sort of, yes.
Right. Well, I'd like to hear about my garden.
Okay.
Look, if this is some kind of trick...
It isn't.
Don't fret yourself, little man. Just thought it might be nice, is all. Cheers for that.
Don't.
John, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm, sorry.
No, it's alright.
Is it really that bad, seeing what I've done here? Or is it maybe that deep down, you think it's as beautiful as I do?
Shut up.
It's a shame. Who's gonna look after the garden when I'm gone? There are a few real pretty ones. Who knows? Maybe they'll uproot and start landscaping themselves. That'd be nice. Then again, maybe it'll just grow wild.
I don't care.
No. You don't, do you?
I can't. There's too many. I can't save everyone. I I can't save anyone.
If you say so. So, I guess that just leaves revenge then, doesn't it? Can't say I blame you. That's all life is, really, innit? Just people using each other up.
Spare me the crude philosophy.
Grow well, my darlings. Grow well.
Feel it. Feel all the terror and despair as your garden grows. Let it flow through you and blossom. Just people using each other up. Ceaseless watcher, turn your gaze upon this thing and drink your fill.
John?
I'm here.
Are you okay?
I'm great. You?
I really thought this one would be messier.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, he's a flesh thing, right? I thought he'd be all meat and blood and gore and all that.
Apparently not.
He didn't even put up a fight.
No.
So what now?
Carry on, I guess.
Yeah. John. I need to ask you something.
Okay.
I meant to ask after the fire, actually, but, well, then there was the house and everything, and it just sort of...
What is it, Martin?
Why didn't we go after the landlord guy? In the tenement?
Arthur Nolan.
Yeah. He's still there, right?
After Jude, the fires, I didn't want to put you through anymore.
Don't do that.
What?
Don't use me as an excuse.
I'm not. It didn't seem worth it. I didn't hate him like I hated her. He never hurt me.
But all the people inside...
Killing Nolan wouldn't have made it stop. It would just leave it unsupervised.
John, we are doing good, right? Making things better?
I don't know if that was ever an option. Hold up, I need to,
Now? Seriously? We're almost out of here.
I'm sorry. Not really up to me.
Fine.
If you're bored, you could always take in a show.
That's not funny, John.
If you say so.
Just give me a shout when you're done, alright?
Good. Right. Ticket for one then, I suppose. Act 48,068. A stage that is a room that remains a stage. The audience... Oh, what?
Sorry, you were starting another and I didn't want to wait. We should get going.
You were listening. I thought that...
No, not for most of it. I just thought I heard something. Whatever. I went exploring, alright? I don't know why. I shouldn't have.
No, you shouldn't have.
You know how many stages there are in this place? How many little theatres?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Right, stupid question.
Martin.
Well, let's just say they have a full bill, alright?
Martin.
What?
Why did you go looking?
Can we just go, please?
Of course, but you were safe here. And after everything that's already happened, I just don't understand why you would...
Me neither, okay?
What?
I mean, that's it, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know why I went exploring.
Are you saying you were compelled?
I'm saying I don't know, do I? I thought I was just curious. It felt like curiosity, but given where we are, and with the web everywhere, and Annabelle Cain's still out there playing mind games with payphones, I mean, how do you even know if it's your motivation, you know? Being here, it just makes me second guess all of it, and I don't like it. It really scares me.
I
Don't say that's what it wants, I know.
I wasn't going to.
Okay.
Right. I was going to suggest that I could maybe... No. I could look. Just a quick peek to see if it was just curiosity or something else. Well?
I don't... If you look, and I was... influenced, then how can I trust anything else? How can I believe any of my thoughts and feelings are really mine?
Well, I'll still be here to check. I'm not leaving you.
Sure, but you'd be looking through the details of everything that ever crosses my mind? I don't want that. You know I don't want that.
I know. Don't do this to yourself, Martin. This is what it wants, the paranoia. Trust me, I know.
Fair. John, what does the web want? We know it's got a plan. Can't you just see what it is?
Knowing, seeing, it's not the same thing as understanding. Every time I try to know what the web's plan is, if it can even be called a plan, I see 100,000 events and causes and links, an impossibly intricate pattern of consequences and subtle nudges, but I can't hold them all in my head at the same time. There's no way to see the whole, the point of it all. I can see all the details, but it doesn't provide context or intention. I suppose the web doesn't work in knowledge, not in the same way.
Right.
Sorry.
And Annabelle?
Still can't see her. If it wasn't for the phone call, I'd have said she was probably already dead.
Yeah.
So... do you want me to? To tell you if...
No. No, I'll just have to live with it, I guess. Hardly the worst thing I'll have gone through since... It's fine.
Would you like to leave now?
Yeah, screw this place. Never liked theatre anyway. Slow down, I can barely see a thing.
Sorry.
No prizes for guessing who's in charge here, eh?
I suppose not.
You know, I really miss the days when I could blame broken streetlights on the council. A strongly worded letter just doesn't feel as forceful when it's addressed to whichever dread power it may concern. John? John, are you alright? I mean, like, comparatively.
I'm fine.
No? Try again.
Look, I would just really like to get through here as quickly as possible.
How come? This one seems like the quietest place we've been in a while. It's just rows and rows of quiet houses. I mean, I know some people don't like that sort of thing, but I'm actually finding it kind of relaxing.
Martin, please.
John? Where are we?
It's complicated.
That's not an answer.
Can we please just move on?
John, where have you brought us?
What do you think happened to all the children when the world changed? Or were you not thinking about it?
No.
Because they didn't just vanish. Childish fears are simplistic, direct. The eye prefers the more complex neuroses and disquiets of a fully developed mind. So the children are allowed to age, and they are placed in domains where their fears can mature. Domains like this one.
Christ, that's messed up.
Yes.
We've got to help them.
How?
I don't know. I'm not the one who's supposed to know everything, alright? There has to be something we can do. What's happening to them?
Do you really want to know that? Really? I've been trying very hard to keep this one bottled up.
What about the Avatar, alright? I know you said it didn't change anything, that the domain would still exist, but at this point I don't care, alright? Anyone who's chosen to spend their apocalypse tormenting children, God, you need to end them. Now.
It's not that simple.
Seriously. Seriously.
Fine.
Okay, good. Where are we going? John? John, wait, are you sure?
Yeah? What is it?
Callum Brody?
Yeah?
Wait, is this?
Are your parents home?
Dad's dead. Mum's here, but she lost it a while back. So now it's just me.
Do you know who I am?
You're the eye guy, right?
That's right.
So you're like, real important.
I suppose I am.
Okay. So, what do you want?
John, can I have a word?
Sure. Excuse me, Callum.
That's the avatar for this place.
Callum Brody, 13 years old. He guides the children through their fears of the dark.
This is that kid Basira went after last year, right? The one the darkness cult took. So that's not even a kid, that's whatever was inside Maxwell Rayner. It's just wearing his body.
Callum,
Yeah? What?
you remember when those people kidnapped you? What happened?
It was fine. I just hid and the cops came and got me.
Tell the truth.
I was scared, alright? I was really, really scared. It was dead dark and I couldn't see anyone. And I didn't know where I was. And there was something on my face and it was cold and slimy and it didn't like me. Then there was a bang and it was gone. And the police were there.
And what happened to the thing that tried to take you over?
Dunno, it went away.
It died in the light.
Whatever.
And it was after that you started shoving smaller kids into cupboards, right?
Yeah, give them a taste of it. Make them afraid of the dark.
But you've always pushed around smaller children, haven't you?
They made me feel sick. I hate them.
And now?
Now everyone's afraid of me.
Martin?
Fine, you've made your point.
Thank you, Callum.
Whatever.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
I don't have a bedtime anymore.
You see?
See what, John? What am I supposed to see? That you don't want to kill a 13-year-old kid? Big revelation.
I don't know what you want me to do.
I want you to use your power. I want you to help them. I want you to make things better.
There is no better anymore.
You keep saying that, and I hate it.
I keep saying it because it keeps being true. You know that.
What I know is that leaving children here is... It's inexcusable. It's monstrous.
Martin, tell me what you want me to do, and I will do it.
Tell me about this place. I need to know.
I thought you hated listening. Are you sure that's what you want?
Of course it's not. But I need to hear it.
Okay. Is that enough for you? Do you need to hear more? See Luca. See Luca sleep.
No, that's enough. That's enough.
Thank you for not hitting me this time. Was that what you wanted? What you needed?
No. No, it didn't help at all.
I'm sorry.
Let's get out of here.
If you're sure.
The sooner we get back to the archives, the sooner we can put a stop to this. All of this. They'll just need to hang on a little longer.
Right.
Come on. Is it much further?
Yes. I'm not entirely sure what you were expecting. It's the vast. The clue is in the name.
Yes, alright.
Just be glad that this is one of the domains that actually has ground to walk on.
Whatever. So how far are we from the other side? And don't say time and space don't work here. That's a cop-out and you know it.
Fine. 3 days.
Thank you. Wait, what counts as a day?
What an excellent question.
Oh my god, you can be infuriating sometimes, you know that.
Yes.
Fine. How about Simon? How close are we to him?
Close, but he's able to move a lot faster than we are in this place.
Meaning
I know where he is, but if he doesn't want us to reach him, I don't know if we'll have much of a chance.
So what, we're just going to trust him to show up to his own execution? Oh! Jesus!
Apparently.
Hello. Hello. Dreadfully sorry. I only just noticed you were both here. That's the problem with having such a big place, you know. You can miss things if you're not careful.
Right.
Good to see you again, Martin. And you must be the famous archivist, herald of the ceaseless watcher, harbinger of the new age, etc. Lovely to meet you at last. Simon Fairchild, at your service.
I know who you are.
Of course you do. I imagine you know pretty much everything by this point. How is it? How does it feel?
Strange.
Yes, I can imagine. These gifts can feel very disconcerting at times. I'm sure you'll get used to it eventually. And how are you, Martin? Still trying to save the world and all that?
Yes.
Pity? Well, Armageddon... it's not for everyone, I suppose. I'm quite enjoying it, of course, although Junior over there can be a little bit of a handful.
I might have guessed you'd be happy living in this nightmare.
I mean, not that it matters, but yes, I am. Honestly, I think you could be too if you set your mind to it. But I'm not one to tell you how to live your eternity.
No, you're not. Because I'm done listening to you.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure I follow.
All those lies you told me. You helped to do this. You turned the world into your playground.
Not to be a pedant, but if you recall, I was actually doing a favour for Peter. And if Peter had won, none of this would have happened. Also, not to make excuses, but they weren't exactly lies. Just oversimplifications of complicated truths. And guesses. A lot of guesses. Well, almost all guesses, really, now I come to think about it.
Shut up. I don't care.
Goodness. We're rather tetchy, aren't we?
We've not been having an easy journey.
John.
What? It's true, we haven't.
Well, in that case, thank you for swinging by to my huge corner of the apocalypse. We don't get many visitors these days, and, well, you might be the closest thing the universe has ever had to an important person. I mean, obviously you're still ultimately finite and all that, but altering the very fabric of reality, that's pretty good going, all things considered.
That's enough. John?
Yes?
Do it.
Do what?
Kill him.
Hang on. Can he do that?
He can, and he's going to.
Oh, okay. Right. Seems a bit rude, to be honest.
John?
Just give me a moment.
In fact, yes. You know what? I'll probably just be going then. I'd prefer to keep existing, if it's all the same to you.
John!
Been lovely chatting to you. Good to see you both. Feel free to pop by again when you're feeling less, murdery.
John!
Bye!
You let him go?
Yeah.
Why?
Because,
Why did you let him go, John?
I don't know. I didn't want to kill him.
Why not? Because he was nice to you? Because he was charming? Because he was fun?
No, I just... Not now, Helen.
I just wanted to add my vote to the disappointed side.
Wait, really?
I was rather looking forward to watching an old man metaphysically explode. Honestly, I feel a little bit cheated. The others were exceptional fun.
You were watching?
Of course. As much fun as the New World is, I am not about to miss a real, honest-to-godless demigod murder spree.
You're really not helping.
I'm not trying to.
Look, it's none of your business. Either of you.
Like hell it isn't.
Martin?
Don't just Martin me. Sure, he looks like a harmless old man, but...
I know, Martin. I know all the things he's done.
Fantastic! So, rip him up. Pop him. But just give me a bit of a head start so I can find a good spot.
Enough, Helen.
I won't be in the way. You won't even know I'm there. Again.
What is it, John? What's wrong?
This whole avenging angel thing, I'm not... It doesn't feel right.
It seemed to feel right when we were avenging all the wrongs done against you.
I know. I know. All right, but well, that's kind of the problem. I have all this power, and I want to use it to try and help, but I do. I've done so much damage, and anything that might help to balance that is... But killing other avatars is not... I don't think it makes anything better. I think it just makes me worse.
You're removing evil from the world.
I'm not, though, am I? The tenement fire is still burning. The mortal garden is growing wild. The carousel is... What?
How are we still having this intensely boring conversation? I honestly thought that actually ending the world would be enough to stop you whining, but no. You're the most powerful person in a world where the worst consequences imaginable have already happened. Absolute power with zero responsibility. What more can you possibly need to just enjoy yourself a tiny bit? Fine. Guess I'll just leave then. Hang out inside myself until you get angry again and accidentally have some fun.
It's not fun.
And here I thought you'd forgotten how to make jokes.
I'm sorry, Martin. After meeting the child, I thought I really hoped things would be simpler, you know? A nice, straightforward apocalypse.
No, I'm sorry. Cheerleading you when you're on a magical murder spree probably wasn't a great idea.
I started it.
Good point. I'll keep my apology then. I do kind of wish you'd waited until after Fairchild to have your crisis, though.
You really want that old man dead?
I mean, yeah, sure, when you say it like that, it sounds bad.
What did he do to you?
He threatened to throw me off a roller coaster.
Ah.
Okay, I know it sounds like a joke,
No,
but
obviously he's an avatar of the vast. I understand. It's a scary threat coming from him.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sound like a scary threat.
Thanks for that. Hang on. You're still down to kill Elias, right? Jonah, whatever.
I'm still going to confront him. I don't know if killing him is something I'm even capable of, but if I can and I have to, I will.
Yeah?
Don't worry. I won't hesitate.
Right. Right then. Good. Let's go then. We don't want to keep him waiting.
Lead on.
Why?
Oh, right, yes. Follow me, then.
You know what? I am sitting down.
Are you sure that thing is not in great shape?
Neither am I. I have been on my feet for a literally uncountable amount of time.
How is it?
Great. It's great. Lovely couch.
Right. Well, rest up, I suppose.
It's a two-seater.
Yes, it is. Hard pass. Thank you.
What was it like?
What?
This place's... its statement.
Nothing too surprising. It's a domain designed to eke fear out of those afraid of a world destroyed by human hands. It dwells on it.
So it was real then, the extinction?
Of course it was real. At least in the sense that it was a thing people feared. Whether it was strong enough in its own right to be considered at a level with Smirk's 14, or whether it was on its way to getting there, maybe. This sort of thing is always muddy.
So Peter was lying?
To a degree, but mostly he was just like anyone else who tried to take the scope of human terror and package it neatly into little theories. All his talk of emergence and birthing a new power, it's just people being scared.
Well, so no one had any idea?
Martin, I have the whole scope of human knowledge available to me, and I'd struggle to give you a simple answer to most of this stuff. And even if I am omniscient, I'm starting to realize that doesn't mean objective.
I guess it's hard not to bring your own baggage to this sort of thing.
I don't know if it could even exist without the baggage. You want to talk about psychological projection, try viewing the metaphysical world through the lens of a being that is, by its very nature, a reflection of your own obsessions and fears.
Yeah, alright, I get it. But what about the real world? Were they right?
I'm not sure I follow.
I mean, right, if none of this had happened, if the world had just carried on, what would have happened? Was all that fear justified?
I can't know the future, Martin, not even a hypothetical one.
But you know what was going on, what was happening. Out of everyone, you're the best place. You've got the info to make a pretty damn educated guess.
I don't know what you want me to say, Martin. Yes, it was bad, worse than most people thought, and things were only going to deteriorate. Was the end of humanity actually imminent? Probably not. But we were well on the way, and it would have been the end of an awful lot of things.
So you don't think it would have been the end of the world?
The end of the world. Now there's a concept. Everything ends, I suppose. Even this place can't last forever. Eventually, it will die as well.
You're starting to sound like Simon.
No. He was always looking towards the infinite, but I'm not sure there is such a thing. If I try, I can see the edges of reality, but I can't hold its full scope in my mind.
And beyond it?
Beyond what? Reality?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe nothing.
John?
What?
Do you know if, like, gods, religion, the afterlife, all that stuff, do you know if any of that was real?
Really rolling out the big questions today.
Sorry, it's just, this place just brings it out in me, I guess.
If there is a god, or gods, or an existence beyond this world, the eye can't see it. It sees the fear of it, but nothing of its truth.
So, is that a no?
It's an I don't know. Although, people's faith, it hasn't saved them. Not here.
True.
Why do you ask? Didn't think you were at all religious.
No, I'm not. Mum was, but I don't know. With everything going on, it certainly feels less far-fetched. Besides, at this point, I'd take any help we can get.
I don't know how kindly any god would look upon what we've done.
Thanks for that.
Sorry.
Let's get out of here. This place is making me a bit too existential.
Wait.
What?
Where we're going, the next domain, I've been meaning to tell you, but it's
Spit it out, John.
Basira and Daisy. We're close.
Wait, what? Wait, really? That's brilliant. What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Things aren't good.
Oh my goodness, really? And here was me thinking the apocalypse was going oh so swimmingly.
Yes, all right. I just meant...
I know what you meant. I can still be keen to see our friends.
True.
Besides, we can help them now.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Take it easy.
What? I'm going at a normal pace. You're the one that's slowing down.
I am not.
You are. You're dragging your feet. What's up? What aren't you telling me?
Martin, please. I'm trying to find our way to Basira.
Talk to me, John.
I'm fine.
Glad to hear. And the fact that we're hunting our friend in a domain of the hunt isn't getting to you at all? Not even a little bit?
I don't like betraying someone's trust like this.
It's not a betrayal if you're doing it to help.
I'm not so sure.
Look, if it was me in her shoes, I'm sure I'd forgive you. It's for the best. Look, you'll feel better about it when it's done. Okay? Putting it off, it's just going to make you feel worse. Besides, I thought the hunt was meant to make you go faster.
Depends on the type of pursuit. Besides, the chase isn't really the point of this particular place.
Oh, no?
No.
I can't believe I'm asking this, but what is the point, then?
Have you ever had your friends turn on you? People you thought you could count on?
I mean, I worry about it, but actually, no. Not like a full-blown betrayal or anything.
I'm glad. Because this place focuses on that worry, that fear of your own pack turning their claws on you.
Is that really a hunt thing?
Can be. The old divisions don't mean as much these days. Maybe they never did. The domains are smaller, more personal than the powers. They don't just feed on the worst fears of the people trapped there, they're shaped by them too. It's enough to fear the domain itself, if not the entire power behind it.
We should get that on a mug. You don't have to fear the hunt to be trapped here.
But it helps.
So can we just move on?
Soon.
Look, John, I didn't want to say this, but we either need to move on or you need to tell me what's going on, because I think we're being followed.
We are.
Oh, okay. That's not what I wanted to actually hear.
I know, that's why I didn't mention it before.
Oh my God. But we're safe, right?
As long as you remain calm, yes. Absolutely.
So are you going to tell me what's going on? What the plan is?
We're going to find Basira.
No, John, that's the goal. What I want is the plan. The steps in between that need us to be hunted through the woods. I'm flying blind here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do know what I'm doing.
How nice for you, but I don't unless you tell me. How are we even going to approach Basira?
It's tricky. She's had a bad time.
I mean, haven't we all?
No. No, we haven't.
Right.
If we approach her directly, she's likely to bolt. And she can move a lot quicker than we can.
Yeah, okay, but I'm still not hearing a plan as such. What?
Hold on.
Oh my God, are you actually serious right now?
I'm sorry.
Fine, I'll keep a lookout. Be quick.
I'll do my best. I'm done. You alright?
Just peachy. I don't know, I feel like I saw something in the trees.
You did.
Oh, fantastic. You're very reassuring, you know that? Is it that pack thing you were talking about?
No, they'd have no interest in us. We're not one of them.
Look, John, if you know what it is, then why don't you just tell
Hold
me? So, no, John, you just did a statement. I don't care if you want another one.
Martin.
You've got to move.
Right. Martin, do you trust me?
What? Oh, Christ, this can't be good. Yes?
Then it's very... Listen, look at me. The next couple of minutes are going to be quite unpleasant for one of us, and I'm sorry.
So, what?
You need to remain very calm, and don't make any sudden movements.
Well, okay, now I'm worried. What do you...
Don't move. Don't you fucking move. And don't you say a word or I'll cut him open. I know what the voice of yours can do, so shut it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can talk. But slow like. You try and do any of that word magic and he's dead.
Understood. Hello, Trevor.
John? What's going on?
It's okay. Trust me.
Okay.
It's not okay. Stop fucking smiling.
John, I know you keep saying we're safe, and I am feeling very calm. But just so I know, can he kill me?
He could, yes.
Right.
If he was still a hunter.
Shut it. Of course I'm still a hunter.
Gotta go with Trevor on that one, John.
No. Right now he's prey. How long have you been running now, Trevor?
Dunno. Too long.
And Julia?
Dead.
I'm sorry.
Shut it. Should have been me. I'm old. Slow. It's not fair outliving her. But that dog of yours, that rabid bitch, she knew. Killed her first so she could see me limp away. It's a game to her.
If you're looking for my pity, I'm afraid you're too late.
John?
What I want is to make you feel the same loss.
John?
It's okay, Martin. Maybe I spoke too soon. Perhaps I do have some pity for you. After all, I know you, Trevor. You've had a tough life. Hardship from beginning to its strange and twisted end.
Never complained.
No, you haven't, have you? And maybe that's the greatest tragedy of all this. I'm sorry, Trevor.
For what?
For putting us all in this situation. I had hoped you'd go for me, but, well, I'm sorry I've reduced you lower even than prey.
John?
No!
To bait.
Oh, Christ! He just
relax, Martin.
I'm not gonna relax. I'm sick of never knowing what's going on, and then.
Hello, Basira.
Basira?
Don't move, either of you.
Hey! Whoa, Basira! It's us.
I said don't move. This place plays tricks.
It is us, Basira.
Mm-hmm, sure. And you just happened to wander into Trevor's path while I was tracking him. What a fun coincidence for everybody.
Not a coincidence.
Can I at least put my hands down? My arms are kind of getting tired.
Prove you're real.
What? Like, pinch you or...
Prove you're really Martin Blackwood.
How?
You could do a poem.
Shut up.
John, this is serious.
What's something only Martin would know?
What? I don't know.
Fine.
No, wait. God, I don't know. We've never hung out much. I've no idea what you know about me.
What about you?
I mean, I can know literally anything, so ask away, I guess.
You understand how unhelpful that is for proving identity.
I'm sorry to be an inconvenience.
Well, you better think of something, or...
Basira, I know you're not going to shoot us. There's already too much doubt in your mind.
I told you before not to look into my head.
So you do believe it's me, then?
Know-it-all prick.
So, can I...
Yeah, put them down, Martin. It's fine, you're you.
Oh.
You're sure?
If you were monsters, that would mean I'd get to finally kill something with your smug face. No way am I that lucky.
Can't fault your logic.
Come on, you've wasted enough time already.
Hey, wait!
I said, come on.
What? John?
After you.
Look, this is ridiculous, Basira. Can we please just talk?
No.
Why not?
Martin.
No, John, enough is enough. It has been hours and not a bloody word. We have been slogging our way through literal nightmares to find you, Basira. There's been plagues and wars and monsters, and we've been worried sick. It has been awful, and the least
Can't
that
have
we
been that bad.
What?
You look fine to me.
Excuse me?
How unhealthy were the shoulders lean on every step of the way?
Basira!
Martin, leave it. Trust me, she's been through a lot more than we have.
It's not a competition. Christ, I just wanted to talk, that's all.
So talk?
I mean, stop and talk.
I'd love that, Martin. I really would. Unfortunately, you two cost me my only lead on Daisy, and I need to find her before she moves on. So unless you have something useful to say...
Daisy's not here. She's already moved on.
What?
See, this is exactly the kind of thing that comes up when we talk.
Martin!
I told you, I know everything now, more or less. I can see her with my,
magic horror vision?
Sure.
It's actually been amazingly useful so far.
So you can control it now?
Yes.
So, we know she's not here, and John can find her wherever she goes. It sounds to me like we actually do have a moment to talk, You might not care, but it is good to see you, Basira. It has been a long time since we saw a friendly face.
Friendly wasn't what I was going for.
All I'm saying is, it's nice to find someone we can trust again. Ever since everything went to hell, it's just
Yeah,
been...
about that. You caused this, didn't you? Don't give me that look. You know what I mean. Did you mess up the world? Yes or no?
Yes.
God damn it! I knew it was you. I knew it.
Basira...
I didn't mean to. Elias was... We were all playing out this big ritual for him, with me as the linchpin. The gate.
Oh, you didn't mean to. Oh, that's alright then. Christ, I should have known. I should have just let Daisy take you out at the start.
You don't mean that?
No? I don't know. Maybe. If I had, it would have stopped all this, wouldn't it?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
I thought you knew everything.
He can't do hypotheticals.
And if I killed you now?
What did I just say?
You couldn't. And even if you could, it wouldn't be enough to undo what's happened to the world.
So, what? You're the immortal god of this messed up little hellscape now?
God might be stretching it. But I am more powerful now, yes.
Brilliant.
Okay, well, since we're talking, I was wondering... I don't know if I missed it, or if you both just assumed that I knew, since you knew already, but, well...
Spit it out.
What was the deal with Trevor? Why was he... I mean, I'm not really sure what happened back there.
Seriously. You brought him here and you didn't brief him, Mr. All-Seeing Eye.
Oh, he just keeps being vague and ominous.
Well, some things don't change then.
It was a courtesy. I wasn't sure what you'd be comfortable with me sharing.
Oh, how generous.
Basira... We want to help you.
So when everything went sideways at the Institute, I lost track of Daisy and Julie in one talk. I know Daisy managed to kill her, but I don't know the details. Didn't find any sign of them in the archives, at least.
It was about a week later. They'd been stalking each other through the tunnels beneath the city. Daisy managed to corner her in an old subway access and tore out her throat. Trevor found the body 3 hours later.
Do you want to tell it?
Sorry. I thought you'd want me to fill in on the missing details.
I don't. Anyway, seems like since then, Trevor was tracking Daisy. Wanted revenge, you heard him. I was still in the Institute when everything went to hell outside, so I guess that protected me from the first wave. Once I saw what had happened, that we'd lost. Didn't feel like there was anything left worth doing except keeping my promise to Daisy. So I went looking. Found Trevor's trail eventually and started tailing him. Hoped I could follow him as he tracked Daisy, but then you had to blunder your way in as always, and I had to step in.
Sorry.
It's his fault. He used you to bait Trevor, to bait me.
Wait, I'm sorry, you used me as bait?
I used us as bait. I didn't know which one he'd go for.
I mean, yeah, sure, but only one of us was aware of the plan.
I'm sorry, I was going to tell you, but then I got distracted, and then we were within earshot of him, and I couldn't say anything, and I mean, you would have agreed, right?
That's not the point, John.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I understand.
You done?
Can we not have a moment?
No, John, we can't. This is a chase, remember? Time is a factor.
Less than you might think. So what happens next?
What do you think? You just cost me my only lead to Daisy. All I have now is you, and you owe me.
So I guide you to Daisy.
Is she close?
When did I become everyone's sat-nav?
John.
Yeah, right. No, not really. She was here, but the corridors of this place are... Rushing isn't going to close the distance faster. It's more about how we choose to move through these domains rather than our speed.
What does that mean?
I've been with him the whole way and I still don't know.
It means we'll reach her quicker if you stop tearing off and let me concentrate on finding a proper path through this place.
Yeah, speaking of, where actually are we, anyway? I mean, I'm happy to be out of the woods, but...
Wonderland House. A, mental health facility.
Oh. Oh dear.
Mm-hmm. Right, Daisy. Give me a moment.
So... Did you actually walk all the way down here from Scotland?
Kind of. Scotland's not really a thing anymore.
Huh. London's still there. Sort of.
Yeah, that's where we're heading. Eventually. He's been destroying other avatars on the way.
Oh. That's good, I guess. How's he doing it?
He's getting the eye to, like look at them. He just kind of drinks up all their fear and they, just sort of implode.
Sounds satisfying.
Yeah. Not sure how much good it does, though. And one of them was a kid.
John killed a kid?
What? No. I just mean, one of the avatars that we saw was like 13 or so.
That's messed up.
Yeah. We had to let him go because, well, I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it like, being with someone who can see the inside of your head?
Oh, no, he doesn't. I told him not to, and so he tries to look away.
And you trust him to do that?
Yes, I do.
So what's your plan?
Long term. Elias. He's up in that Panopticon tower thing.
Figures as much. What's he up to?
John doesn't know. He says it's a blind spot.
A blind spot?
Apparently.
Convenient. What about Melanie?
He's not sure about her either. He can't see her or Georgie.
Dead, then?
No, not dead. Just hidden somehow.
Back with us, then.
I know the route. Come on. It will take us past Daisy's victim.
Victim?
She's been killing.
What? No, that can't be right. I thought people weren't even allowed to die anymore.
Not permanently, but...
What is it?
Really? Now?
I'll try to be quick.
What's going on?
He needs to make a statement.
Is that like a euphemism, or...?
Ew, no, it's, he sort of describes the place he's in to the recorder, and... Look, it's magic eye stuff. He can't help it. He needs to do it, and if he doesn't...
He gets constipated?
Hardly.
Actually, yeah, basically.
Right.
Look, if you can both just give me some space, I would appreciate it.
Fine. I'll keep lookout.
No. If it's information about this domain, I think I'd better hear it.
If you say so. Satisfied?
Fuck. No, I get that bit. It's just... So the guy was mad, or...?
No, I mean, yes. It's sort of like gaslighting, but in reverse. This place, it's built on the fear that your mental health problems aren't actually real.
Wouldn't that be a good thing?
No, I'm not explaining it very well. It's the worry that everything is awful and it's actually your fault. That you made it up. That you're...
What?
Bad therapists. Let's just say it's the fear of bad therapists filtered through the spiral.
That's a lot more nuanced than I've gotten used to since everything went wrong.
Yes, well, the spiral is nothing if not insidious.
Is that door meant to be open? And dripping blood?
We're here.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes. Horrible way to go.
You sure this is Daisy's handiwork?
Positive. She'd been prowling around for a long time, waiting for a gap in the treatments. And when she got one, she carved through the door like it was paper. He tried to run, but she was so fast. She took his legs first, slicing through the tendons.
Enough.
So that he could...
We get it. Let's go then.
Wait, what? That's it?
What else is there?
Seriously? I mean, who is this guy? Daisy slaughters someone and you don't even want to know why? You don't care?
Don't have time.
I could tell you.
Don't bother. I know who he is.
What?
Noah Thompson. It's a nasty piece of work. Crossed him a few times when we weren't doing section work. Last I heard, he dodged the GBH charge Daisy brought him in on. Blinded a guy during a robbery. I guess she didn't forget.
Wait, so she's hunting down criminals? People who she thinks got away with stuff?
Sure.
Really? As simple as that?
What's your point?
What, you think he ended up at Wonderland House at random? We're just going to ignore it and write him off as a nasty piece of work?
We don't have time for this.
Then we should make time. You want to hear how he ended up blinding that man? Because it wasn't a robbery. He was running away from Daisy, lashing out in a panic. The court believed it, but you believed her.
I told you not to look in my head.
I didn't, and I won't. But you can't hunt a monster that you refuse to see.
Not interrupting anything, am I?
Christ, Helen, you scared the life out of me.
Sorry, darling.
Not now, Helen.
I'm sorry to butt in, but I was paying a visit to dear old Dr. David. You know, this place goes through nurses at an alarming rate, and I couldn't help but overhear your little problem.
Really don't need your opinion on this.
Good to see you too, Basira. You're looking well. And don't worry, I've no interest in your little ethical wobbles. No, I mean your issue with a certain feral runaway. I can help you if you'd like.
No, thank you.
What sort of help?
You can't be serious.
See, John, this is what I like to see. A proactive attitude, keen to work together. Someone really living their best apocalypse.
I asked you a question.
You did, didn't you? I can offer a shortcut. Take you right to that murder machine you call a partner.
Basira, John can't go through Helen's doors. We couldn't come with you.
Basira is a strong, independent woman. She doesn't need you two holding her hand. Anyway, it'll be dead quick. 2 minutes, door to door, quick shot to the back of Daisy's head and we'll be home before you know it.
You just heard what the spiral does to people. You can't trust her.
Nonsense. Martin can vouch for me. You and, what's his name, went through Michael's door, right? And he was rubbish compared to me.
We were in there for 2 weeks.
Exactly. And you're just fine. Better than fine. Flourishing.
You really don't care, do you?
All right, be like that. Under new management. Anyway. So what's it going to be, Basira, darling? Quick and easy? Or are you looking to take the long way round as the third wheel?
I'll stick with the guys. Thanks.
Such a shame. And here I thought you were actually going to follow through. Oh well. Good luck. And do give my best to Daisy, if you ever do find her.
You done?
Oh, John, not to sound like a squeaky hinge, but do try to lighten up. Don't get me wrong, the brooding thing's good luck on you, but it is starting to get a bit tired, especially now you've got someone else to do the intense driven thing. I think you might need to get a new shtick.
Thank you for the feedback. I'll try to bear it in mind.
It's all I ask. Anyway, I should be off. Don't want to be late for rounds. Ciao.
Is it me or is she getting worse? I think I preferred it when she wasn't quite so, I don't know, chummy?
What? You thought the end of the world would bring out the best in her?
Now, can we just go?
Sure. This way.
You're sure she came through here?
Have I steered you wrong so far?
I don't know, do I? We haven't actually found her yet.
We're getting closer.
Great.
Would you both just keep it down, please?
They're not aware of us, Martin. I keep telling you.
Yeah, I know, but it's not okay to talk as though they're not there. They're still people.
Technically a lot of them actually aren't people.
Come again?
A lot of them are created by this place as, set dressing, I suppose. This domain, the fear of it requires these queues, this intricate, hateful bureaucracy of hundreds of thousands of doomed souls. It needs far more than the number of people who actually ended up here.
Wait. So it just makes the rest of them up?
Maybe 1 in 100 or so are actually real. The rest are there to make those people's fears more acute.
That's somehow more disturbing.
How do you tell which is which?
I mean, you could ask me, I suppose. But I don't really see the point. Would it help you to know whose suffering is real and whose is just a grim reflection?
No.
Well, there you go then.
Why are they queuing?
I mean, I've been keeping us away from those rooms, but... well, it's a factory of the flesh, Martin. Use your imagination.
No, I don't think I will.
Wise.
So who's in charge here?
Not anyone you're familiar with. We won't be meeting them.
You're not going to...
No. Even if I wanted to, he's in the, main processing room, and believe me when I say that's not somewhere you want to be.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, God, I hate all of these loose ends.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. We'll just have to tie them all up in one go. Around Elias's neck.
Which way?
Left. Just up ahead. Although, actually you might want to head through that door and wait.
Again? Already?
There's a lot of fear in this place.
What's in there?
Tool cupboard. Safe enough place to wait?
Fine.
No.
What the hell sort of tools are those?
Flesh factory, remember?
New plan. We wait in the corridor. You go in the spike cupboard and tell your story to all the hooks and stuff.
Fine. Just don't wander off. Well, could be worse. At least they're clean.
I know you find it hard with... Done already?
Yes. Talking about me?
I assume that's a rhetorical question.
I am trying to keep my powers to myself.
Sure.
I was just giving Basira some advice.
Avatars are from Mars and humans are from Venus, that sort of thing.
I mean, yeah, sort of. Well, we were pretty much done anyway.
Great. Well, in that case, shall we move on?
After you.
Right.
Excuse me.
Martin, they can't hear you.
I know, John. It's not the point.
All right. Next one's through here.
Next one.
Her latest victim.
Oh.
Recognize her.
No. I don't think I do.
That wasn't a question. It was an instruction. We can't move on until you do.
John, what are you getting at?
This isn't just a journey through spaces.
Fine, I recognize her. I don't know her name, though.
Isabel Moran. Shoplifter, drug addict. Daisy was certain she was dealing as well. Derailed her recovery twice.
Fine. Noted. Can we just move on, please?
I'm afraid not.
Why not?
We aren't finished here.
Is that a threat?
Guys, come on, don't do this, not here.
I told you before, we can't hunt a monster you refuse to see.
Don't give me that patronizing, ominous oracle bullshit, John. I'm not an idiot.
I never said you were.
Guys.
Look, I need you to lead the way. I don't need your advice, and certainly don't need you stood there judging me.
Enough! Someone has died. Show some respect. Or don't you care?
Of course I fucking care. What's the problem?
I don't understand.
I don't need him laying everything out for me like I'm some kind of idiot. I know, alright? Daisy's the only person I could ever rely on, and she did things, terrible things, and I refused to see it, or said it was my duty, or whatever. I don't know.
Sarah.
I care, I don't need to wallow in it. I need to end it. All of it.
We're here for you.
No. She was there for me.
Cops versus robbers and monsters.
I thought we were doing good. I really did. I knew there was some bad shit. I knew Daisy was into a lot of it, but I thought it balanced out. I thought we were good.
I know how that feels.
I wanted to help people, you know? When I first joined, protect people. But then I saw what some of those same people were capable of, and something changed. I wanted to hurt them. The ones that deserved it, and it felt good. It felt righteous. I thought I could feel the line, but I really did. Eventually, though, it was too much. I was gonna quit. I couldn't take what I saw myself becoming, but then I got sectioned, and suddenly it turned out there were real monsters out there, and well, that just made the power feel better. So things kept slipping. But Daisy was always there for me.
All those innocent people.
Were they? Innocent?
Some. And if not, what crime warrants what was done to them? Theft, violence, disrespect.
You knew her. She was trying to be better.
She was. But she never asked me to forgive her.
Forgive her?
I've been scared. Terrified for my life so many times these last few years, but I've never, not once, felt so horribly, abjectly powerless as when she took me into that forest to kill me. I'll never forget it.
You never said.
It's not easy to talk about.
Oh, John.
And would you have forgiven her?
No. But she never asked me. She knew she had no right.
I really am gonna have to kill her, aren't I?
There's no way to bring her back. Not anymore. At this point, if I tried to take away her fear, it would destroy her anyway.
Am I even gonna be able to?
Yes.
And she stays dead?
In this case, yes.
What about the powers?
Dream logic, remember? She won't come back. Trust me.
Does she want me to kill her?
She asked you to, didn't she?
No, I mean right now. Is she suffering?
No. Right now, she's happy.
Killing her won't undo any of it. But it's not the point.
No one gets what they deserve. Not in this place. They just get whatever hurts them the most. Even me.
Can we move on now?
Yes. I believe we can. This way.
She's here then?
Basira, I didn't hear you.
No. I figured you wouldn't when you were busy.
I thought you were keeping watch.
I was. Watched you sneak away.
Sorry.
You apologize too much.
Martin says the same thing.
Like he's any better. Why didn't you want me to hear this one?
What?
You weren't as cagey about the other ones. Meaning you wanted to keep this one secret. Because this one was Daisy's victim.
Yes.
Didn't think you knew what the statement was going to be before it happened.
I just had a sense of it.
So, what? You thought I'd hear he was a murderer and I'd agree with her? Maybe I'd figure she was doing the Apocalypse a favor by taking him out.
I don't know what I thought.
Sure.
I don't know, alright? I was worried that if you listened, it might feel like an accusation. After everything we've already talked about, I mean, what good would it do for you to hear? What's in this one that you don't already know? People have their reasons for doing wrong. The system hurts everyone. It just seemed kind of pointless.
Yeah, I guess.
Honestly, I just wanted to avoid this conversation.
Should have been sneakier then.
Yeah. Never been my strong suit, has it?
How many times have you been kidnapped at this point?
It depends if you...
Say it.
Depends if you count Daisy. So, you did hear it then?
Yeah.
What did you think? Did it help?
With what?
I don't know.
Me neither.
Hey, she's here.
What? Now?
Yeah, she just tore into a guy. He was.
Yes, we understand, Martin.
You didn't think this was worth mentioning?
I didn't notice. I was talking to you.
Fine, whatever. Let's go.
a good enough angle. We can try and sneak round to the other side of the furnaces. But then the smoke wouldn't cover us.
Shut up. I just need to focus.
All right.
Oh.
Take your time.
I will do as soon as you shut up. The hell was that?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
What happened?
I thought you were about to fire.
So you gasped just in case?
Look, it's a tense situation, all right? I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm not a sniper.
God damn it.
Basira, are you sure you're up to this? It doesn't need to be right now. We can always back off, regroup, wait for a better situation, one where she isn't elbow deep in some poor sod's corpse.
Don't do that.
Sorry.
What am I missing here?
He knows as well as I do that the only reason we're even able to get this close is because she's busy with a kill. There isn't going to be a better opportunity.
Now or never, then?
Yeah. I made her a promise.
You need to be certain.
I am. Would you stop staring at me like that?
Like what?
Like you've looked inside my head and you don't like what you see.
If that's an accusation, then you're wrong. I don't do that.
Right. Like you're suddenly given infinite power and no consequences. And that's when you decide to start respecting people's privacy.
Is that really so hard to believe?
Yeah, John, it is.
Guys.
If you have something you want to say, good boy, just say it.
Look, I know it's hard, and you have your reasons, but
Guys.
it is not my fault that you can't bring yourself...
Shut up! Both of you!
What?
She's gone.
Wait, what? Oh. Oh, no.
Get down!
Daisy!
Out
no!
of the way!
Let it go!
Get out of the way!
Take the shot!
No, you'll hit John!
Take the shot, Basira! Basira, do it!
Don't!
Can't! Daisy, stop! Please!
Basira.
Oh, God. Daisy.
Daisy, please, let me go.
Or not. Or not.
Sarah.
I know.
But John...
I know! Just give me a second.
Basira.
She knows who I am. She recognizes me.
Basira!
Daisy, come back to us. You can come back. Please.
Basira. Come on.
What?
Come. Got to get them.
Sure, just let him go.
Oh, John, oh, shit. Okay, I've got you. Sorry. You need to keep pressure on that leg while I sort this. Okay.
Daisy, please. John, can you do anything?
Basira.
I'm sorry I told you. She's too deep. I can't do anything, not without killing her.
Daisy, it's me. Come on, please.
Partner. Come.
Oh. I see.
What?
She wants me to join her in the hunt.
What? Is that even possible?
Yes. I can feel it in the blood.
Basira.
I can't leave her like this. She's always had my back. Always.
Basira, don't, please.
Not now. Not after everything.
Basira, now.
I can't.
Basira.
Basira,
Shut up.
I'm sorry, I know...
Shut up.
No, Basira, wait. John's leg,
Let
Basira!
her go. Is it awful that I wish she'd recognised me?
Daisy?
Yeah, I mean, we were friends there, sort of, near the end. We went through so much, and I wish I could have actually said goodbye.
Would it have made you feel any better about any of it?
I don't know, maybe. It's hard to know how I feel about anything these days.
We said our goodbyes to Daisy after the Institute. This was just dealing with all the stuff she left behind.
I suppose.
Come on. I need to patch that leg up properly. The last thing we need is a limp slowing us down. Of course, that's assuming the bandages haven't transformed into snakes or something.
No, they're fine.
I'd forgotten we had them, to be honest. I packed them before I realised what a celebrity you were out here. I was starting to think I'd never need them. I'm surprised she could hurt you all.
Yes, that came as a bit of a shock to me as well, actually.
You didn't know?
I didn't think to check, just sort of assumed it was safe.
That's a pretty big assumption, John.
Apparently. I mean, I know it sounds strange, but it felt right for Daisy to be able to hurt me.
Dream logic again?
The resonances from our relationship before the change carried over and...
Hold still. How are you doing?
How do you think?
Sure.
I'm going to stay here. Burn the body.
Of course, we can wait. I still need to,
No, you go on. I'll make my own way to London.
What? No, don't be daft. It's not a problem for us to wait while you deal with it.
Please, just go.
Wait. Seriously?
Basira, if you travel on your own, if you're not with us, I can't guarantee your safety.
Good.
Basira, getting yourself hurt isn't going to help anyone.
It's just something I have to do. You said follow the tower, right?
Right.
No, this is ridiculous. You could die.
I'll do my best not to.
This isn't a joke,
Martin,
Basira.
this is what she needs.
No, it's
It'll help me. All going well, I'll meet you both in London. He'll know where to find me.
So you won't mind if I check up on you sometimes?
If you must. But don't overdo it. I don't like being watched.
Understood. Come on then, Martin.
What? So that's it? We just head off and hope you make it?
Yeah.
Why don't we rest on it, I know we all need a moment, and John can barely
Honestly,
stand.
I'm starting to feel better already. Just need to stretch it out a bit.
We're not doing this.
Martin, please.
You'd better look after yourself.
I will.
Come on. For what it's worth, I'm sorry it had to work out like this.
I'm not.
Hey, hang on.
Oh, right you are.
sorry, I just don't lose sight of you. You keep disappearing behind tombs and that.
I'll try to slow down.
Thank you. I'd really rather not end up lost in a... what do you call it?
A necropolis. It's like a cemetery, but all the tombs are above ground. New Orleans has a very impressive one. Well, had. It's usually for places where the ground floods often or is too swampy for burial.
Oh yeah, I'm sure this place is just here because of all the flooding swamps.
No, obviously, this place is a manifestation of...
No.
I understand. Of course.
Sorry, I've been hearing altogether too many of your statements lately, and...
Yeah, no, I get it.
Just a little break.
That's fair enough.
In fact, this time, when you start to intone, I'm gonna find a nice soundproof mausoleum and just chill with whatever horrors they've got lurking in there, you know. Maybe play a bit of I Spy or something. I'll start. I spy, with my little eye, something beginning with T.
Tombs.
Cheater.
I did not.
Your turn.
Fine. I spy, with my little eye, literally everything. Right. Sorry. Forgot. Levity's just off the cards. Mm-hmm. How are you doing? About...
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure how to feel. Just pressing on, you know?
I do.
You think she'll be okay without us?
Well, she's made it this far.
Yeah. I just worry.
Yeah, me too. But I'm keeping an eye on her, so...
Is that...
It's not for us. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, alright. Come on. Hey, I said slow down.
Sorry.
How exactly does a leg wound make you faster?
I just want to get through here quickly.
Really? I mean, it seems pretty calm, apart from... Wait, no, it's not more children, is it?
No, the necropolis is fine. I mean, well, obviously it's bad, it's horrible,
So why the hurry? Where are we going?
Well...
Oh, come on, don't play coy.
I'm not being coy, it's just, well...
Wait, are you excited?
A bit, maybe?
Why? What's next?
I don't know.
In what way?
All the ways. I don't know what's next.
What? But, like, you can see literally everything, so...
I can, but it's a blind spot. No idea why. I didn't realise until we got closer and I was looking at our route, but I can't see the area after the necropolis. None of it. It's like the inside of the Panopticon, or wherever Georgie and Melanie are hiding.
Or Annabelle.
Or Annabelle.
You think the others might be there?
I have no idea. It's a mystery.
Just so you know, this is an adorable look on you,
Yes.
by the way. Yes. Alright then, lead on, Scooby. Let's go solve a mystery. Woo!
Actually, hold on.
Of course.
Sorry to be a burden.
It's fine. Just stay in this avenue while you do it. I don't want to lose sight of you.
Of course.
Not when there's a mystery on the loose. Ooh.
Thank you. Right then. I'm done. Let's see what we've got.
Is that?
Looks like it.
No.
Oh, yes.
It can't be real.
And yet.
But it's... Yeah. It's like something out of a National Trust brochure.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it is National Trust. It was, anyway.
But you don't know for sure?
No. I can't see anything about it. If I had to guess... Upton House, maybe? I mean, country houses and stately homes Not exactly my specialist subjects.
But it's fine. It's better than find it. There are trees. Look, like real trees.
It's beautiful.
It's a trap.
No, it might be a trap. We just don't know.
John.
Yeah. We'll go around.
No. Let's check it out. I mean, obviously it can't be how it seems, but... well...
What if it is?
Exactly.
A beautiful oasis, untouched by the end of the world.
It's got to be worth a shot, right?
Thank you.
Don't fret it. It's just nice to see you like this. So, what now? I don't see a doorbell.
I'm not even sure this door actually opens.
But it should. It's the front door. Besides, it's the biggest one, so if it's not...
I mean, maybe they expect you to come in through the cafe, or... I mean, they usually have a little gift shop or something.
Okay, so where would they be?
No idea.
I thought you said you'd been here before.
I said I might have been, and even if I have, I was 12.
I'll tell you what, it's more convenient when you know everything.
Oh? Guess I was wrong.
Get ready.
Do what?
What do you mean, what? To smite them, if we need to. Wait, hang on, can you even smite people here?
I don't think so.
Oh. Oh, no,
Good morning.
Yes.
Come on in. He's waiting for you.
No. And who exactly...
John.
What?
I think... Annabelle Kane?
Come on. He's very excited, you know.
So do we follow, or...?
I suppose. Oh. So, Annabelle, what are you playing at? What are you doing here?
I really wouldn't worry about that. I'm just helping out around the place a little bit. Making myself at home. You know how it is.
John, I don't like this.
You can relax, Mr. Blackwood. You're safe here.
I don't feel it.
Not something I can help, I'm afraid.
Although... John, do you feel hungry?
Actually, I was going to say I'm feeling really tired.
Not surprising. When's the last time you slept?
I don't know. I mean, weeks ago. Months, maybe.
Well, there you go then. Justin here. Your guests are here, Michele.
Excellent. Come in. Ah, pleasure to meet both of you. Thank you, Annabelle.
You're quite welcome. Have fun.
Sorry. Michele Salesa?
The one and only. I must say, I have been
I did say this might happen.
You did. Well, so much for my big reveal. Shame. Ah, well. We can talk after they've slept, I suppose. And had a bath. And some food. No rush. We have all the time in the world. Interesting. Ah, of course. Come in.
Mr. Salesa?
Michele, please, come in. Did you sleep well? Have you had something to eat? Annabelle said she's shown you the pantry.
We slept. I don't know. How long's it been?
About 71 hours by my clock. How are you feeling?
Disorientated. It's like,
Like I've lost my sight, or
Well, you have, haven't you? Annabelle tells me you work for the Eye.
I wouldn't exactly say I work for it. Well, I mean, you say that, but when you stop to think about it, it was literally our employer, John, so... I suppose.
I like this one. Come on, sit down, have a drink.
You sure? What time is it? I can actually ask that question here.
You can indeed.
And the sun's high, so...
Good eye. Martin, was it?
Yes.
Well, Martin, it's about 10 in the morning, more or less.
And you're drinking?
Of course. Even in my little bubble of peace, I find drinking after dark leads to some rather morbid thoughts.
Right. What is this place?
I just told you, it's my little bubble. My silver lining on an otherwise cloudy day.
That's not an answer.
Now tell me, do you know why there's a tape recorder here? I noticed it just now, but I don't believe I actually own one.
Not really. They sort of just follow us round?
Interesting. Did you carry it in? Things shouldn't be able to manifest in here like that.
You had one in your bag, I think, Martin. Did you drop it here? I don't think so.
Very well. In that case, we shall leave it to be. It's hardly valuable, and it's probably best not to upset whatever it might be involved with. Besides, I have no secrets to hide.
So you wouldn't mind answering a few questions?
I'm an open book.
In my experience, open books can actually be pretty dangerous.
I do like this one. Now you mention it. You actually remind me of Jürgen a bit. In his younger days, of course. You sure you won't have a drink? We definitely had some tea around here somewhere.
I already had some, thank you. Some of us know how to be polite guests. I don't intend to accept anything offered by Annabelle Kane.
Oh, you know Annabelle.
Sort of. You do know she's part of the web?
No. I assumed the thread holding her head together was due to a childhood knitting accident. Of course I know she's with the web.
And that doesn't bother you?
Not especially. And even if it did, what good would it do?
So what's the deal with you two anyway?
It's an odd situation, but not a complicated one. Shortly after I decided to stay here, she arrived, wandered in from the chaos out there, and told me she was going to stay with me. I didn't get this far by pitting myself against the web, so I welcomed her in.
And?
And sometimes she cooks.
She cooks?
I don't know what you want me to say. It's a big house and I don't see her much. Can't even say which corner she's made her nest in. Whatever she's doing, all I can do is hope it doesn't wreck my little oasis. And if it does, then I hope that by keeping her in good graces, she'll at least do me the courtesy of killing me first. Anyway, let us talk of happier things. Or perhaps just take a moment to enjoy not being out there. You are, of course, welcome to stay as long as you like.
That's very generous. What is this place? How did you find it?
I didn't find anything. I made it.
Tell me what happened.
No.
What?
The look on your face. Look, he's so confused.
Martin! Sorry. You did look kind of funny. It was like you were flunking an exam or something.
Yes, exactly that. Your powers won't work here, Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. The eye can't see this place.
So what now?
No need for the suspicion. I'm not going to hurt you. You're quite safe. I'll tell you soon enough. Like I said, I have no secrets. But it will be in my own time.
Right.
You know, Gertrude once used that little trick to ask if I was trying to sell her a forgery. Admittedly, I was, so I don't hold a grudge. But I didn't much care for the experience. Anyway, for now, just relax, and no doubt I'll get there eventually. I haven't had anyone to talk to properly in months.
Well, what about Annabelle?
She keeps mostly to herself, and when she does talk, it's usually more of the sinister monologue variety, or cryptically telling me I've got guests.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I'm trying to be less cryptic.
I know.
So what's it like out there? I assume the archivist must be a rather powerful position, since you seem to be traveling through it pretty freely.
It's,
John?
Sorry, I just,
It's bad. Really bad. It's all carved up between the powers, and everyone has just been sort of scooped up and chucked into their deepest fears. It's just nightmare after nightmare after nightmare, and... Why are you smiling?
I'm sorry. You're quite right. It's inappropriate. It's simply... I've spent the last decade preparing for this to happen. Not just something like this, but almost exactly this situation. There was every chance, in fact, the great likelihood, that I was wasting my time and throwing away years of my life on a ridiculous precaution. But I was right. I was right. And now here I am, safe, warm, and comfortable, while out there the whole world screams. I don't mean to sound as if I'm happy. The people are suffering.
Good, because it does sound a bit like that.
Then I apologize. I'm just not sure I can fully communicate the sense of vindication that I feel all those long nights I spent wondering if I was paranoid or overreacting. But no, I am here, and I am safe.
I mean, I guess that makes sense.
So what have you two? Where are you going? You seem to be traveling with some purpose.
Did Annabelle not tell you that?
She said you were traveling to the tower, the Panopticon, she called it? Whatever that might be. She didn't say what for. Nothing that might cause me trouble, I hope.
We're going to try and end this. Turn the world back.
Martin.
What? Okay? Maybe he can help. We could use some support, and it's not like he wants the world to stay like this either.
You are right. To a point. I would welcome a return to the real world. To be the only man to weather the greatest disaster in history of reality utterly unharmed. What an achievement that would be. Quite the boast. But alas, no. I can't help you.
What? Why not?
I have nothing to offer. Well, except perhaps some basic provisions. I have food, drink, a few luxuries, but none of that would help you out there, and I'm certainly not going to follow you. No, I think the best thing I can do is to welcome you to stay in my sanctuary as long as you wish.
Oh, well, thank you. I think we just might. John?
I can't use my powers here. I can't protect us.
Protect us from what?
It's going to be difficult to relax with a spider lurking around.
It gets easier with practice.
All right, I guess we can stay. Just for a bit.
Excellent. I haven't had guests since the world ended.
Lovely.
Oh, saying that, I suppose there was that insect thing that stumbled in here a month or so back.
Insect thing?
Some creature of the crawling rot. Anyway, it didn't actually make it into the house before Annabelle managed to get rid of it. So, I refuse to count it as a guest.
Suppose that makes sense?
Of course. I can't actually stop things crossing the border into my hideaway, as you both discovered. Another reason I'm content to leave Annabelle to whatever schemes she might be weaving.
How big is your safe zone? Is it always the same size? How did this happen?
Look at him. Not 3 days without his master spooning knowledge into his head, and he can't bear it. I thought ignorance was meant to be bliss.
Look, for what it's worth, I'd also quite like to know how all this happened.
Fine. I'll tell you how it happened. but you must sit quietly while I tell it.
Don't worry, I have had lots of practice.
And you?
He'll behave.
In the end, I find myself quite happy. I have supplies for a good few years, and then I plan to take my own life. I think perhaps that's the greatest blessing the camera can bestow. I can die here. Escape this place. Not yet, of course. And maybe the wine will do me in before I have to take matters into my own hands. But still, it remains a comfort. Anyway, no more stories, I think. Let us relax and talk and drink and not worry about who might be listening.
You sure we can't stay longer?
Yes, I've been, these last few days I've been getting weaker. Dizzy spells, vagueness, you've seen it. Being cut off from the eye, it's not good for me.
Yeah, but if you're that connected, that dependent, what happens if we actually, do manage to...
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, I just need us to be moving on.
All packed?
Oh, finally showing your face?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
All week you scuttle around with food and drinks and all that other stuff, whatever we need, and just when we need it, but if we actually try to talk to you, you're gone.
I'm very busy.
Martin, don't bother. We're not going to get any answers out of her.
You're joking, right? She's been lurking at the edges of this whole thing since the beginning, and now we can finally actually talk to her, and what, you're just going to pass? You don't have any questions, nothing at all. John? John!
Oh, yes, sorry. Look, it's no accident we finally meet face to face in the one place I can't get any answers out of her.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
Why are you here? What's your game?
Perhaps I just value my privacy.
Fine. Why did you call me before?
Perhaps I thought you could use a friendly voice.
Friendly? You told me John didn't need me.
Objectively true. And more importantly, perhaps I thought you might need a little bit of righteous indignation to help you power through the next steps.
I don't like being manipulated.
Then we probably aren't going to be friends.
Ugh.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry. The call was clumsy. There are so many things to keep track of at the moment. I must confess, it did lack my usual nuance.
And perhaps you're now just trying to humanize yourself so we underestimate your next move.
Perhaps.
So that's it then? We're just going to leave her here?
Yes.
We could make her tell us.
No, we couldn't. I don't have my powers, and if it came to a physical fight, I really don't rate our chances.
Hey, I can handle myself.
But can you handle me?
I don't like you.
I know.
God, fine. Come on, John.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
We're leaving.
Don't worry, Martin. We'll meet again. Hopefully when you're feeling a little bit more open-minded.
I wouldn't count on it.
I would.
That's the trouble with old houses, I suppose. Full of spiders.
You boys better take care of yourself. I'm sure we'll see each other again very soon. Here, why don't I show you out?
Fine.
You are off then.
Yes.
Thank you for all your hospitality.
You are sure you won't stay here a little longer? You're more than welcome.
No, I've got to, leave.
What he said.
Such a shame. And you are sure I can't give you a little something for the road? Food, wine?
No, thank you. nice things, they tend not to stay nice out there.
True enough. Well, best of luck, I suppose. And if in the end you can't save the world, you know where I am.
Actually, he doesn't.
Of course. What a shame. Well, then I guess it really is goodbye. Travel well. Don't be strangers.
Yeah, come on, John, let's go.
What? Oh, yes. Right. Yes.
Feeling better?
Yeah. I'm afraid I am.
Alright.
I'm sorry. It would have been nice to stay.
Yeah. I'd almost forgotten what it was like, you know? A bit of peace.
I mean, you could have...
No, don't say it, John. You know I never would. I can't just forget about all the people out here. Besides, I'd rather be trapped in a post-apocalyptic wasteland with you than spend one more moment in paradise with her.
That might just be the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Yeah. Come on. We got a job to do.
I suppose we do. Yeah. Pity.
What?
It's going away. That peace, the safety, the memory of ignorance.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Do you remember any of it? What's Lisa said, Annabelle?
Some, I think. It's, Do you mind filling me in?
Wait, you need me to tell you something for once?
I guess so. It's gone. Like a dream. What was it like?
Nice. It was really nice. Seriously?
Yep.
Not an hour from an oasis and we're already at sinister hospitals.
It's the next stop on our journey.
Of course it is, and of course there's no chance for a warm-up.
A warm-up?
Yeah, you know, something a bit more manageable, a chance to get our bearings a bit first.
What exactly did you have in mind?
I don't know. You know, like a creepy bus stop or something.
I'm afraid not. Truth be told, I'm actually feeling pretty great. Which isn't necessarily a good thing, I suppose.
Yeah, I know. We stayed in Salacious as long as you could.
A bit longer, actually. I was not really holding it together by the end.
Why didn't you say something?
It's fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, now?
I just thought, with Daisy and Basira, and you needed a break. Some time to process.
We both did. But apparently I'm the only one who got to.
It's okay. I deal with things differently these days. I just wanted to make sure that you were doing okay. Was I wrong to hold off?
No, you weren't. Just getting the chance to sleep again was... Oh well. Good while it lasted. Come on then. Nightmare Hospital it is.
Would it help if I told you we were actually starting to get a bit closer to London? Well, what was London?
Actually, yes. That does help a bit. How many more?
It depends on a few, at least.
Right. Right, let's get on with it then. Okay. Could be worse.
Good.
Worse. It got worse.
Martin,
much
be
worse.
polite. Hello?
Pleasure, yes. Hello. I am Dr. Doe, Jane. Welcome into my hospital, Inspector.
Inspector?
You have come here to over-observe, yes? To Inspector.
I suppose so, yes.
Then follow. Let us tour our well-being center. Keep your screams inside if you want to be polite.
Right.
It's a beautiful building.
Do not insult me.
Okay. What's it called?
Called?
The hospital.
St. Bleeding Center for Well-Being.
Right.
Martin, keep your eyes forward. I'm the doctor.
Seriously, she's all
Better
kinds
than
of
what's
horrible.
in the rooms. Trust me.
Right.
You must look in here to see one of our 400 operating theaters, where we ensure any well-being is swiftly and awfully dispatched.
Right.
Sometimes it's an anatomical wellness. Sometimes the well-being they possess is mental. In both cases, we have grinding machines and anti-trained doctors on nails to deal with it. Nobody who comes into the hospital leaves right, or at all.
Oh, good.
Good Lord.
It is a thing to look at, isn't it? How much do they suffer, Inspector?
What?
I help to cure them of their well-being, but I cannot know if my work is appreciated. I can only guess at fear. You know. Does it work? Do they hurt?
Yes. Yes, they hurt.
This pleases me.
Is there... is there anything here that isn't surgeries?
There are all sorts of machines, plenty of medicine.
Any, wards? Beds, maybe?
Sometimes rooms. Sometimes we throw them in a pit.
Pit, right, yeah.
We have a canteen.
Don't ask about the canteen.
Wasn't going to ask about the canteen.
Dr. Doe, thank you so much for the tour.
There is more.
Oh. Good.
John. Oh, wait, John, over there, is that,
He is a janitor. You are allowed to ignore him.
Right. John. Right. Doctor, is there an empty room he can use, please?
What is he doing?
He needs to talk about all the horrible things this place does.
Oh, wonderful. This way.
Excuse me, Doctor. Just cleaning up.
Oh, I'm not a doctor.
Whatever. I got work to do.
Hang on, are you... Wait, which one are you? Hope or...
Brecon. Hope's dead. Do I know you?
Hope's dead. Bit on the nose, isn't it?
Glad losing half my existence has given you a funny little metaphor.
Oh, well, I mean, that's not actually a metaphor per se, so...
Piss off.
Oh, I'm sorry, am I supposed to be sympathising? After everything you two did to people?
Guess not. Who you waiting for? Maybe I can rip them away from you. See how you like it.
You're welcome to try.
Wait. No, I do know you. We gave you a delivery, didn't we? Years back. You're one of Magnus's lot, right?
I was, yes.
Wait. So does that mean in there, the archivist?
That's right.
I'll wait with you.
I thought you had work to do.
Just spreading the smell around. Doesn't matter. None of it matters.
Right.
Hello again, Brecon.
Yeah.
He hasn't been bothering you, has he, Martin?
Well...
Nah. Just been chatting.
Naturally. So you've come to me?
Didn't mean to.
No, but you have. Is there something you want? Isn't there?
Yeah.
Say it.
Kill me.
Wait, what?
The way I figure, you're the one who made all this. So if anyone can end it, you can. Can you do it?
Yes. I can.
But like, why would you want him to? Isn't this whole thing like a dream come true for all of you monsters?
You think I dream of mopping floors? No. I'm a delivery man. We arrive somewhere, deliver terror and death, then leave, never to be seen again. Not much call for that now everyone's in their little kingdoms. Maybe if we were complete, we could have done something. But as is, no. Can't say I want this to be my forever.
I see.
Besides, it hurts all the time. The eye won't ever stop watching, and it isn't great for an anonymous thing like us. Like me.
Very well. I warn you, though, it will hurt.
Only until it doesn't, though, right?
Right.
Good luck.
Whatever.
Ceaseless watcher, gaze upon this thing, this lost and broken splinter of fear. Take what is left of it as your own, and leave no trace of it behind. It is yours.
Right.
I suppose we should find Dr. Doe. Finish our tour.
Do we have to?
Probably not.
I don't really know how to feel about that.
About Brecon?
Yeah.
Me neither. I didn't enjoy it, but I don't know. Almost felt like doing a favour for an old friend.
An old friend who hated us?
I guess. Maybe we don't have to feel any way at all. Come on. This place is starting to get to me.
Oh, bugger off.
Everything all right?
Oh, no, what even is that? It's like Escher ate a bad cathedral and threw up everywhere.
It's a building. A tower. In a sense.
Oh, yeah, and what sense might that be?
The tarot sense.
Really?
What? No? Sorry, it felt like a good line.
No, it was. I don't know. You did the look, and it's fine. Sorry. What's the deal, though? Parts of it almost looked like
the Institute.
Yeah.
Yes. It makes sense. After all, it was built on the ruins of what Robert Smirk constructed.
Smirk? What? No, but surely he's
dead. Yeah, I mean, yes. Very much so. This place is an homage, shall we say. A monument. To him and those like him who tried to categorize the world with themselves at the center. In so doing, constructed the architecture of its suffering.
Bit of a mouthful.
Would you prefer I described it as a cascading recursion of shifting arrogance and hubristic dead ends?
I would.
Hello, Helen. Might have guessed you'd be into weird architecture. Very much your area of expertise, no?
Depends. Would you describe petulant poet as your area of expertise? I am weird architecture. Anyway, where have you been? I've been looking for you, but you both just vanished.
Ah. Right, I see.
I was so looking forward to catching up after that whole Basira and Daisy thing, but then you both disappear. I'd be very keen to know how you managed that little trick.
Well, it caught us by surprise too. I mean, we actually...
We found somewhere to rest. That's all.
Oh, yeah. Aha, yes.
Fine. Be like that. I can appreciate the particular pleasure of a kept secret.
I'm sure you can.
Anyway, such a shame about Basira and Daisy. I was really rooting for them to make up.
Since when? What happened to... I mean, how did you put it? A quick shot to the back of her head and then back in time for tea or whatever?
Give over. I was obviously just prodding her, trying to make a point. She didn't want to kill her.
What we want doesn't matter much these days.
Oh, nonsense. What we want is the only thing that matters these days. And Basira wanted to join Daisy.
She made her choice.
With your assistance.
It was still her choice.
What a waste.
No. It wasn't.
Basira is... She's going to be okay.
Oh, is she? Do you want me to tell you what she's been up to while you were resting? Where she is right now?
You don't need to. I already know.
I don't.
She's currently moving through the void. Hungry shadows drifting in the dark. She's been there a long time now, struggling to find the path.
But she will.
I think so.
Yeah, she does always seem to manage, doesn't she? It's impressive, although a little bit tempting at times.
Look, Helen, what do you even want? Okay, you keep turning up like a bad penny, and honestly, it seems like it's just to be a dick.
Gasp! I am trying to be friends, Martin. Forever is a long time, and I occasionally like to have some company that isn't screaming.
What do you even think friendship is?
I don't know, do I? The only personhood I have is from someone I ate.
You always said you were Helen.
I am. I also ate her. It's very simple, as long as you don't think about it.
Look, listen, okay, I'm getting really sick
Leave
of all
it.
of this.
Martin, she's just trying to get under your skin.
Yeah? Well, she's really good at it.
Oh, thanks, sweetie. But to be honest, I'm mainly just here to see which path you choose.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I need to know how much of a welcome mat to roll out.
Hang on.
Martin, I'd prefer we talk about this alone.
Oh, I bet you would. You were probably just going to bypass it entirely, weren't you? I can't believe you would deny him the choice to see his own domain.
My what? John, my what?
I was going to bring it up at the crossroads. Inside. I only just realised we would be going this way.
I have a domain.
Yes.
Awkward. Right, well, this seems very much like a conversation the two of you should be having alone, so I'll be off then.
Watching from a distance?
The eye rules everything, Archivist. We're all snoops now. Ciao.
Martin.
Are there people, John?
What?
Are there people in my domain?
Not many.
Do you need to do your thing? Make a statement about whatever's going on in there? I could use a moment to think.
Sure thing. Yeah, I'll... Yeah.
Finished?
Yes.
Good. I need you to explain something to me.
All right.
How do I have a domain? That doesn't make any sense.
It's like I said. Everything here is either watcher or watched.
Subject or object, yes, I know, we've been over this.
Well, you're a watcher, Martin. You worked for the Institute. You read statements. The Eye is fond of you. You're not getting thrown into your own personal hell, which means
that one of them belongs to me. But that's... How can I be a watcher? I didn't even know it existed.
But you've suspected for a while now, haven't you?
Maybe. But that's not watching.
Do you want me to tell you about it?
No. Yes. No, I don't know. I don't know.
It's a small domain. A swirling mix of the eye and the lonely. Inhabited by a few lost souls whose fear is not of their isolation or their agonies, but that no one will ever know of them. That they shall suffer in silence and be mourned by nobody. That's why you can't really see it. It's why even if we do travel through it, you won't be able to see any of the people trapped there.
But I'm not an avatar.
Avatar isn't a thing, Martin. It's not... It's just a word. A word used by fools like Smirk to try and sort everything into neat little boxes, to reduce the messy spray of human fear into a checklist. Human, avatar, monster, victim. Only now, there's a binary. There's finally a clear dividing line and... well... I'm sorry you're not happy with which side you've ended up on.
What about Daisy? Or Basira?
Daisy carved through the domains of others. Basira, well, in a very real way, she was a sufferer in Daisy's domain. Maybe the only one. Hunting, following, hurting. Now Daisy's dead, she's free, sort of. She's inherited something of Daisy's ability to move through the other domains. For now, she'll feed off what she sees in them. As to whether the Eye ultimately gives her a domain of her own, I don't know yet.
You didn't tell her any of that?
I didn't think the metaphysics of her place in the fear ecosystem was something she'd be particularly interested in at that moment.
Fair. But you seem very reluctant to tell anyone any of this stuff.
I did try, right at the start, but you didn't seem to want to talk about it, so I didn't push it. It's hard, I have so much knowledge, but how do I decide what people want me to share and what they never want to know?
I guess that makes sense. So what did you mean about the crossroads? When you were talking to Helen?
It's a maze in there, something between a Rubik's Cube and a magic eye picture. I can find us the way through easily enough, but, well, for us, there are 2 ways out. 2 paths to London.
What are the choices?
One would be a long, winding route. We'd see a lot of horrors, but remain personally untouched.
And the other is my domain.
Eventually. It's a shorter path, with faces we know along the way, including Helen.
I thought Helen was her domain, with all the doors and that.
She is, but she has a position within this pseudo-landscape like any other.
Okay. So I mean, I suppose we've got to do that one, right?
We don't have to. We could just...
What? We could dodge around it? Take the path of denial? I guess, but... What is it you keep harping on about? The journey will be the journey? I mean... It's pretty obvious that this one is my journey.
If you're sure.
I'm sure I love you.
I love you too. Let's go.
John?
Are you alright?
Yeah, I mean, no, I just...
Don't like ants?
Obviously not. No one likes ants, John.
As the embodiment of all knowledge, I am not entirely sure that's true, but... okay. What is it?
No, it's just... You know the guy you were talking about, Jordan?
The exterminator, yes.
Well, I was having a look around, and... I found him. A few tunnels over.
Yes, I know.
Sorry, yeah, of course you do. Oh, stupid.
No, it's alright. I've been trying to... I'm not sure what to do about it.
Well, who's the Avatar in charge here then? That Amherst guy?
No, John Amherst was encased in concrete and shriveled away to nothing after just a few years. If they'd unearthed him before the change, maybe, but as it was, he was so starved of fear.
So, who then?
Well, I'm not sure if...
John, who is it?
It's the ants.
What? Oh, like a huge ant queen or something?
No, all of them. As a collective. Crawling, devouring, spreading. One colony, one being, one avatar.
Right. Great. No, do not like that one at all. No. Okay, so what happens if you destroy them then? I mean, if they're both the Avatar and the Domain?
The whole place would collapse, and then, without the corruption's influence, I think the buried would flow in to fill the gap.
I thought you said Smirks 14 was a load of bull.
I said it was limited and draws artificial borders, but it does have its use when it comes to conceptualizing these things. Regardless, I'm pretty sure we'd be left somewhat entombed.
But we could get out, though.
Eventually. Martin, do you want me to...
No, probably not a good idea.
Oh, Martin, just one second.
Definitely one of my least favourites so far. Can we just go then, please?
I'm still not sure what to do about Jordan.
I mean, what can we do, really? You've been pretty clear there's no way for us to help the people who are trapped here as victims, so we leave him here like all the others, and eventually we save everyone.
Yeah, I don't usually know them. Jordan Kennedy did me a favour. He helped me with my own fear about Jane Prentice.
I sometimes forget that most of the people we know are avatars.
Yes, that... Not sure I like that realisation. Our peers...
Yeah. Dinner parties are going to be tricky. So what are we doing, John?
I want to see him.
Fine. Do your knowing thing, and then we can
with
move
my
on.
eyes.
Okay. But just so you know, the tunnels to get there are absolutely Yeah, okay, yes, no, yes, you already know. Lead on. Christ. John?
You wanna... From the Magnus, help me!
John, what are we doing here?
I don't...
Help, please, God!
Ceaseless watcher, look upon this man,
John,
subsumed by terror and gripped with swarming fear. Gaze into him, through him, and out of him.
What does that
Make him a vessel of your hunger, staring out and harvesting with 1,000 tiny eager eyes.
Hang on.
Gift him your power and protection. Make him yours. Jordan.
What is this?
How do you feel?
I don't... I know you. From the Magnus Institute. What are you doing here? What is this?
Yeah, I'm curious about that myself.
What did you do to me? I feel...
better?
Sick. Like I... What was that?
You're seeing it. Feeling it. The fear of all the others here.
All that screaming. They're everywhere. Crawling over them like they did me. It feels...
good?
Yeah. But wrong. Sick. What did you do to me?
I helped you.
Helped me? I don't feel right. I just... No, I don't want this.
Jordan, just relax. It'll be fine. It'll be
No.
okay.
I didn't ask for this.
You preferred the ants?
No.
Covered and agonized? I know how scared you were. I felt it.
It was a nightmare. And I couldn't wake up. But this is... I don't understand.
I'll try to explain. The world is over. Dark powers that feed on fear have transformed everything we know into a twisted hellscape where humanity is tormented to feed their hunger. We're all trapped. But I have a certain level of power in this new world, so
You turn me into what? A torturer?
Yes.
Why?
Good question. John, care to enlighten us?
What was I supposed to do? I owed you. Didn't want to just watch you suffer.
It's what you've been doing for everyone else. It's what you're expecting him to do.
I don't know how to be this. I don't want to scare people.
No. But you'll learn.
Am I still me?
I don't know how to answer that. I can put you back if you want. You could become a victim again, rather than complicit.
No. This isn't... I didn't want this. But I can't go back to that. I can't.
Very well.
I'm sorry, it's a lot to take in all at once.
Can I at least go outside? Can I leave these tunnels? The ants? Am I free?
You're part of them now. And they're a part of you.
Oh.
I'm sorry. The world is... It's bad all over. I just wanted to spare you what I could.
Yeah.
Because I owed you.
Please, leave.
Jordan,
I'd like to be alone.
Of course.
No, wait. I'll never be alone again, will I?
Come on, John. We should just go.
The ants. If I told them to attack you, could they?
No. Nothing can really touch us anymore.
All done?
Yes.
I still think doing it in one of the actual cells was a bit much.
It was the most soundproof place I could find.
Soundproof? Yeah, dream on.
You've heard? I'm sorry, I know it was...
I actually didn't, but only because I was too busy hearing what was going on in all the other cells.
Well, they seem to have quieted for a while, at least.
Yeah, one of those things passed by just now and everyone shut right up.
The jailers have that effect. Shall we go?
What if another one comes along?
It's fine, we're guests of the warden.
Ugh.
Come on.
Does it not bother you?
What? Being a guest?
Yeah. It's not like it resisted. Hell, it was chummy.
Would you rather it had attacked?
No, it's just... Is that how these creatures see us now? As one of them?
I forgot that's a new experience for you.
Excuse me?
You have to remember, I've had this for years. Right from the start, it's always been archivist this and archivist that, all these weird, awful creatures assuming I'm in on all the secrets. Even when they were trying to kill me, they treated me like I was a peer.
Yeah, but they were still trying to kill you.
Not all of them. And now, sure, the power's shifted, it's all politeness and respect, but it still feels just like more of the same. I guess I just stopped caring at some point. Besides, they are technically right, I am one of them, to a degree.
Suppose.
I think the real question is, How are you finding it?
It's not the same. I'm still just your +1.
Don't put yourself down. It's not your fault you're a bit overshadowed. I am such a very big deal, after all.
Oh, very big arse, more like it.
Either way, even if I wasn't here, I don't think you'd be in any danger. Not anymore. I wasn't sure when we first started out. I hadn't properly looked into it, as it were. But now I'm certain.
I'm one of them.
One of us.
That's not as comforting as you think it is.
Doesn't mean it's not true, though.
And this is all because I've been given a domain. Because apparently I somehow have people's fear feeding me.
Well, feeding the eye through you, but yes.
Even though I didn't ask for it? Did nothing to deserve it?
Deserve. There's a word that always causes trouble.
Don't be patronising.
I just mean that nobody here deserves the position they've found themselves in. Not really. I suppose a few may have asked for it, sought it out even, but far more didn't. They just made the wrong choices for the right reasons, or even the right choices, but ones that still led them here in the end.
I hate it.
On balance, that's probably a good thing.
Hey! Hey, you! Yeah, I know you. It's from the Magnus Institute. Mark.
You know him?
Martin,
right, yeah, you remember? You tipped us off when we came and nicked your boss, the Bouchard bloke.
Oh, right, the, Inspector... I'm so sorry, I've forgotten your name.
So have I. I'm just 547 in here.
God, I'm so sorry.
You've got to help me.
I don't...
I heard you. You said you were chummy with the warden, and I need to get out. I can't. This place, you've got to help me.
Martin, what do you think?
What?
I decided about Jordan. This place is from your past.
Yeah, I mean, only briefly.
Still.
Please, Martin, come on, mate. You're just returning a favour, yeah? What's wrong? You've got to hurry. There's not much time.
Why are you here?
What?
What are you so afraid of that you ended up in here?
I didn't do anything.
John?
Why are you here?
I don't... Stop! Stop!
I will stop when you answer the question.
Yeah. Look, you can't know if they're all guilty, alright? It's just about evidence.
Right.
Sometimes you have to...
What, guess?
I'm sorry, alright?
No. You're just afraid.
Please. It's almost lights out. I can't be here for lights out. Not again. Please, you owe me.
This place is born of their nightmares. And of yours.
If you made him a watcher, he'd become part of this place?
He would.
And if he was, would he enjoy it?
What are you talking about? No, of course not.
You know I can't see the future.
But
I can see his past.
And based on that...
He probably would. Yes.
Hey, fuck you, you scrawny little tit. What the hell do you know?
Leave him.
What? No, please.
Okay.
I didn't mean it. I need your help, please. Please don't go away. Come back, look, we can talk. Please, Martin, obviously, Martin, please. Come back, please. I need your help. I can't stay here. Don't leave me here. Martin, please.
That was horrible.
I'm sorry I put you in that position.
No, you were right to. That's a lot of power to have to deal with. A lot of responsibility.
Yes. Thank you, Uncle Ben.
Pop culture? Really?
I'm allowed to know what Spider-Man is.
Not helping people is still a decision, isn't it?
Well, you saw Jordan. I'm not sure helping is really...
I know, not the right word. Ignoring them, then.
Yes. It's a choice I've been making a lot recently.
I guess we should get used to it. Knowing that all these awful things are happening for our benefit.
Maybe it's better if it never gets comfortable.
Maybe. Hey, do you feel that?
Martin? Martin, listen, you need to get ready. We're about to enter...
Yeah, my domain, yes, right, I get it. Dream logic. And timing, apparently. John? John? Oh. Shit. So this is it then. How dreary. Hello? Anybody? John? Hello? Big surprise? Well, at least I can still remember everything this time. And no more of those bloody chairs. It's weird though. I've never actually been anywhere like this. That said, it is kind of... Huh. Wuthering Heights. Yeah! God, I hated studying that. It was all just so... overblown. Yeah! But that cover, those wide, empty spaces, it felt right, didn't it? So what? That's where we are? Right down to the monochrome. Do you have an umbrella? No. But you don't want one. We like the rain. True. Because it makes the sadness feel at home. Turns it from a burden into... an indulgence. That's right. So, what is this? You're part of me, so you know everything about me, is that it? Yes. Because you're part of my domain. Also, yes. Some sort of cosmic joke about being alone with my thoughts, I assume? I'm here because you're trying very hard not to be alone, to resist the comfort. So, instead I get to talk to myself. Apparently. Okay, so if I'm so desperate not to be alone, why isn't John here? He can find me anywhere. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Look, I know what you know. Maybe I'm just a bit more open about it. And what do you mean by that? Like how you don't actually want him here? Maybe that has something to do with it? You've no idea what you're talking about. I mean, you can argue with me if you like. Seems like a bit of a waste, though. It's alright. It's hard to be vulnerable. No, it's not that. No? No, I'm ashamed to let him see this place, alright? To see what... I don't know, what feeds me? Sure, that's part of it, but... it's not the whole thing, is it? Not really. What do you mean? Well... if you don't count Memory Manor, when was the last time you were even on your own? Well, It has been a very long time since the Institute. That's a good point. It's okay to want a bit of space now and then. New romance is hard, and Armageddon makes it even harder. Never mind the fact that you're metaphorically joined at the hip thanks to the whole I-Lord thing. It's okay to want some space. Oh, I see. See what? I get it. So that's your deal. You tell me what I want to hear to try and get me to stay. Seriously? Fine. If you don't want to engage, if you want to pretend I'm just some temptation ghost, yeah, you go ahead. Knock yourself out. Like I said, I'm not your enemy. Oh, really? I thought you said you were me. Right, yes, very clever. We have our moments, I guess. Look, if you want to leave, you can. It's not a problem. You won't try to stop me? I mean, it really doesn't matter to me. You leave and I'm just you again. It's all the same to me, really. So why do you want me to stay then? Because you want to stay. Because you want to have a real rest. To just breathe and be quietly sad, I guess. It's not healthy. Maybe not. But I'm not entirely sure what healthy options are even left at this point. We could talk to John about it. We could. But we both know that loved ones make the worst therapists. They're too wrapped up in trying to stop you hurting to actually help. But hey, we know all about that, am I right? There's nothing wrong with comforting people. A cup of tea isn't a resolution. At best it's a plaster. At worst, a muzzle. Yeah. Even so, I could murder a copper. I doubt you've got a kettle out here, though. As a matter of fact, I do have a thermos. You're joking. This is our domain. You're not supposed to suffer here. Well, not like the others. You know what I mean. Here. Wait, is that? Yeah, sorry about that. There's only so much we can do with the new world and everything. Even the good things get tinged with memory. Oh, oolong. Oh, of course. Whenever I asked a question she didn't like, or she wanted to stop the conversation, off you'd go to put the kettle on. And it always had to be that bloody oolong. Ugh. Ugh. It wasn't your fault. Yes, it was. That's just the guilt talking. Oh, you think? She was awful. She wasn't well. Both things can be true. She was still my mum. Oh, our mum. Whatever. And we're glad she's dead. Jesus. Too much? Like I said, I'm a bit more open. I don't lie. You don't need to. Not here. It's just us. If we're glad, why do I feel so guilty? Because you feel guilty about everything. That's not your mother. Stress is a proper factor in everything that's happened to John. I brought Jane Prentice to the Institute. The end of the entire world. If I'd done what Peter had asked, if I'd not chickened out and just killed Elias when I had the chance. Really, that's how you're choosing to remember it? Chickening out. I remember it was the wrong choice. You choose to remember it that way, and so the guilt, I get it, alright? But I need it. I choose the guilt because it motivates me to do better. Does it though? Or does it just keep paralysing us, make us shrink back and wait, hoping things work out? Like with John when we thought the worms had got him. Hey, to be fair, he still kind of hated me back then. I'm really not sure it would have been the best time to take my shot. Fair. He was projecting hard. Between us, that guy's got some real issues. Hey, pretty sure we love that guy. Yeah, and all his many, many problems. Fine. But also, you know that's not what I'm talking about. It's this fantasy that you have that whatever you find at the top of the panopticon is just going to solve everything. I don't. You do though. You daydream about it. The big climactic showdown with Elias, and then the two of you kiss and push a button that just magically saves the world and makes everything better. It's actually not a button, so stop deflecting. So what? Okay, we should just give up? Just stay here and curl up into a ball and just accept the world as it is? That's your big solution? I'm saying There aren't any easy solutions. We have no idea what's going to happen. Even if we make it to the tower, we don't know there'll be a fix. And if by some miracle there is, we both know the price will be awful. Just look at Melanie. We are completely out of our depth. We're responsible for everyone everywhere, and we have no idea what we're doing. The last thing we need is self-indulgent guilt on top of that. I'm gonna be a real manipulative prick, you know that? Oh yeah. Tea, please. So, this price, what do you think? Are we gonna have to kill John? I don't know, because you don't know. But it seems like something we should at least consider. I have thought about it, and I won't. I don't think I could. But anything else? Any other price? I'll pay it. Even dying. Yeah. John's as bad as we are. He wouldn't let it happen. It's not his decision. Fine. So flip that round then. What are you going to do when he tries to sacrifice himself because you know he's going to try? I don't know, alright? I don't know. And that's okay for now, but I just want us to have thought about this stuff properly before it comes up. Because even if that's not it, chances are it'll be something else you don't want to do, and we need to make a proper choice. We can't just react out of shame or fear or whatever. What, like with Peter and Elias? Yes. That was a proper choice? I chose wrong, but you made a decision. Your own decision, regardless of the outcome. I'll think about it. We'll think about it. Sure. What about the people here? What people? I don't know. Like, prisoners, I guess? What about them? Why haven't we talked about them? Because you didn't want to think about them. So, we didn't. Yeah? Well, I want to now. Consider it a proper choice, if you like. Okay. Can I see them? No. This place is about hidden, unnoticed suffering. I can feel them, though. Sure, you're aware of it dimly. A sort of far-off, lonely terror. But there's no way for us to actually see or hear them. But if this is my domain, can I fix that? Like, can I change things? If you wanted to start actively tormenting them, I'm sure this place would oblige. But fixing things? Making it easier on them or freeing them? Probably not. Fine. Can you tell me about them? I can. Deep down we do know what's happening to them. Do we know who they are? We never met them in the old world. Although one of them is named Tim. Just a coincidence, I think. Unless it was a subconscious thing on our part. Tell me. Please. Like John would. Why? Just so you can torture yourself? I want to know the exact limits of my guilt. Fair enough. Thank you. I'm sorry. I know it's hard. Yeah. So, what are we thinking? I'm thinking that I didn't ask for this. It's not my fault they're here. True. but I can't keep existing like this at their expense. It's not right. Whatever happens with Elias, with the rest of the world, I can't live on the misery of others. They'll suffer either way. I get it, okay? I can't decide what happens to them, but I just might be able to decide what happens to me, and if it comes down to it, I'll get John to destroy me like the others. You don't really believe he'd do it? I don't know. Maybe? This took a dark turn. Yeah, but this time it doesn't feel like despair. It feels like resolve. Well, hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully. Thanks for the tea. You're welcome. So, how do I leave? I think we just keep walking. And John? I kind of expected him to have interrupted already. I'm sure he'll find us eventually.
So are you gonna knock or what?
Perhaps I was just enjoying a quiet moment before you arrived.
Yeah. Bit rude to do it on my doorstep though, isn't it?
Perhaps. My apologies.
So, where's the old ball and chain? Surely you're not paying me a visit on your lonesome.
I am. You gambled right.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
You hoped that by nudging us past his domain, Martin would still be there when I arrived, so I would have to pass through on my own. Apparently you were right.
I thought you said you weren't going to look inside people's heads.
I thought you said you weren't people.
Touché.
Well, for what it's worth, I have tried not to look inside you.
Oh yes?
I maybe glimpse a motive sometimes, but I try not to stare.
I'm touched. Any particular reason for this monumental restraint?
The same reason you don't want Martin here. I wasn't sure I wanted to kill you, and you don't want to die.
He's still so new to all of this. Caught up in ideas of justice and solving things. Sure, he can wave away the theoretical idea of people suffering.
But if he sees it up close, he might try to get his boyfriend to smite you.
Something like that. We've built up such a rapport, he and I. I'd hate to strain it over such a temporary disagreement. I'm just concerned for his happiness, you understand?
Completely.
I am a little bit surprised you didn't follow him.
He didn't want me to. I didn't need special powers to know that. When he crossed the threshold, I had to make a choice.
And you chose me.
Let's say you were something of a branching path.
Always the flatterer. So, when is he coming out the other side?
It might take a while.
Yeah, these quiet reflective domains sometimes do. Oh well, more time for us to hang out, I suppose. Shoot the breeze, share some hot goss.
Excuse me while I try to contain my joy.
You are excused. So, are you coming?
I thought we agreed I'm far too all-powerful to cross your threshold.
Don't flatter yourself. This isn't some extension, some limb reaching out to snatch the wayward or the trusting. This domain, this magnificent building, is me. You're welcome here. We'll be quite safe with you travelling through me. As long as neither of us does anything silly. Or you could just stand there glowering, that's fine too.
I'm trying to know if there's another route I can take.
And?
Turns out there is, actually. But it is rather full of spiders.
Oh, don't be such a sourpuss. It'll be fun, I promise.
All right.
Oh, feels different to last time.
Different how?
The tape recorder feels more, awake.
Oh. Oh, joy. Come on.
Oh. Yeah.
What?
You just knew the way through, well, me. And, it's not a pleasant feeling. No, I do not like that. Not at all.
Well, tough. I'm not going to trust you to be my guide.
Would it kill you?
It's killed plenty of others.
You really don't like me, do you?
No,
And you never have.
not really.
Even though I saved you from Michael.
You were Michael.
Oh, I'm the distortion. As was Michael, but I'm not him, and never have been. Surely you know all this by now, with your shiny new eye powers.
It's not about what I know. It's about what I feel.
Oh, what do you feel?
I liked Helen.
I am Helen.
The real one.
Helen Classic.
Sure.
That doesn't make any sense. You barely met her. You had half an hour together, and she spent most of that time ranting about mazes. She was positively delirious with paranoia.
True, but as you'll recall, I was pretty paranoid myself at that point.
So what? You saw yourself in her? A sad reflection, a possible future?
Maybe.
Oh, John. This existence can be wonderful if you just let it.
I know.
For what it's worth, I really don't think you would have liked her if you'd known her better. I mean,
No?
you haven't looked into Helen Classic's past yet. You should try it. I don't think you'll like what you find.
What? Lying to real estate clients? Bit of a prick at parties? Secret Tory?
Yes. To all of them, actually.
And that's the problem. I could have grown to dislike her, but you made sure that sort of thing could never happen. Now you use her form, see her mind, but they're just tools. Michael had nothing you could use but a razor-straight desire for vengeance. But you saw something in Helen that would work on me much more subtly. So you took her. But I'll never get to dislike her. I'm stuck disliking you instead.
At least I care enough to bother.
That's true, I suppose.
No. Please stop doing that.
I'll stop doing it when I'm confident you're taking me the right way.
I am.
The quickest way.
Oh, fine.
So tell me, why are we going the long way? Are you just trying to keep me from meeting any victims? Or are you trying to figure out if there's still a way you can destroy me?
Bit of both, to be honest.
I see. How long have you been working with Elias?
I'm not.
Helen, is that a lie?
No, it's not. I didn't know him. I've never even... Look, I'm happy here, all right? The world is fabulous, and I don't want you to end it all because you've got a chip on your shoulder.
So you think I can turn the world back?
I think you're bloody-minded and stubborn, and I won't underestimate you.
Thank you.
And for all his bleeding heart, Martin's just as bad, worse, even in some ways.
Yes, he is.
You are so difficult to like sometimes. I've been nothing but nice to you.
Maybe that's why I never trusted you.
See? So rude.
Or maybe it's because you're an embodiment of the fear of lies and delusion.
Also rude.
Could you manifest a room for me, please?
Why?
So I can make a statement.
You do realise it's all me, right? If I make a room, I'll still hear you, because I'd be the room.
Fine, I just thought... Never mind. I wander through the corridors, quickly, footsteps hurrying, spurred on by the worries that chase me. What were the directions she'd said? That smiling, friendly woman in reception? Left, right, left, straight ahead, then down the stairs. No, that can't be it, because I just went left and it's a dead end. Well, not a dead end. It's a door that says honeymoon suite.
Currently unoccupied.
I turn to retrace my steps. I must have taken a wrong turn.
Just in case you and Martin were looking for a room.
How long? Wait, what was that? That sound, it's not her, not just her. There's someone else. A man's voice, you think, droning on and rising and falling as he talks and talks and talks. Up there, just around the corner. I can hear them. I can hear them. There.
Oh, thank God. Please, do you know where room 288 is? My son, I don't know how long, he's been in there on his own, and I need to find...
Look, I'm so sorry, but there is no room 288.
But my son...
Is around here somewhere. Come on, let's have a look together.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, where did you see him last?
Okay, it was in room... Wait, hang on.
She's lying to you. She isn't your friend.
I know you. You're that woman from reception.
John, this isn't your business.
You were laughing when I got lost.
Listen, John, I don't come up and tell you how to pull horror from people's brains,
Please,
do I?
Please, I need some directions.
You do a bit, actually.
This place, it's such a maze.
Well, okay, that's fair.
I don't know how long I've been here.
Look, I'm
You've
so
got
sorry,
to help
but
me.
don't touch me.
Oopsie. Not so easy, is it?
I'm sorry.
Keeping up your humanity.
It's just my son.
I could make her an avatar.
Yeah. Best not.
Sending her away? I must have hit a nerve.
Got on my nerves. Not the same thing.
If you say so.
So, what happens now?
You mean, did the sight of a poor innocent wretch suffering by your hand convince me that you need to be destroyed?
Pretty much.
No. You were right. It probably was something that would have convinced Martin it needed to be done.
But
I already knew what I would see and hear. I already knew what I had to do.
because you've grown so fond of your old pal Helen. Or because you were already going to destroy me. I see.
I was hoping I was wrong about you.
You've always known what I am.
Yes, but I'm only recently realizing just how dangerous you are.
Of course I'm dangerous, John. I'm a monster just like you. And you can't kill all of us.
No. You're dangerous because for all the torture and cruelty, you still somehow got us to think you're our friend.
I am your friend.
No, you're not. That's just what you distort. It's why you spin, but you never quite lie. The corridors, the warped body, it's all just set dressing, isn't it? It's not the reality of what you actually are.
And what actually am I?
You're a question.
What lurks behind the door?
To some. But that would be the stranger or the dark. No, you are the question of what lurks behind a smile. Is a friendship true? Or is it reaching out with hands that cut you?
Oh, I see. Very good.
Even I didn't see it properly, not at first. Not until the tunnels, when you wouldn't help. When you laughed.
Oh, come on. That wasn't a deception. That was barely a betrayal.
You work to hurt us and help us, all with the same smile, until we can barely tell one from the other. Keeping us off balance, constantly second-guessing our own opinions of you. Never quite crossing a line we could never forgive, but never putting yourself on the line either. And when one face finally stopped smiling, you just changed the face.
Fine. So if that's all true, why? Why would I do any of that? What's my actual motive?
I don't think you even have one. It's just what you are.
Oh, well done. Very poetic.
But none of that actually matters. What matters is that you want the world to stay as it is. And I don't know if we can change it back, but if there is any possibility, you will try to stop us. And when you do, I can't think of anyone more dangerous.
Oh, give over. You're the most powerful thing in the world. What could I possibly do?
It's not me I'm worried about.
Ugh. Fine. I thought this might happen.
Ceaseless watcher!
Want to try that again?
Ceaseless...
You are inside my domain now, Archivist. I can shift any part of myself to any corner of this wonderful hell you have built for us. By the time the eye focuses on me, I'm already somewhere new. Something new.
Ceaseless...
Whoopsie!
You can't do this forever.
In this brave new world, I'm afraid I very much can.
You can't kill me, though. You're just stalling.
True. But hopefully, I can stall long enough that any of your little gang that can die have done so. By the time I let you out, you'll have nobody else.
I will end you. What, nothing? No smirk? A laugh? I've got you rattled.
I'm not scared of you.
Helen, was that a lie?
No.
A lie. A genuine untruth. Like a little bit of loose thread flitting in the breeze.
Fine. You can go. There's the door. Just go.
Ceaseless watcher.
No.
See this lie, this golden strand of falsehood. Take it in your gaze and pull it. Follow through its curves and twists and knots as it unravels all before you. Unweave it now, its fear and its falsehood, its hidden teeth and the ones it wears so proudly.
You are no different from me. You can't
Take all that it is, and all that it has. It is yours!
Christ, John!
Oh, Martin, good.
What happened? There was the hotel and then...
I killed Helen.
Oh. Why?
Long story. Ish. I'll explain later.
All right. And you couldn't wait until you were outside?
Not really.
Fair enough.
Yeah, how are you? How was your domain?
Oh, well, I mean, it feels sort of underwhelming now, to be honest. More of a journey of gentle self-discovery, really? I didn't realise I'm quite so argumentative.
I mean,
you don't need to comment.
All right.
So, Helen's gone then?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Time to mourn?
You can if you want. Do you? Want to mourn?
A bit, I guess. I mean, she was our friend, sort of. A bit. Until you killed her. Which I'm sure you had to do.
Take some time if you need. But not too long.
Why the sudden rush?
You see that over there?
Yeah?
That's London.
How much longer? Feels like we've been walking through suburbs forever.
Well, quite.
Ah, right, okay. Literal suburban hellscape then.
Yes. Endless cookie-cutter housing, impersonal, alienating. A common expression of the lonely even before the world went to hell.
I guess. Seems a bit, I don't know, a bit tame compared to some of the other stuff, though.
I mean, not to be, that isn't exactly a surprise, is it? That the lonely seems comfortable to you?
Guess not.
But if you think there's a lack of violence or suffering, then I'm afraid you're mistaken. There's plenty, it's just hidden. Trapped behind identical doors and down silent streets of unknown neighbours. The suffering here is deep. And it's private.
Okay, yeah, I get it. So, I guess we're looking for an empty house? Somewhere to unburden yourself?
Actually, no. Helen, the distortion, turns out that was a lot of fear for the eye, and,
You're still full?
I suppose that's one way to put it.
You still haven't really explained what happened there.
She tried to trap me in the corridors, so I destroyed her.
Yeah, I know, but, I mean, why?
Probably because I told her I was going to kill her.
Yeah, that'd do it. Was it that bad in there?
There were a lot of people suffering.
But that's not why you did it.
She was too dangerous. She was only ever playing us.
So all that talk of wanting to be friends, she was just, what, lying?
No, that was real. She did want to be friends, but she also wanted us suspicious, off balance, uncomfortable. She wanted to be able to hurt us.
I mean, bit of a contradiction, surely.
Is it? She wanted to be our friend, she just didn't want to be a good friend.
She couldn't help what she was, I guess.
She didn't even try.
I hope the others don't take it too hard. Melanie was pretty close to her at one point. Assuming Melanie's still alive, of course.
Yeah. I thought you and Helen got on well, though.
Yeah, I don't know, really. She always seemed to know just the right thing to say, or the wrong thing. Kind of, like, she had a way of getting into your head and making you feel like you didn't know what the deal was. Like you were being stupid or something.
Sounds about right.
Plus, I was a little bit jealous as well.
Of what?
Of Helen. Well, the real Helen. I found the tape when you were on the run, and I don't know, something about the way you two seemed to connect when she came in.
Before she was eaten by a door.
Well, yeah, it certainly seemed to have a pretty deep impact on you.
It did. I mean, you remember how I was back then, how paranoid. The not Sasha was there and I could sense something wasn't right, but I just couldn't place it. Left me a suspicious wreck. Then, when Helen Richardson came in, it seemed like she was in the same place I was, but worse, further along. I thought maybe if I could help her, that would mean maybe I wasn't beyond help.
I'm sorry for how it worked out.
Me too.
Was there any of the original Helen left in there?
If there was, I could never see it properly. I know that Helen Richardson was gone, the same way Michael Shelley was gone. I know the distortion was neither of them. I also know that the distortion of Helen was not the same being as the distortion of Michael, but they were also twisted up as a direct part of the spiral. It's like I could follow the knowledge of any one line of identity, but as soon as I tried to take a step back and see the whole, the picture changed. I want to believe that thing was just wearing Helen Richardson like a mask. That I finally avenged her.
At least we'll have plenty to tell the others when we meet up.
Yeah. Yeah, we will.
Speaking of, how's Basira doing? Where is she at the moment?
She's trying to catch her breath in a labyrinth of masks. She hates the stranger, but has overcome it before and will do so again. Her path is slow and painful, but she hasn't fallen yet.
Thanks. I'm trying not to worry about her.
I know. Oh, hold on.
What?
We're about to enter London proper. We should take a moment.
What's it like?
It's the seat of the Eye. The other powers have small enclaves within it, but it's going to be a lot.
Okay. A lot of what? Okay. That's a lot of, Are they real?
They're not people, but they can see us.
Do they ever leave the windows, or...?
No, they don't need to. They have a very good view.
And the cameras?
I wouldn't look at them too closely.
I won't if they return the favour. Okay, so do we just start walking again?
I don't see why not.
At least there aren't any cars.
I suppose they don't get many new faces around here.
Especially not the Archivist. Don't forget, you're a celebrity.
Maybe. Or maybe it's Elias's personal welcome wagon.
Or, is that a possibility?
I don't know, I still can't see him.
Then I guess we'll find out.
Let's move on. Don't need to attract any more attention.
Yeah.
Besides, turns out I can feel a statement coming on. But I'd rather not do it with any more of an audience than absolutely necessary. All right. You want to show so badly? Fine. Is that what you wanted to hear? Why you're all staring at me like that? You wanted a story? Or maybe I am your chosen one and you're just waiting for your orders. I'm special to the thing upstairs, so that makes me special to all of you as well, right? Well, let's see if I'm worthy of your attention.
This is it then.
This is what?
Don't play dumb. It's the final battle, right? We climb the tower, take out the bad guy, figure out how to change the world back, and back in time for tea. Right?
Certainly got the audience for it.
Yeah. They did roll out the red carpet, didn't they? Must be nice getting the star treatment.
I'd hardly call flooding Oxford Street with blood the star treatment.
Oh no. What would you call it?
A very lazy metaphor.
Wow, you're really determined not to engage, aren't you?
I'm just nervous. Jonah Magnus is waiting at the top of this tower and he obviously knows we're coming.
I mean, yeah, okay, but...
Not only that, every eye in an entire city made of nothing but eyes is staring at me while I try to prepare. What?
Seriously? Stage fright. The great archivist, master of all he surveys, can't handle a bit of public attention?
Well, clearly not. I'm more comfortable actually doing the looking.
Oh, I'm so sorry, John. I didn't realise. God forbid you get uncomfortable. I guess I'll just tell everyone it's off then, shall I? We'll just go.
You don't need to be sarcastic, okay?
You're right. I'm sorry. If it's any consolation, I'm scared too.
That's what concerns me.
I don't follow.
What if our fear is feeding him, making him stronger?
But you're with the Eye too, though, right? So maybe it's making you stronger as well? John?
No, you're right. Of course, you're right. I can't believe I didn't consider it before.
John, use your words.
No, me versus Elias, Jonah, we both draw power from the Eye.
Well, yeah, obviously.
No, but If we face off, try to destroy each other, it's not like it's going to be an actual fight.
Hey, don't talk like that, okay? We can take him!
No, Martin, listen, what I'm saying is that whichever way you cut it, ultimately it just comes down to who the eye chooses.
So what, it's just an eldritch popularity contest?
Yes. Except one of the contestants is also planning to try and murder the judge.
Maybe he hasn't realised?
Martin, I don't see any way I can win this. Not now, not like this.
Hang on. Okay, let's think about this a moment. You're making a load of assumptions here. You can't see inside, remember? We have no idea what's happening up there.
You're right, meaning we have no idea what he's got planned for us.
Yeah, but that was always going to be the case, wasn't it? Wait, where are you going?
We shouldn't have come.
Oh, yeah, sure. We should just go with one of all those other options that we have hidden up our sleeves, yeah?
Martin.
No, don't Martin me, okay? We're here because it's this or nothing, right?
Right.
And we can't do nothing, right?
Right.
Great. So lead on. John?
Oh.
Where's the door, John? How do we get inside this monstrosity? You don't know?
I'm not sure.
Something's probably blocking you.
Maybe. Maybe the eye doesn't actually want me in there, or it's something Jonah Magnus put in place, or maybe I can't bring myself to look. Maybe I don't actually want to go inside.
Oh, for God's sake, John!
I'm sorry.
No, it's... I get it. It's fine. Maybe there's another way in. What's this thing made of anyway? Like obsidian or something, right?
One-way mirrored glass.
Of course it is. Well, if it's just glass, then it won't be hard to break, right? We can just grab something heavy, like one of these cameras, and then all I need...
I warned you.
Brilliant! Just brilliant! Damn it!
Martin.
What?
Look, just give me... Let me try to focus, tune out all these watchers. I've got a statement to make anyway.
Already?
Yes, there's a lot here, Martin, a lot.
Fine. I'll do a lap of the base, see if I can find any way in through any of the bits that used to be the Institute.
Just be careful, okay?
Yeah, alright. Don't worry about me. Besides, if anything happens, at least there's plenty of witnesses.
That's not funny.
No. Be back soon.
Right. Here's your bloody performance.
All good?
Yes, just left a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
Martin? What? Something's up?
No, nothing's up. Everything's just still awful.
Why are you smiling?
I'm just really happy to see you.
Martin?
Oh, well. Looks like we aren't getting in here. Never mind. Best head off then, eh?
What's going on?
It's fine, just trust me.
Martin, this is not the sort of place where acting strange means I will still try. Oh! Ah!
Shut up! It's all right, John. Just keep quiet.
Georgie, Melanie, I thought.
Sorry, John. I'm not sure how much everything up there actually understood what was going on, but I didn't want to take any chances, so it made sense to
put on a show.
Yeah, basically, more or less.
Martin says it's much harder for you to avoid attention up there.
Another reason we should have left them up there. Still, glad you're alive, and that.
Likewise, Oh,
I know that sound. He's going pale, right? 5 quid says he's about to collapse again.
I am not going to collapse. What do you mean again?
Oh, come on. You do it all the time.
I'm just feeling a little bit woozy, alright? I can't quite think straight like it. Martin, you remember?
Is this what you were talking about?
Yeah, if something messes with his connection, he can get a little vague.
I don't like being discussed like I'm not here.
Then you are going to love the others.
What others?
There's a small group of survivors we managed to pull out of some of the nearby hells. They think we're special. You know, because the eye can't see us.
It's fine, Georgie. You can use the C word.
Excuse me?
Fine. We've got sort of a cult.
Oh, that's okay.
Not what I was expecting.
Mm-hmm. It's extremely weird.
It wasn't intentional. It just sort of happened. Although, I have to admit, it can be useful occasionally.
Okay, this is a lot. Why don't we take it from the top?
All right.
You're alive.
Yeah.
Good.
I keep telling her that technically there's no proof of that.
I'm really glad.
Friendly faces have been kind of rare. Or weird.
How are you here? What happened?
When the world started to change, it just didn't hit me and Melanie. Not really.
Georgie's got that fearless thing going on, and me and the eye. Well, you remember our messy divorce.
Sure.
We figured you'd know what was going on, so we headed for the Institute, but it was, well, you saw it up there. We couldn't find you, and by the time we arrived, the world was full nightmare.
There was nowhere to go back to, so I told her about the tunnels. Turns out, not only were they still here, they actually do a decent job of hiding things. When you aren't painting a huge target on our backs.
Melanie.
What? I'm here, aren't I? I didn't say anything about being nice about it.
No, you didn't.
So, let me moan.
I'm sorry to cause a fuss.
Bit late for that.
How did you know we were there?
How could we not? The entire city knows you were there.
Everyone is so excited to see the Ceaseless Watcher's special little boy.
Yes, well.
You always did enjoy being the centre of things.
So what's next?
Well, I vote we catch up somewhere that's maybe not quite so close to the sinister mega tower.
Not so fast. Is it safe? If we take you to the others, is that going to put them in danger?
Oh, well...
No. No, I don't think it will.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Fine. Come on, then.
Oh, Melanie, do you need a hand, or...?
No, I'm fine. Somehow managed to keep my cane through all of this. And I know this part of the tunnels pretty well. Besides, do you even have a torch?
Oh, no, not anymore.
Then
we lost it.
I'm not the one with the problem. I'm told it gets pretty dark.
Oh, and John?
Yes?
No tape recorders.
Oh, right you are.
I don't like it. They've been gone too long.
They're fine. Sometimes they take a while. It's hardly the longest they've been gone, is it?
How would I know? It's not like I have a watch, is it?
Then how do you know what's too long?
How do you know what isn't?
Celia, just trust them. They walk this world above the nightmare. It will not take them.
Yeah, you're right. Of course, you're right.
Besides, you know that they sometimes go to a side tunnel for private contemplation. I think it's sweet.
They can contemplate privately here.
Can they? There's not exactly many doors down here.
Oh, I guess.
And the tunnels do have a tendency to echo.
Yes, all right, fine. Fine. Excuse me for caring.
We all care.
Yeah, well... Laverne? Has anyone been messing with the supplies?
Don't think so. Why'd you ask?
There's a tape recorder here.
Oh. Should there not be?
I don't know. I haven't seen it before. It's running.
How odd.
Yeah, I don't like the... Hang on. Listen. Oh, thank God.
That them?
Yeah. And they were a couple of new people. I don't recognize them.
Well, that explains it, doesn't it?
Georgie! Melanie! Over here!
First name terms with the prophets. Bit disrespectful.
John.
Sorry.
Glad to see you're okay. We were getting worried.
After you.
Oh, were you? Both of you?
I'm allowed to care.
Where are the others?
I think Aaron's off writing. The rest are sleeping.
You can sleep here.
You don't have to, but it does pass the time.
This place is pretty nice.
Yeah, I reckon it used to be the hideout of you-know-who, when he was living down here. It had supplies and everything.
Sorry, we haven't been introduced. You are...
Oh, of course. Sorry. This is...
Jonathan. John. Sims.
Martin. Hello.
And this is Laverne.
Good to meet you.
And Celia.
Celia?
Probably. The, place I was trapped in, they took my name, I never got it back. But I like Celia, so... yeah, Celia it is.
Hello, Celia.
So, where were you two then?
Pardon?
They saved you, right? From one of the nightmares, so what was it?
Celia, don't push. They can tell us when they're ready.
No, they're not, we didn't rescue them.
Huh?
No? So where did they come from?
Great question. John, do you want to field that one?
Right. Okay, well, we're from out there. We've been wandering the world, seeing all its horrors.
God, that sounds awful.
Yeah.
But we're old friends of your, prophets.
Oh, they don't like it when you call them that.
We haven't prophesied anything.
That's a fair point. I suppose, technically, saviours would be the correct...
Shut up, John!
Anyway, they're passing through. They won't be staying with us long.
Oh, right. Yes.
Hang on. Sims. Melanie, this isn't your old boss.
What?
I used to talk about you in therapy.
Oh, I suppose that makes sense.
Small world. Nice to finally put a face to the name.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Oh, Georgie, sorry, just... Do you know what this is doing here? I haven't seen it before, and you're always saying to tell you anything weird, so...
I see. Thank you, Celia. Could you turn that off, please? John, a word? Yeah, look, and I understand that, but you've got to realise this isn't just...
Georgie?
Oh, seriously? For fuck... No, they can piss off. No, I refuse. I can do this all day. For God's sake.
Georgie, it's not going to make a difference.
I'm not going to let us be spied on, John.
Look, the tunnels offer some protection, but clearly not enough to stop whatever is manifesting these recorders. If you smash this one, they'll just make another one. Trust me on this, you need to let it go.
There are 7 with us now. It used to be more. A lot more. But, we got greedy. Pulled too many out. We attracted attention. And... well, now there are 7.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Martin said you knew everything now.
Not everything. Between the tunnels and your and Melanie's position relative to the eye, I'm a bit in the dark here.
No pun intended.
Sure.
So what, you just want me to leave the tapes running and hope?
I want you to accept that trying to stop them listening is only going to frustrate you.
Just promise me these things aren't going to harm my people.
I promise that they're not here for you. They're here for me, and maybe a bit for Martin. They seem to like him.
That'll have to do, I guess. It's good to see you.
You too.
I think I owe you an apology.
Oh?
I didn't realise how bad things were for, well, all of you. I mean, I kind of knew, but seeing all this for myself, I cut myself off, and I'm not so sure that was the right thing to do anymore.
You had every right to.
Yeah, but it didn't exactly help, did it?
Georgie, you couldn't have stopped this. Believe me.
Melanie reckons you're the reason all this happened. Whole apocalypse thing.
She's not wrong. I was the catalyst. I didn't. Elias, Jonah Magnus used me.
Well, obviously. Even Melanie doesn't think you'd have been stupid enough to do this on purpose.
Oh. Good. So, this is it. You and Melanie sneak into nearby fearscapes, rescue someone and hide them here.
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah, basically.
Then you just stay down here.
These days, that's enough. We still need to eat sometimes and drink. Found some supply caches down here.
Jürgen Leitner.
Yeah, that's what Melanie said too. Also, we found a pretty convenient nightmare that's essentially just an endless supermarket. Turns out if you take stuff from it, it stays pretty much fine. Not nice, you know, but...
I did wonder about the Ennui brand Coke bottles.
Yeah, it's convenient, not subtle.
Georgie, where's the Admiral?
He's fine, I guess. He's enjoying himself at least. He wasn't immune, not like me and Melanie. And he's a predator, pampered piece of fluff that he is. Turns out there's a place full of cats and their prey.
Poor thing.
I go to see him sometimes. I think he's happy in his way, but it's hard to see him like that. He didn't even know I was there.
I'm sorry.
John, how do we turn it back?
I don't know.
Was that the recorder?
Yeah, it just started.
By itself?
I didn't do it, if that's what you're asking.
It wasn't an accusation.
Do you want me to turn it off?
That depends. Will it stay off?
Not if it wants to be part of things, no.
Then let it run. It's just the two of us, and it's not like we can attract any more attention to ourselves at this point, inviting the Snoop God's favourite kid down for a chat.
Hey, that's not fair.
And I guess the end of the world must have left me all snappy.
Well, I mean...
Don't say it. I actually did a lot of work on my anger, you know. Trying to put all the supernatural bollocks behind me. And now my therapist thinks I'm the chosen one.
Yeah, the apocalypse does seem to bring out the weird in people.
Yeah. Speaking of, you and John, eh? Congrats. Took you long enough?
God, I totally forgot. I haven't even seen you since... Well...
Yeah. Not since before John woke up. Before you, cut yourself off.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, I get it. I was still full of ghost bullet at the time, remember?
Oh, yeah. I suppose when you think about... I mean... Do we actually know each other? Really?
Melanie.
Martin. So, what'd you do?
I'm actually one of the prophets, chosen to walk the end times unscathed. Yourself?
Oh, I'm the Antichrist +1.
That sounds like a rough gig.
It has its perks. Seriously though, how the hell did you and Georgie fall into the prophet thing?
Okay, it wasn't exactly a choice. It just turns out that since I severed my connection with the eye, you know, and Georgie has no fear, we're kind of invisible to all the nonsense out there. We only realised when we finally went out to see what was going on, saw how bad it was.
Yeah. It's the same outside London. Worse in some places. Though I guess that's down to personal taste these days.
Yeah. Well, we were out and we found this spiral maze. And who did we find inside but Laverne, my therapist. I wasn't exactly going to leave her there, so we grabbed her and legged it. And that's when we discovered that we can keep others hidden as well. Not completely, and not for long, but it's enough to get them here to the tunnels. So once we realised that, we started doing it for more people. Have you had to explain any of this stuff to somebody who just doesn't have the first clue about any of it?
Not often. And it never went great.
Yeah, well, tell you what, you sound like a doomsdaying tarot reader. Hours talking about the eye's ascendance and how it's, transforming the world into a fearful psychoscape and...
They didn't believe you.
Oh, I wish. No. They believed us. But a few of them took it in a bit more of a religious direction. And here we are.
Okay, but I still don't get the whole prophet business. What exactly are you meant to have predicted?
Okay, I said I'd had a vision that it would end.
Oh, right. And, have you had a vision, or... Right.
Look, I know, all right? It was a shitty thing to do, but if you had heard how hopeless they all were, like when we told them all this, that everyone is trapped in, never-ending torment forever, I had to tell them something.
I guess.
I hate it. They just keep trying to interpret everything I do. And they keep calling me the blind prophet, which is a whole other thing.
Yikes.
Yeah, It's why we head out so much. Sometimes we actually are scouting or gathering, but half the time, I just need to get away. If I didn't have Georgie, I think I might just snap and beat them all to death.
Sounds like they'd probably just thank you for your wisdom if you did that.
Stop. We shouldn't talk about them like this. They are good people.
Sure.
It's just hard not to look down on people when they put you up on a pedestal like that.
So how are you and Georgie doing?
Honestly, well, these were not the early relationship hurdles I expected.
God, tell me about it.
But don't get me wrong. Georgie's incredible. And she's far too good for me, and I only hope she doesn't realise that while there's an apocalypse on. But, yeah. And what about John?
Oh, you know John. He's a complete mess, but so am I, and I think we're making it work. Communication can be difficult when you're on an unholy pilgrimage.
Modern dating, eh?
Nightmare.
Did you meet anyone else out there?
Yeah, loads actually. In fact, we saw Basira and Daisy.
Are they all right?
No, not really.
Oh.
Daisy had kind of gone full monster. And Basira kind of had to kill her.
Oh, that's...
Yeah. So now Basira's on her way, but she's taking her own route. I think she needed some time to process.
Well, I mean, that makes sense, though I'm not sure of how much processing she'll manage out there, surrounded by... Oh, I nearly forgot. Careful of Helen if you see her. She turned up a while back and tried to eat Celia.
She was here?
Yes. a few times. Looking back, I was so stupid.
Because you kind of liked her?
Yes. Yes. Honestly, I had started to think she was on our side.
Yeah. John killed her.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, she tried to... I wasn't there, but they got into a standoff and he destroyed her.
He can do that?
Hmm?
Well, I mean, that's interesting to know.
Yeah, it's a...
Oh God, I forgot. I promised I'd listen to some of Aaron Slater's stuff.
No worries, do you want some company?
I wouldn't put you through that. I swear, if it's another him, I am going to break something.
Ooh. That's nice.
Careful. She's very possessive of that chair.
Sorry. Didn't mean to sit on the prophet's throne.
I just wanted to check if you were joining us for dinner.
Ooh, food. What's on the menu?
Cold baked beans.
Maybe later.
It's there if you want it.
Do you actually believe all that stuff?
About them being chosen?
Yeah, the whole prophet thing.
Are you asking me personally, or do you want me to speak for the group?
Either. Both.
Personally, I don't know what I believe. I saw Melanie every week for months, and if you'd asked if I thought she was a holy person, I'd have laughed. She always behaved understandably, even if her problems were sometimes odd. But the world is... Well, I mean, it's hell, isn't it? Whether it's a capital H hell or not, I don't know, but that's where we are. And Melanie and Georgie, they can walk through it completely untouched. They can rescue people, even if they can't always protect them. I've listened to their own explanation of it, and I've listened to Danielle call them prophets or angels or the chosen. Neither of them really makes any sense. But you've got to have hope in something, otherwise there's no point to anything. So I choose to have hope in them.
Guess that makes sense.
It doesn't need to. Times like these, it just helps to believe. I'm not sure it really matters what.
So what do you think?
Okay, right, so, Aaron, I just think that
I don't think either of us is particularly comfortable with your use of the word redeemers.
Right.
I thought it was quite a good rhyme.
Shut up, John.
I realise you dislike that kind of thing. Your humility is humbling. But I've been considering your words last week when you talked about how the world we're in feeds on fear, how it's powered and shaped and moulded by it.
Right.
And well, maybe your powers feed on hope, on trust and faith and hope. I want to inspire that, so I'm sorry if it's maybe a little florid, but I think it's right.
That's not how it works, is it, John?
Oh, no. That's not how it works.
And what would you know about poetry?
Oh, well,
Who even is this? Are you a new follower? I thought you said it was dangerous for the flock to get any bigger.
No, he's like us, able to travel through the world.
Another Nightmare Strider?
I do not want a poem.
Are you sure, Prophet?
Yes. Yes, he is.
He doesn't seem holy.
And what would you know?
John.
Sorry.
Apologies, I meant no offence. Please forgive me.
You didn't need to scare him like that.
I didn't mean to.
Look, we're all tired and you still seem a little disoriented by the tunnels. Let's get some rest. We can talk about next moves tomorrow.
And how do you know when tomorrow is?
We generally err on the side of caution and sleep in.
Sounds good.
Oh, John. Your tape's running again.
Oh, sorry.
Hey. John? Damn it, John!
What?
Sorry.
What is
sorry,
it? What?
It's fine. I was just startled. We've not been many places you can sleep, so I...
So what?
You were sleeping with your eyes open again.
Right.
Just took me by surprise.
Sorry. Not something I can help, I'm afraid.
No, I know. I'm sorry. It's okay.
Bad dream?
Is there any other kind?
Fair.
Speaking of, how are your dreams? I know they used to be, complicated.
I don't know. I don't really remember them anymore. Honestly, it's not really even sleep these days. I can only do it when I'm disconnected from, everything, and it's more like, that feeling when you're right on the edge of falling asleep? Not quite dreaming, but not aware of stuff either.
It's like standby mode then?
I suppose. What was I like at Slacer's?
Oh, you just completely conk out. Eyes open, obviously, because God forbid the creepy ever stops entirely. But
thank you.
You'd just be dead to the world. I actually got a bit worried once or twice, but you always woke up fine. You said you didn't dream. Sounded pretty happy about it too.
I imagine I was.
Hey, I meant to ask. Do you recognise that woman? Celia?
No, I don't think so. Why?
I swear she gave a statement once.
What statement? I don't remember anything. What? Not down here, at least.
It was... What was it? I thought she was making stuff up. I gave her some money.
Why?
She asked.
Right. Do you think she remembers?
I mean, she doesn't seem to remember her own name, so I'm guessing no.
You could ask.
Well, no, that'd just be weird. I mean... Hello?
Sorry. Didn't wake you, did I? They asked me to check in on you.
No, it's fine. We were up.
I don't think we've met. I'm Martin. This is John.
Hello?
Right.
And you are...
Nope.
No? As in your name's no?
No, as in you don't get to know my name. I'm not stupid.
Is that so?
Names are how they see you. They're how they find you in the files. You can hide all you want, but if they know your name, they can see you and take you away.
I see.
I tell people my name, then maybe they learn it. Then they come for all of us. You shouldn't have told me yours. I keep telling the others. Only the prophet names are safe.
That's not how it works.
John.
What? She's talking complete rubbish.
Have you been there then? Have you fled through the endless cabinets, the labels that cut you, the things that put you in your place?
No.
So you don't know.
But I've seen it. I know it.
Oh, you know it, do you? Did it bleed you?
No, but that's not actually...
Then you don't know it. And you're not getting my name.
Fine. Sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. So, Georgie and Melanie, are they...
They're gone. Out. They often go out. Sometimes they bring people back, but usually they just go for a while.
Okay. Do you know when they'll be back?
No, they walk their own path.
Of course they do.
Would you like some food? We have tins and biscuits, although the biscuits are really old.
What's in the tins?
Food.
What food?
Depends. Most of the labels are gone. Yesterday, I got black beans.
Oh, right. And that's good?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, I could probably go for a tin. John?
Any chance you could bring me something back? I'm feeling a little bit shaky.
Do you need to make a statement?
Actually, no. I haven't since we got down here. I suppose it must be the tunnels. Nice to be a bit more in control, although it does feel odd.
Well, it's good to hear. I'll see what I can find.
Are you coming?
Yes. Lead the way. You?
Of course.
Martin?
Yeah? Oh, sorry, I didn't catch you.
Aaron.
Hi, Aaron. What's up?
Sorry, did you lose a tape recorder? I found this... Oh. Huh.
Yeah, it wasn't on when you found it, right?
No. Is it yours? I haven't seen it before. I thought it might be.
Kind of, I guess. They follow us around a bit.
Really?
Oh, you don't need to worry. It's been happening for ages. Before the world changed, even. You can just ignore them.
Since before the end?
Yeah, it's kind of a long story. Ask the prophets if you want, they'll explain.
You don't believe in them, do you? In their power?
I knew them in the old days.
So did Laverne.
Yeah, I realise that. Just... Look, it's complicated, okay? It's just a big pile of stuff that no one understands.
I understand they are able to walk through this world without fear or danger. I understand they saved us,
Cool. Look, you should really talk to them about it, okay? I don't want to say the wrong thing.
They said you also walked through the nightmares. That you share their power.
Oh, I'm not sure. It's different, alright? We're different.
Yes, you are. When I look at them, I see a future. I see hope. I don't know what I see when I look at you.
Okay, well, you're rude.
I'm a poet. I speak the truth.
Yeah, well, your truth is rude. You don't know anything about us, who we are, what we're doing.
I know you look at us like we're idiots. You pity us,
That's not true.
Liar. Who are you? Just appearing from nowhere with phantom tape recorders just scuttling in your wake? Why are you here?
We're here to save the world, okay? Right? If you want more than that, go ask your prophets, okay? Just give me that.
Any sign of them?
No, but the others say it's pretty normal for them to be gone this long.
Right.
That said, the locals are getting restless. I get the impression our welcome isn't exactly unconditional. How's the fuzziness?
It's alright. Comes and goes.
Yeah, you don't seem as bad as you were at Salaces. Hopefully you won't forget everything as soon as you leave the tunnels.
I don't think I will. It was worse there. Though, obviously, I don't remember. So what do you think? You reckon they're going to help?
I mean, they've got to, right? You're basically humanity's only hope.
I mean, okay. I hadn't really...
Oh, sorry, that's probably a bit too much pressure, yeah?
A bit?
I just meant that, look, either they help or they just sit down here and hope it all magically works itself out. And they can't really think that's an option. Can they?
I don't know. I know how Georgie gets about people in her care. If she thinks helping us will endanger them...
Yeah. Melanie too. And you're sure we can't find the way up on our own?
Probably not. I'm cut off down here, and the layout seems different to before.
The eye isn't, like, calling you or something?
Oh, no, it is. But I can't get a clear reading on it down here. It's kind of maddening, actually, like being on a street you almost remember but can't find on a map.
We might have to just try anyway.
Yeah, but without a guide we could be wandering a long time. And apparently there are things wandering about there as well that might put us some resistance.
Yeah, Laverne mentioned. Do you know what they are?
Yep. They're archivists.
Come again?
Did you ever listen to Gertrude's interview with Sergeant Heller?
Oh, that's a blast from the past. I think so. World War II, right? Under Alexandria? Saw some monster with a eye. Right.
I'm not the first archivist. Not by a long way. Most of the others died like Gertrude, but some lingered. And, well, let's just say I'm not the only one that feels the Panopticon calling.
Right. John, when we defeat the Eye, the fears, what happens to you?
Nothing good. I think it depends on what actually happens. If we figure out a way to defeat them, banish them somehow, kick them out of our reality and back to where they came from, I might survive. I think I'd stay more or less like this. Weaker, but fundamentally still an avatar in a world where the fears are once again lurking on the edges.
But I assume that's the best case scenario.
Depends on your point of view, I guess. In the long term, all we'd have done is bought some time. If, however, we find a way to destroy or eliminate the powers, I'm not going to be okay. There's too much of me that's part of the Eye now. I don't know what would be left of me without it. Maybe I just die. Maybe I survive, but I lose something. My identity, my mind, my memories. I don't know. Martin, when the time comes, I need you to promise me that you won't try to stop me.
I promise. I love you, John.
I love you too.
But I'm not going to doom the world over it.
Thank you.
And you have to promise me that you're going to do everything in your power to live. That you're not going to sacrifice yourself at the first opportunity just because you feel guilty about what happened.
I promise.
Good. God, I hate these conversations.
Yep. Heavy stuff.
I miss small talk.
We could talk about the weather for a bit, if you like.
Bit difficult underground.
True. In that case, I might see if I can get a bit more sleep. Rest up a bit before, well, you know.
Sure.
Wake me if they get back.
Of course.
I do wonder how healthy it is, going to see him like that.
I know, but it helps me. I think.
It certainly sounded pretty nasty.
Well, it didn't look too much better. There's a bench here to your left. Do you mind?
Unoccupied?
For now. Come on.
Sure.
It always tickles me, coming up here for privacy.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Personally, I think a city full of snooping cameras and staring eyes really sets the mood.
Of course you do.
everything's a bit shit, isn't it?
Not everything.
How did he look?
He's happy, I think. Does that make him evil?
It makes him a cat.
And I mean, sure, it's not a great look for Battersea, but watching it, it's just the gorier bits of a nature documentary on repeat.
There's nothing natural about this, though.
No.
We could still pull him out. You know, like the others.
No, it hurts to see him like that, but he's safer there. If we took him, we'd just be putting him in danger. We might even be putting the others in danger from him.
You're not still going on about that dream of a giant murderous tunnel cat, are you? You know, you're not actually a prophet, hun.
Sure, but by this point it wouldn't be the most unlikely thing that's happened to us. And it's not like the tunnels have got any safer with them hanging around.
It just feels crap, you know? Doing nothing.
We're surviving. And trying to help others do the same. That's not nothing.
True. Even if it feels like it sometimes.
I still care about him, you know. But getting involved will only make things worse.
We'd better still be talking about the Admiral.
John's doing his best.
Yes. Well, his best is us hiding from nightmares in a damp tunnel.
It's not his fault. It's not like he wanted it to happen.
Look, I know that, right? I know, but the truth is I just don't like him. I never have, and I am sick of people acting like I should feel so super sympathetic towards him just because he's had a rough time of it. I've had a rough time of it from the second I met him. We all have. He doesn't...
Honey...
Okay, I can still hate him, even if I don't, blame him. But...
You know, you're actually quite similar.
Well, then at least I hate consistently.
You should really talk to Laverne about that.
Oh, trust me, it came up. Day one, I think. But all that said, we should still help them.
What could we even do for them if John's some kind of all-knowing demigod?
Not down there. Martin says they can't find a way up into the Institute.
Too risky. I told you about the things down near the stairs, right?
Yeah.
We can't afford to attract their attention.
You're doing it again.
Ugh.
Look, you've been doing so much better recently. I know it's really hard to judge risk without a sense of fear.
But I'm still overcompensating.
Well, I mean, not necessarily. It is dangerous. But I don't see another way out of this. And I don't intend to spend the rest of eternity sleeping in a tunnel playing Mystery Tin.
Not even if it was just the two of us.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, maybe I could handle that for a bit. But if there's even a small chance we could put things back...
You're right. I know you're right. I just hate getting involved.
We've always been involved, right?
Yeah.
At least now it's on our terms. This way you can get back to podcasting about monsters, rather than hiding from them.
Ugh, don't. I was just thinking about that yesterday. How much I legitimately miss those shitty ad reads. You know, everything happened just as I was recording one.
Oh god, yeah, what was it?
Slaughterville, the town of 1,000 corpses. Some god-awful true crime thing based in a Colorado town where there were meant to be like 3 serial killers or something.
Jesus.
I was so proud of the script I did for it as well. Thought I'd really nailed that schlocky pulp vibe without it being super obvious that I was making fun of them.
Maybe you could do a rendition for the others.
Not sure how well that would sit alongside Aaron's latest hymn.
Oh. Yeah. Come on, we'd better head back. It's probably not a great idea leaving that lot with John and Martin unsupervised.
Yeah.
So, we help them.
Well, we're not going up the tower, but yeah. I want my cat back.
So this is it? Just up those stairs?
Just? You've seen how tall that tower is, right?
I don't have much of a choice.
Yeah, but still, it's just walking though, isn't it? And God knows we've had enough practice. How come you haven't had a look yourselves?
Keep watching. You see those?
What? Ah. Are those corpses?
I wish. Watch.
Right. So these are the former archivists you were talking about, John?
Yes.
I don't like them.
No.
So what do we do? How do we get past them?
Dunno. It was never worth risking it.
Wait, seriously? I thought you had this whole invisibility cloak thing going on.
Sure, but I'm not exactly keen to test it against the Eyeball Tower Guardians. I don't know the limits of our invisibility, and it seems pretty dumb to saunter up and hope it works on them.
Right.
Look, I've taken you this far. Beyond this point, you're on your own, alright?
No advice at all?
I don't know. Believe in yourself?
Wow, thanks.
It's all right, Martin. They'll let us through.
Sure?
Yes.
I thought you weren't so good at knowing down here. What if you're wrong and then we're absolutely...
I'm not. Trust me. Thank you, Georgie.
Sure. Good luck.
Thank you. And tell Melanie... Tell her I'm sorry.
That's not what she wants to hear from you.
Well then, what does she want?
I don't know, but it's not going to be another apology.
Fine. Tell her...
Look, tell her yourself when you get back down, okay? I'm not your bloody PA. Anything you've got to say to me, that can wait too.
Okay. Let's go, Martin.
Bye, Georgie.
Good luck.
Ceaseless watcher, see your servants approach, herald their arrival, and bid them welcome into your sanctum.
Yeah, excuse us. Okay, hold on. Oi, John! Just wait a sec. Christ, I just need a moment to catch my breath.
Of course, sorry,
It's fine, this is a lot of steps.
It's a very tall tower.
Is it? Oh, thank God I have you all-seeing one, otherwise I might have completely missed that fact.
Yes, all right.
Ugh. Not keeping you, am I?
No, it's just... I am...
What, you're not tired?
Oh, no, believe me, I am. It's just, it's kind of difficult not to keep climbing.
What, like... you've been called?
More like pulled. It's gently, but very definitely upwards, towards the top.
That could be a bad sign.
Probably. Too late to bail now, though.
True. You seem less nervous, at least.
Oh, God, no. I'm far more scared than I was down there, but... I don't know, I feel giddy. Powerful. Coming up from the tunnels into the tower, I can see again, and... it's just a bit of a rush, you know?
Sure, just try to keep it together, okay? The last thing we need is you wigging out.
I'll do my best. You ready?
Sure. Lead on, Macduff.
Let's lay on.
No, I know. Just go.
Okay.
So, this is it. The big boss. One last set of unnecessarily ominous doors and
Good morning. Do you have an appointment?
Rosie? What are you doing here?
Hello, I'm Rosie, assistant for Mr. Magnus. Do you have an appointment?
No. We don't.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid he's booked up for quite some time. You may need to try again another day.
Rosie, are you all right? It's us. It's okay. We're here to help.
Sir, please calm down. There's no need to get worked up. I'm only doing my job.
Rosie, I'm not going to
Jonah Magnus will see us. Please inform him we're here.
I really don't think that that's
I insist.
Your funeral? Excuse me, sir. 2 gentlemen here to see you.
The Archivist and Martin Blackwood.
The Archivist and, an associate.
Ouch.
Yes, I understand. Sorry to interrupt. Like I said, unless you have an appointment, there's nothing I can do.
I understand.
Now, I'm sorry, but if there's nothing else, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I'm very busy.
Of course.
What's she doing here?
She's his assistant, so the Eye put her here.
Did she choose it?
Did any of us?
So, what? She's just gone? She doesn't remember us at all?
To a degree, but...
You were right. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Christ, go on.
Sorry.
Oh, Rosie.
Mr. Sims, was it?
Yes?
I believe you have an appointment. Mr. Magnus is waiting just inside.
Right.
Is there anything we can do to help her?
If there is, it's on the other side of these doors.
Head right on in. He's ready for you.
Okay.
No.
Can he hear us? Does he even know we're here?
I don't.
Elias! Jonah Magnus! Oi, dickhead! Come down here so we can kick your ass!
Can't hear you, Martin.
Yeah, I got that. What's wrong with him?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong with him. He's the pupil of the Eye.
Meaning?
He won.
What do you mean he's won?
I mean he's done it. He's ascended, become a part of the Eye. He's beyond us.
Just shut up, Christ!
He can't hear you.
So what? He's not aware of us, of any of this?
No. Or if he is, it's only as a minuscule speck amongst a flood of knowledge and fear that's passing through him. He has become the conduit between this new world and the thing that watches it. It's all running through him.
Sounds awful.
To someone so close to it, I imagine it would be a state of agonized bliss. I can feel it. The completeness of it all passing out from him. I can see everything from here, and that's just a hint of what he must be feeling.
John.
As he watches a man run screaming down endless dark alleys that close and crush.
John! Stay with me.
Sorry. It's a lot.
I can see that, but you need to keep it together.
sorry, I think I can handle it.
Right, so what's the play?
I'm not sure.
Well, we came here to confront Elias. Jonah, whatever. So, how do we do that?
He's too far gone. He's barely even aware we exist.
And I'm guessing you can't just destroy him like the others?
God knows what would happen if I called upon the Eye to try and destroy a vital piece of itself. In the best case scenario, nothing happens.
And worst case?
No idea. An enormous explosion that destroys the world. We get torn apart but still suffering, or cast off to the edges of the fearscape, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so not that then, but what about something like physical?
What?
Look, I know it's all about dream logic and metaphor and all that stuff, but, what if we just grabbed him and, pulled him down, or just threw something heavy at it?
I don't know.
Or what about, that's Elias's body, right? I mean, yeah, they're obviously Magnus's eyes, but that's still a Bouchard body up there, so maybe Magnus's original body's just still lying around here somewhere. That was a weakness before the transformation, so maybe we could still use that.
It's gone. Ashes swept away by the winds of ecstatic terror. What you see up there is all that remains.
Right. Right. Is the original Elias still in there somewhere?
He's,
maybe we could get through to him somehow.
No, it isn't that.
Again? You just did one for Oh no. Are you alright? That was intense.
Yeah, I just...
Was that the real Elias? Is he still in there then?
No, it was an echo. The last spasm of a corpse. It's far too late for either of them.
Damn.
There was never anything we could have done. But I saw...
What?
You were right.
About what?
His body is vulnerable, at least to me.
What's the catch?
I could kill his body, sever the link, break the Eye's power, and Jonah Magnus would die.
Okay, that sounds good, but...
But that wouldn't actually harm the Eye itself. And with him gone, it would choose a suitable replacement.
Oh.
If we kill Jonah Magnus, I take his place.
Oh, God.
And I think that's exactly what it wants.
John, wait. Hey, just wait. You please talk to me.
I need some air.
In the tunnels?
Yes? No, I don't know, just somewhere. Anywhere without that thing droning horrors and Rosie staring at us like we're gonna bite her. I need to think.
Alright, we'll go back to the tunnels and regroup. Figure out what our next move is. See what other options there are.
Yeah.
John? John?
I just need a moment to properly consider things.
Consider what, exactly?
It might be our only option.
What are you talking about? How is it an option? Okay, setting aside the fact that it's a suicidal idea, it's just completely stupid. What actual good would it do? Right now, as far as I can see, we'd just be swapping one self-important, floating, hollowed-out terror zombie for another.
It's not like that.
Really? Then please, enlighten me. Go on, I'm all ears.
Right, well, when I said I would replace Jonah in there, that's not... I mean, that place, the center of the Eye, it wasn't made for him. That's why he's like that. It's too much. It's overwhelmed him. His whole being just destroyed.
Oh yeah, but let me guess, it was made for you.
Yes.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. Because how could this journey possibly end with anything less than the final supreme destiny of the Archivist, plugged into the great fear machine for all eternity and abandoning humanity, breaking his promise?
That's not fair.
Isn't it?
Would you just listen, please? I think that I could control it to a degree. I could channel the energies, remake things like I've been doing on our journey, but on a grand scale.
And how's that going to help? You've always said you can't make less fear in the world. You'd just be moving it around.
But that might still help. I could rebalance things, destroy the avatars, make it so that the people suffering most were the ones who deserve it.
And what? Replace them with new avatars from the people who don't want to?
I mean, that has to be better than those that chose it, right? Sure, I can't make it go away, but I could at least make it fairer. The eye doesn't care. As long as it gets its fear, it's happy either way.
Christ, can you hear yourself? Make it fairer. It's not enough that you're the all-powerful Archivist. You also have to appoint yourself the literal judge of everyone as well.
Don't.
I know what it's like to be powerless. And I know you do too. And I also know what it's like once you get a taste of... when you're finally able to...
That's not what this is.
I've been out there with you. I saw the kick you got out of making them scream for once.
What happened to Kill Bill?
You weren't meant to enjoy it this much.
Why won't you believe me when I say that this isn't something I want to do?
Because I saw your face when we walked into that room. That wasn't fear. It wasn't even anger. It was envy. And it scared me more than anything else I've seen.
Martin.
We're here to stop this, not take it over.
What other choice do we have?
I don't know, right? But there is one. Because there has to be.
But what if there isn't? How long are we going to wander around hopelessly searching before we end up back here anyway?
You were the one that wanted to take some time to think things over.
We can't just dismiss this. It might be our only option.
No.
No?
No. I forbid it.
You forbid it?
Don't laugh at me.
Why not? You're being ridiculous.
I refuse to accept that this...
The world doesn't care what you accept. It just is. It just is. I'm going out. Outside. I'll see you back in the tunnels.
Stupid, arrogant. John? Shit.
Get out of here. All of you. I said, leave me alone. Of course. What do you want? No, I know what you want. And maybe you're right. No, that's... Martin's right. It's not worth it. Why am I even talking to you? You don't even have a mind. Not really. That's what you want, isn't it? Something to be your focus, your will, keeping you fed and placated and content. You've got something to say? Then say it. Of course. Not exactly subtle. But then you never were you? Not really. Well, if that's the most compelling argument you have, I'm going to go and apologize to my boyfriend. Martin? Martin, I'm sorry. You're right. Oh. Sorry. Thought you were someone else.
It's okay. I was actually looking for you.
Why? Sorry, do you know where Martin, the man I was with, do you know where he is?
That's what I wanted to check. I saw him a while ago up near one of the trapdoors. I didn't recognize the woman with him, so I wanted to check if you were expecting anyone else before I woke the prophets.
What woman?
I don't know.
What did she look like?
Youngish, black, dressed normal, I suppose. She had a thing on her head, like a woolly hat, but I don't know, it looked a bit weird.
Annabelle,
I didn't catch her name.
Please, I need to concentrate. Where are you, Martin? Come on. Don't do this to me. Not now. Oh, God. Okay.
Are you alright?
I need to talk to the prophets.
What's going on?
Now!
Any luck?
Nothing. Is Georgie back yet?
Not yet. But then she actually needs to go places to look at them. She can't just pop up top and check the big picture.
Melanie, please. Not now.
Sorry. So you didn't see them at all with your,
Nothing. They're hidden. Annabelle must have taken the camera.
The camera?
From Salaces.
Oh. So does that mean he's...
dead?
Right.
Yes, I checked. I guess she liked him enough to do that for him before she stole it.
Remind me not to get on her good side.
No, it's what he wanted. What he said he wanted, but it means there's no way I can find them.
Hey, keep it together. Okay? Georgie might have better luck. She's actually looking in person. And from what you said...
Yeah, no, I mean, that could work, but if she finds them alone... if anything were to happen...
They can handle themselves. Right?
You're right. You're right.
It's fine. I'm worried too.
This is my fault.
What?
We had an argument. I said some things I shouldn't have. If I hadn't, we would have come back here together, and I'd have been there to stop her taking him.
You don't know that's what happened.
I mean, he wouldn't have gone willingly. Would he?
You tell me. You said there was no sign of a struggle.
But if it happened in the tunnel, I can't know that.
But we'd have heard. Stuff echoes down here.
I suppose. What, so you think he chose to leave with her?
Does it matter right now?
I mean, if they left together willingly, they could already be miles away.
And you can't, see where your blind spot is, if you know what I mean.
Not unless I'm right next to it.
Right. Fine. So, we do this the old-fashioned way.
What?
Why would she take him? Do they have any history?
Not really.
So, what other reason might she want him?
To get to me? To turn him against us, or make him an offer, or... I don't know, she serves the web, so it's probably some bullshit, domino, cause and effect thing we can't even begin to guess.
Okay, probably. But it doesn't do as much good to worry about that now. Okay. Let's say she wanted to use him as bait, to lure you somewhere.
Well, then why would she hide?
To get a head start, maybe, so she can set up a trap. Either way, where would she go?
How am I supposed to know? I can't see anything down here.
For God's sake, pull your head out of your arse. Stop trying to use it as a bloody antenna and actually try thinking.
Just listen, Melanie, ow!
Think!
Ow! I don't know! Somewhere she'd be strong? A place of power? A web domain?
I don't think there's anywhere like that in London.
No, it's all I, one way or another.
So what about nearby? John?
Oh, God.
What?
They're going to Hilltop Road. Come on. How much further can it be? One time I'm on my own and it's this domain where... Really? Now? Fine. Not quite nothing. Not for me. There you are.
John?
Need a ride?
Sure. How did you find me? Oh, right. Obviously. Thanks.
Oh. You're welcome.
What?
No, nothing. I was worried you might be upset if I interrupted your whole solar reflection thing.
It's fine. I mean, I would have at first, but honestly, there are a bunch more hells between me and London than I thought. I've been hoping for a friendly face for a while now.
Glad I could oblige.
Not that I couldn't make it on my own.
Of course.
You're not here to just give me a lift, are you?
I need your help.
You need my help. I thought you were basically a god now.
Annabelle Kane has Martin.
Shit.
Yeah.
When? How?
I think she's taking him to Hilltop Road and... I don't know, I needed someone I could trust and I couldn't ask Georgie or Melanie to come all this way, so...
They're alive.
Oh, yes, I.
Oh, it's fine. You can catch me up later. Let's focus on the Martin situation.
Right.
Can you, see him?
No, Annabelle has a... She can block the eye. There's a camera. It's an artifact. It was protected to lasers. Right. So, shortly after we left you, we found...
Magic camera that keeps them hidden. Got it.
Yeah.
So, they're at Hilltop Road?
Yes.
And you're sure? Even if you can't see them?
Yes.
And you know the way?
Yes.
So what are we waiting for? Stop messing around. Let's go.
I'm not messing around. Right, of course.
It's lucky for me you needed help. I just got out of this weird mirror maze thing and then I was just on an island. I was seriously considering swimming.
That would not have been a good idea.
I don't remember there being a huge lake between London and Oxford.
It's because there wasn't one.
Right. I'm a bit over the whole horror geography thing at this point.
That makes two of us.
So I'm guessing it represents academic isolation or something. Maybe something to do with the dangerous unknown skimming to the surface. That kind of thing.
Maybe it just represents the feeling of sore arms.
Been rowing a while then.
Hard to say. Certainly feels that way.
Yeah. You look like crap.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to think of it as a metaphor.
And that helps?
Not at all. I'd be more than happy to let you take over, if you'd like.
No, I wouldn't want to cramp your style.
At this point, that's just about the only part of me that isn't cramping.
Alright, I'll give him here.
There you go.
Okay, so what do we know about Hilltop Road?
Not much.
Another blind spot?
No, I could look at it, but it was like a hole. You know that feeling you get when you look down from a great height, like you're being pulled into the abyss?
Kind of.
Well, it was like that. Normally, I can see it, see the webs and feel the power of the spider emanating from it, but as I would look, it's like my mind follows the paths of the web, the strands going down and out. It's quite disorientating.
So what? It's like a web fast team up.
Almost, but no, it's different, something else. Either way, the important thing is that right now I can't see it at all.
So we know they're there with the magic camera.
Exactly.
We're charging off into the unknown again. It's just like old times.
Old times wasn't actually all that long ago.
True. Feels it though, doesn't it?
Well, hopefully this one will go a bit better.
It'd be hard for it to go worse.
Yeah. So, how was the trip down? How are you doing?
Not great. But I think I'm doing better having done it.
Yeah?
I always used to think I was helping people get what they deserved, you know? And then you see people suffering like this, with their deepest fears everywhere, and it's people who I'd say were good people, or bad people, or... And there are avatars. Jailers and torturers, and some of them seem to hate it as much as the people they're guarding. But they still do it. I don't know. I guess it's hard to look back on what I did as all that different. Bit late for self-discovery though, right? After the world's ended.
We're still here.
True. But I don't really know what I even am anymore. Am I an avatar or what?
Technically, yes. I think you might have effectively inherited Daisy's role. That's very much the Hunt's thing, isn't it? You kill and then you become.
Yeah.
Sorry. What I mean is, Daisy moved through the domains, tormenting you with the chase, but also spreading fear wherever she went and watching the results with hungry eyes. I think that's what you're doing now, travelling through, seeing places and feeding the eye with your observations and your revulsions.
So I'm what? Just a freelance watcher?
If you like. You'll probably end up with your own domain, eventually.
But if it's the Hunt, what am I supposed to be chasing? All I've been doing is wandering around, hoping I might find something to do, somewhere to help. Ah. Damn it.
And there it is.
So catch me up. What's been happening? You found Melanie and Georgie?
They found me.
So I was right then.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you do. Just after that meat factory, we were talking and I said maybe you couldn't see them because Georgie couldn't feel fear and Melanie had cut herself off from the eye. And then you said that...
I said it was plausible.
Yeah. But you did the face when you said it.
Fine. You were right.
So does this mean there are others?
What do you mean?
Like, they can't be the only ones like that, right? Maybe there are other people out there, naturally immune, wandering around or hunkered down.
Maybe. I mean, probably. But, yeah, well, I can't see them, can I?
Oh, yeah. Suppose not.
I also killed Helen.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that.
She was dangerous. And not like the others out there. It was only going to be a matter of time before...
No, I get it. Honestly, it's kind of a relief. How did Melanie take it?
Melanie?
Yeah, she and Helen were pretty tight back when,
What?
back when you were in your coma.
I see. Well, I haven't told her yet, so I suppose I have that to look forward to when we get back.
If we get back.
That's not the part I'm worried about.
He'll be okay. I know a good way to take your mind off it.
I wouldn't want to cramp your style.
Huh.
Besides, we're almost there.
So we're just going to leave the boat?
Would it make you feel better to know that it's not technically real?
No.
Look, it's fine. We probably won't even be coming back this way.
If you say so. So, anyway, run this by me again. They're like a proper cult.
Ish. They all seem fairly normal, given the circumstances. Bit of a letdown in some ways.
But, like, they actually worship Melanie and Georgie.
Worship is maybe a bit strong. They just revere them.
Melanie must hate that.
And that's the issue. I'd say it's as culty as it can be when the leaders are actively trying to stop it.
Oh, it must have been funny, though. Oh. Hang on, that's the real sun, isn't it?
Yes. We've entered the,
John?
Sorry, I should have said the camera, it blocks my connection and it's hard.
Are you okay?
It doesn't matter. Martin's here and we need to find him.
Okay. How do we do that?
I don't know. We'll have to...
Shh. Do you hear that? There, in the spider web. Great.
It's not exactly breadcrumbs, but...
You're sure you're okay to do this?
I'll be fine.
Mr. Spider once more.
Are you going to walk this slow the whole way?
Are you going to stay silent the whole way?
Perhaps that's because you didn't seem to like what I had to say.
No, it's because you weren't really saying anything, were you? It was all just ominous foreshadowing again.
Perhaps I was just trying to make things feel familiar.
Perhaps the whole answer a question with a question thing is wearing a bit thin. Besides which, it's a bit late to play coy. You promised me an actual straight answer.
You'd have it a lot more quickly if you didn't keep stopping.
Hey, this is your magic bubble. You're the one making it so that we're, like, actually walking all the way to Oxford. So sorry I've got to sit down occasionally, like a human.
And the book breaks?
It's not like you're entertaining company.
And it's nothing to do with the fact that any lost souls in our area also get a break from their torment?
So what if it does? Is that a problem?
Actually, I find it very reassuring.
Great, because I'm still going to need to rest. Some of these houses have actual beds, and I haven't slept on a mattress since...
Problem?
Did he suffer?
Did who suffer?
Just answer the question.
No. I did it in his sleep. He'd always been accommodating, so I wanted to honour his wishes.
That's a shame.
Is it?
I mean, he seemed nice. To us, at least.
And what of his victims? The people whose lives he destroyed?
I can't speak for them. I didn't know them, did I?
No, you didn't.
Is it much further?
Less so than last time you asked.
Could you just try answering a question properly? Just once?
We're close now. Just a few more streets.
Thank you. Oh,
Oh, come on, Martin. You didn't really expect him to find us before we got here, did you?
No.
We have a sizable lead, and the camera too, don't forget. Besides, even if he did ride to your rescue, what then? Would you explain to him that you're here of your own free will?
I mean, that's a pretty generous way to describe being blackmailed.
Oh, it's blackmail, is it? Offering you a way out of all this?
You said if I told John or waited, then you'd leave and I'd never know.
And you believed me, which was very gracious of you.
I shouldn't have.
Why not? I didn't lie to you. I do have another option for you. One that means neither of you need to die or be consumed by any dark power.
Oh, but you can't just tell me, or John. Oh, no. That would be far too straightforward.
I could. But it's much better if you see it for yourselves. And he would not have come willingly. He needs to think he's coming for you.
He can see literally everything. I'm sure he probably knows it already.
In a way, perhaps. But I guarantee that being here in person is something very different. Come on.
Hey, is that... You told me not to bring a tape recorder.
No. I said we wouldn't need one. We have plenty of tapes.
But
we're here.
This is it.
Ah, I forget. You've never actually been here before, have you? Well, what do you think?
It's...
Just a house?
Well, yeah.
What were you expecting?
I don't know, like, something a bit more dramatic, I guess.
We'll see what we can do. Step into my parlour.
Fine.
Do take a seat.
So, what now?
I've written you a statement. I would like for you to read it.
And if I don't?
Then we sit here in silence until the archivist arrives. But I would suggest you do read it. I believe you find it illuminating.
Screw it. Fine. Okay. So, a crack in reality?
Oh, it's so much more than a crack now. It's an aching hole, a gaping wound in the very fabric of our world.
And a gateway to other dimensions?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Dramatic enough for you?
So this is what you wanted me to see? Annabelle?
It's a real shame, you know. I was so looking forward to filling you with spiders.
Excuse me?
They would have hollowed you out and worn you like a cheery jumper.
Right, but since you're telling me, I can assume you're not going to now, right?
That's the thing about webs. People get so caught up on how intricate they are, how perfectly constructed, they never consider how flexible they can be. The sort of storm they need to weather. You can't be precious about a single strand.
Right, yeah, but again, because you didn't really answer me, filling me with spiders isn't a strand of your web now, right? I just want us to be absolutely clear on this. Annabelle?
No. Not anymore.
Right, thanks. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Just checking.
It's such a shame. There's a time when I was certain you had what it takes to join us.
What? Because I like spiders? Well, used to.
Because you always managed to get what you wanted through smiles and shrugs and stammerings that weren't nearly as awkward as they seemed.
Point taken.
But I didn't foresee how deep you would fall into the lonely, or how far the archivist would go to get you back. It made things awkward.
Why are you telling me all this?
Because explaining things, giving answers like this, it's not what I am. It's difficult, against my nature. And I'm trying to practice.
Why?
Why do you think? Sorry.
Okay, let's try a different question. What was your plan?
I was gonna snatch you away, lure you both into this web, and then take you. Drive him to despair, so that when you return to him, bulging and talking in 1,000 tiny voices, it would drive him to a final push.
And now?
Your bond is too complicated. I couldn't drive that kind of rift between you now. I've considered every angle, examined every cause and effect, and have finally come to the conclusion that I need to tell you the truth. To explain things.
Yeah, but why?
Because if I do, you do as I ask.
Oh, will we?
Yes. He's nearly here.
John?
Let's make the setting a little more appropriate, shall we?
Hey, just put the camera down, okay?
You said you wanted something more dramatic, right?
What? No, wait. Yes, that's a long way down.
Further than you can possibly imagine.
Oi! What is this?
What do you think? Oh, it's for your safety, so you don't do anything unpredictable.
Oh,
I'd hate for you to fall.
When John gets here, he's going to kill you.
As long as he listens to me first, it won't matter.
So just listen. Listen, Martin, you should know. Now listen to me, Martin, listen.
Wait. The tapes.
A fine material to spin a web with, don't you think?
What? All this time, through all of this, it was just you spying on us.
Oh, Martin. You have no idea who's listening, do you?
Watch your step. Long way down.
It's fine. Stickiness helps. Come on.
Right behind you.
Feeling better now, are we? Without those horrible sunny skies and fresh winds.
Yes, the colossal web stretching down into an endless pit is a significant improvement.
Don't pretend like you're joking.
At least I can think straight now. So we have a chance to... Don't touch that one!
Sorry.
It's okay. She already knew I was here. I just I hoped we might be able to sneak you in.
I'm guessing she's waiting at the centre.
Naturally. They both are. Martin is... he's okay. He's scared, but also frustrated.
You can't see Annabelle's plan.
I know she has something to tell me, and it's about the hole below us. Her thoughts are all down there, and the threads are so closely woven. I follow them out and in and down and through the strands of web and twisting tape and down and down and down into the chasm, into the emptiness that stretches out below.
Careful, careful.
Oh. Thanks. There's a sort of pull to it. Every time I get a glimpse, it draws me in.
What's down there?
I don't know.
That makes a change.
It's somewhere else. That's all I've got.
So, the tapes. They're from the web, then?
Looks like it.
Were they always? Right from the start?
As far as I can tell. It's hard to... If I look too closely at them, my own voice, things get recursive. Hard to follow.
I always assumed they were with the eye. The whole watching, listening, waiting thing, you know?
No. They were always using them to spin their own web. Out of my words.
Mine too.
True.
But what for? Why here? Forget I asked.
Oh.
Can't keep catching you every 2 minutes. At some point, I'll give in to the temptation.
Ha ha.
Different question then. How do we play this one?
You get Martin to safety, then I deal with Annabelle Kane.
Right. I think we should hear her out first.
Excuse me?
Before you deal with her, we should try to get some answers. All of this, taking Martin. She wants to talk.
She's had plenty of chances. She didn't need to kidnap him.
Sure, but maybe she... What? What's with the look?
How are you feeling, Basira?
Do you want to look inside my head? See if it's full of spiders?
No. I'm sorry, I trust you.
How are you feeling?
Yes, all right, you don't need to make a point.
Yes, I do. You're too close to this, and I need to make sure you aren't going to do anything dumb. Situation like this, we can't make rash assumptions. Right?
Right. But if she hurts Martin, all bets are off.
If she hurts Martin, I'll be right there with you.
He's getting close.
As if you could hear him over all this racket.
I am sorry you find them irritating. They're side effects of the very specific way this web has been spun. I thought you liked his voice.
I do when it's his voice. Never liked the statements. It always felt... Yeah.
Well, you can trust me when I say you'll be hearing his real voice very soon.
I can't see anything. How can you even tell?
Vibrations?
Oh, yes, web, vibrations, sure. Yeah, but that's not actually what's happening here, is it? So why don't you just tell me straight? It's not like I'm going to run off. I'd only trip over my own feet and fall in, even if I tried.
It's a good way to visualize these things. Symbols and metaphor. They give easy channels for the great powers to flow through. Ready forms for their energy to manifest.
Blah, blah, dream logic, blah. I've had this lecture before.
You'd prefer we stay silent until he arrives?
I'd hardly call this silence.
I'd stop them if I could.
Fine. Let's talk then.
All right. Is there anything you want to talk about?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to think of small talk suspended over an endless void.
You're perfectly safe as long as you don't do anything foolish and unstick yourself.
Yeah, you say that, but it seems like you've got this whole thing prepared for John, and I don't really know whether I should be trying to derail it, or whether that's just what you want me to do, and so doing nothing is actually the right thing, you know? And you're a hard person to talk to.
Why? Because of what I say, or because of the assumptions you make about my motives?
Either, both.
I see. We could play a game. 20 questions. Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Animal. Does it have 8 legs? Yes. Is it a spider? Yes. Oh, look, I win.
On edge, are we?
Of course I am. You struck me in a weird interdimensional web and threatened to fill me with spiders.
No. I said I had considered filling you with spiders.
Yeah, whatever. The point is, there was a time when it was very much your go-to option. And this one time I chose to almost trust you, you've immediately turned around and used me as bait.
I haven't broken your trust.
What? The deal was you'd tell me a way to end this without John trapping himself in that tower. Using me to trap him here instead in the most hackneyed metaphor imaginable is not exactly what I had in mind.
Perhaps I was wrong about how well suited you are to us. I'm not sure you have the patience for the web.
Oh, piss off.
You don't need to worry about John.
You're literally luring him into a trap. This trap. This one right here.
Please don't do that. Technically, yes. This is a trap. But the only one in actual danger is going to be me. If he chooses to kill me, I can't stop him. Not even here. And you're not bait. You're just an invitation.
Oh, wonderful. I can't wait to attend the Annabelle Kane show.
You know, I did consider it once.
Excuse me?
A TV show. Reaching out into the homes of millions. Giving the more vulnerable ones a subtle nudge towards terror. Probably something for children. Never went anywhere, of course. These things rarely do.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
You're the one that didn't want to wait in silence.
Yeah, well... Wait, hang on. Is that him?
Yes. I guess you're better with the webs than we thought.
And... Wait, no, is that... Basira? He's got Basira with him.
Yes. I did wonder if that would be the case. Interesting. And unfortunate for me, that's 2 heads who'll need to keep cool. My odds aren't looking good.
Odds don't matter if you stack the deck.
True. Now settle back. Try to look intentional.
What does that mean?
They're going to expect a suitable elaborate scene when they arrive. Monstrous to blow. I'd hate to disappoint them.
Right. So, were you thinking something like this, or...
My apologies for the inconvenience, but appearances are everything, Martin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to change into something more suitable.
It is so very important to prime your audience.
Annabelle Kane.
Hello, John. Basira. Calm down, Martin. You wouldn't want to slip off, would you?
Let him go.
Not just yet.
Ceaseless watcher. See this scuttling thing. Take it.
You know better than I do if I can actually kill him. But we both know that if I drop Martin from here, he's gone. So let's all settle down.
What do you want?
To give you, all of you, a way out of this.
And you couldn't just, I don't know, tell us?
I could, but I needed him to believe me. And for that, I needed him to feel this place, this opening beneath beneath us.
Put him down.
Very well.
Martin, you okay? You know, we'd probably be more willing to listen if you hadn't kidnapped our friend.
I didn't. He came of his own free will.
Free will, she says, as we stand in the middle of a fucking web.
A fair point, but that's a debate for another time. I simply mean I did not bring him here through force, threat, or false pretense. I made an offer, and he agreed.
Martin, is this true?
Told you.
We'll talk about it later, once you're safe.
He's perfectly safe right now, as long as everyone remains civil.
Fine. Speak your piece. Tell us about your way out.
As you wish. The great fears. Do you believe they think the way we do?
They don't think at all. They just are.
Almost true. In truth, it depends on the fear. Some exist in an eternal moment. Some make use of memory to reflect and corrupt. But for most, time is simply another thing for them to play with. To consider the future, to plan, is not something they're capable of.
But not the web.
No. Not the mother of puppets. The spinner of schemes.
Hang on. What about the rituals? Those were plans.
No. They were desires, filtered and interpreted by people and the thinking creatures that they spawned.
You are well informed, aren't you? Exactly this. They hungered for the world, to step from the shadows and gorge themselves on all humanity.
And they have.
But only two of them could truly conceive of such. Terminus, the end, knows that in such a world they will ultimately consume themselves. And it desires that finality.
And the web understands it as well. That eventually a successful ritual would doom them all. Leave them trapped and starving in a used-up world with no one to feed on.
Hang on. What? This is news to me.
We passed the death domain of the end. The victims there do actually die, meaning even though it would take I don't know how long, eventually the end will claim everyone and everything. It's inevitable.
Oh. Okay, right. And what? The pals don't realize?
They don't understand things like we do. But the web is all about connections, unforeseen consequences. Of course it realizes.
Of course. And knowing this, knowing for centuries you would eventually be trapped, doomed to starvation, what would you do?
Plan an escape.
Just so.
An escape? To where?
Below us, Basira.
This is not the world. It is a world. And though it has taken so very long to price it open, the gate to 1,000 new realities now stand wide. However, despite this effort, the worlds beyond them remain so far unspoiled by the fear's touch.
The powers don't exist there. They're, what, unique to our dimension?
Unique? Oh, I don't know about that. But certainly there are many, many worlds without them.
Sorry, we're talking about alternate dimensions now. Seriously.
Really, Basira? Look around us. This is where you get skeptical.
Yeah. Okay, cut me some slack. This is a lot of new and weird information.
So the web, it wants to spread, to escape into new realities.
Yes, but not alone. Any attempt to separate the fears is ultimately doomed, as you well know.
But how?
We found the one we believed most likely to bring about their manifestation. We marked him young, guided his path as best we could, and then we took his voice.
No.
His and those he walked with. We inscribed them on shining strands of word and meaning and used them to weave a web which cast itself out through the gate and beyond our universe, so that when the fears heard that voice and came in their terrible glory, they might then travel out along it, or be dragged.
Is she talking about the tapes?
Yes.
So, how is any of this a solution?
Because for the fears to spread into these new worlds, they would need to leave ours, wouldn't they?
If one should leave this place for greener pastures, the rest must follow.
Leaving us behind in the process, freeing our world at the cost of others.
What are you saying?
We can pass them our apocalypse.
Nothing so extreme. In these new worlds, they would exist as they used to in ours, lurking just beyond the threshold.
Until someone is stupid enough to release them there as well.
Perhaps. Even the mother cannot see the future, only try to shape it.
And so they spread through realities like a disease.
Perhaps.
I won't do it.
Possibly. You've seen your other options.
What happens to you if they escape? What happens to us? We've all been touched by them.
I would either travel with them, or I would die. I do not know which. My life is only sustained by the web. Most would simply lose whatever power they have been gifted. John would lose much of himself, the parts of him that are the eye. But he would survive, and perhaps more importantly, he would remain who he believes himself to be. And you would end the suffering of all those others who remain here.
How would we do it?
Basira.
We need to know, John.
It's very simple. Destroy the archives and cut out the eye's pupil.
Oh, is that all?
Simultaneously.
I see. Destroy the Panopticon and you release its power. Kill Jonah and you cut the connection between the fears and the world. Do both at the same time and, for just a moment, all that power rushes through their only remaining connection with reality. The tapes.
And they would be swept along by it, dragged out of our realities, and into new ones.
And how exactly are we supposed to destroy the archives?
Many years ago, a draftsman made an unfortunate and egregious error on certain city planning documents. As a result, an unusually large and dangerous gas main just happened to be constructed directly below the building you knew as the Magnus Institute, in a place where it would be protected by the tunnels of Robert Smirk, unchanged by the world's reformation. You need only ignite it.
Ignite it?
Indeed. And it just so happens that the perfect tool was once delivered to you as a token of appreciation. Though you really do need to learn to keep better care of it. Somehow, it always seems to slip your mind, doesn't it?
What?
John, it's that stupid lighter of yours.
My what? Oh. Oh.
A little anchor of our power, so that we and our tapes may follow wherever you go.
I see. So, if I were to throw it away into your little pit,
I would advise against that.
Oh, would you?
John, she still has Martin.
Fine. Fine. That's it then. Everything you wanted to tell us?
It is.
And we're done here. Give us Martin.
As you wish.
John!
Martin!
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I didn't realise
we'll
that...
talk later.
What about her?
Good question. As far as I can tell, there's now nothing to stop me killing you. Throwing this lighter away forever.
Nothing except your own indecision. I've played my part to its completion. You get to decide how I exit the stage.
John?
Go.
Very well. We shall not see each other again, Archivist. But I eagerly await your decision.
So, what do we do now?
Let's get out of here. After that, we'll see.
So, are we going to talk about it? Or...
When we get back to London, I think we all need some time to think.
Sure. I mean, it's a pretty long walk. We could talk about something else.
Like why you wandered off with Annabelle Kane?
Sarah.
It's important.
He can tell us when he's ready.
It's fine. It's not exactly a big surprise or anything. Back in London, after we...
had a blazing row?
Yeah, that.
What?
About what we should do with Jonah. With the Panopticon.
About whether you should...
Yes.
Well, anyway, after that, I was coming out to look for you. But the tunnels are just all over the place, and you must have used a different way up or something, and, well, she was there.
Waiting.
I guess. It was so quiet, and it looked like London did before. So then I figured that she must have had the camera, which meant Salesa was probably dead, and so... well...
So
I figured she had come to kill you, John.
Me? What about you?
What about me? I didn't really think I was important enough to kill.
Wow, Martin, that's...
Shocker, I have self-esteem issues. Not the point. Anyway, she said she knew what you were planning to do, what would happen to you in there, and then she said she knew another way. One way you'd be okay, but she couldn't tell me, she had to show me.
And you took her at her word?
Obviously not, but if she was telling the truth, it seemed worth the gamble.
Why didn't you come and get me?
Because she said if I did, she'd leave without me, and then... well... we'd have had to stick with crappy plan A, and you'd end up gone. Okay, look, I admit it wasn't great judgment, okay? But I didn't see another choice. I figured you were safe enough with the girls, and well...
You were angry.
Yeah.
Right.
And if I could give you another way out, it had to be worth the danger. Even if it was kind of...
reckless?
A long shot. Plus, I knew you'd follow me and save me if things got bad. Look, I'm sorry I worried you.
It's okay.
But it does look like I was right.
If she was actually on the level.
Well, yeah.
And if she was, she went about it in a really weird...
manipulative way.
Yeah. Big surprise. But she did kind of hold up her end.
I could have done without all the webbing, though. Still sticky.
Well, it's over now and you're safe. That's all that matters.
not quite.
Mm-hmm. We do have another option to consider.
When we get back. I want to hear what the others have to say about it.
Then we should get going. Speaking of, where exactly do we go now?
Forward.
It's a cliff, John.
Over there.
Oh, great.
Seriously? What happened to the big lake or whatever Basira was talking about? I was looking forward to the lake. I'm fine rowing. I'm good at rowing.
I'm sorry, some routes are one way.
So what? This is our new path then? Some rickety ladder on a cliff edge that's so high you can't even see the bottom? Really?
I admit it's not a subtle metaphor.
Yeah, I get it. I don't need another lesson on nightmare geography. It was obvious as soon as I said it out loud.
If there was another way...
Yeah, but there never is. Fine. Come on. Okay. Easy does it. One at a time. One at a time.
Careful of your next one, Martin. It's loose.
Right. Thank you. Brilliant.
Martin! Martin, are you alright?
I did warn you. Are you good to keep going?
Yeah, just... Yeah...
Martin, would it help to know that if you do fall, you'll be okay?
Define okay.
You wouldn't die.
Yeah, but it would still hurt, wouldn't it?
Yes. But not as much
and
as...
crucially, it would still feel like I'm falling an incredible distance, wouldn't it?
I mean, you would still be falling an incredible distance. You just wouldn't die when you hit the bottom.
Yeah, and there it is.
Oh, I have missed your pep talks.
I'm afraid it's the best I can manage.
Yeah, well, thanks for trying.
Can we just keep going?
Right. Ah.
What?
Right.
Right? What?
Guys, what's going on down there?
The ladder ends.
What do you mean it ends?
I'm guessing you're not talking about the ground.
No. No ground. And no more ladder.
So what do we do?
What do you think? We jump and we fall.
What? No, I'm not doing that. This is obviously like a wrong turn or something.
It's a ladder, Martin.
Yeah, I know, Basira, but somehow we've still managed it.
You said it won't kill us, right?
Right. We'll just need to try and...
Jesus, seriously? If all your friends jumped off a cliff, would you join them? No, I wouldn't.
Martin!
Stupid!
Enough.
We just want to make sure we separate out so we don't hit each other on the way down, or... Oh.
Ah. Oh, Christ, what now?
Sorry,
Are you serious?
You couldn't have made a statement before we got on the ladder.
That's not how it works.
Oh.
Fine, I'm out then. You coming, Martin?
So my choices are jump off a cliff or cling to it while John does a statement?
And then jump off it, yeah.
For fuck's sake. Fine.
Okay? On 3. 1. Or just go then, I guess.
Right. Well, I guess that's it then. Come on.
John.
I'm here. I am here.
Come on, even Martin didn't make this much fuss.
I resent that.
There is a big difference between knowing pain and experiencing it.
Don't worry. It passes pretty quickly.
I know.
Of course you do.
But it hasn't passed yet.
Nope.
Alright, let's get you up.
Okay. I'm okay.
Martin says that's London up ahead.
Yes.
Looks even more messed up than usual.
Yeah. We should be okay, but let's be careful.
Yeah, keep an eye out.
Was that a joke, or...?
Come on. Let's get home.
You mean the tunnels?
I suppose. I don't really know.
Hello? Georgie? Melanie?
In here.
Hey, what happened here? Are you both okay? Where is everyone?
They came for them. Took them away. Like before.
Oh, God.
Who's they?
There's things from the city. You know, the ones that serve that big eye.
Because of me.
Probably.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's the same as last time. We thought maybe keeping our numbers down might help, but... No, it was always borrowed time.
We tried to stop them, but...
There were just too many. We couldn't do anything. Just had to listen as they were dragged off.
I'm so sorry.
Damn.
Hang on. Basira, is that you?
Hey, Melanie. How are you?
I'm fine. I mean, fine compared to, you know. Anyway, come here. Where have you been?
Just wandering. I'll tell you about it later.
You got Martin back then?
We did.
I was actually doing alright until you showed up, and then Annabelle started acting up for company.
At which point we rescued you from certain death.
Well, I'm hardly certain death.
Well, it's good to see you in one piece. I assume the Spider Woman is,
Actually, no. It's a bit more complicated than that.
No. I'll have a real answer, thanks.
Annabelle wasn't trying to kill anyone. She just wanted to offer us a choice, sort of tell us about another option, I guess.
That sounds ominous.
It is.
Yeah. You got anything to drink in those supplies of yours? I think I could really do with one. We need to talk. All of us.
So,
Yeah.
Anyone want another cup of tea? Well, I say tea, it's hot.
We can't keep putting it off. We need to talk about this, about what we're going to do.
You mean what John's going to do?
No. If we're doing this, it's going to take all of us.
you say if. It's basically our only option, right?
No, it's not.
So we're seriously holding up let John become God as a legitimate choice here.
Can't just dismiss it.
Yes, we can.
Seconded.
Thank you.
We still have to discuss it. Let's try to lay this out properly. What are our actual options here? As far as I can see, there are 3.
Okay.
1, we follow Annabelle's plan. We destroy the Panopticon, kill Elias...
Jonah.
Whatever.
Magnus.
We kill him and release the fears into... how many other realities?
She said thousands, but I don't think she actually knows.
John?
Not something I can see, I'm afraid.
But is it all other realities or just some of them?
Does it matter?
I mean, maybe. If there are infinite worlds out there, then thousands isn't even a drop in the bucket, cosmically speaking.
Cosmically speaking.
You know what I mean.
Still more than one, though, isn't it? Which is what we're discussing.
So again, option 1 is to kill Joan and Magnus and release the fears. Save the world, but doom other realities to the fears.
We don't know they'll be doomed.
Spread the fears to other realities. Option 2 is John takes over from Magnus. Keeps the powers contained here with us and tries his best to make the place a little more tolerable until the end.
And we lose him.
Martin.
No, John, I'm sorry, but if one world still matters in an infinite spread of dimensions, then one person does too.
I think the issue is he matters a bit too much.
The point is, you don't have a responsibility to sacrifice yourself just to make everyone else's lives a bit easier.
I've already made them a hell of a lot harder.
Then we should all sacrifice ourselves, because everyone in this room has some responsibility for it.
Hey, Georgie didn't do anything.
No, Melanie, I didn't. And maybe I should have. I kept out of it even when I got a pretty good idea of what was going on towards the end. But I should have known better. Hiding never helps.
It keeps you alive.
For a while. But we couldn't actually do anything, could we? Couldn't save anyone.
Okay, fine. Blame for everyone. But the hard fact is, John's the only one who can take over the Panopticon.
Would you stop just putting everything on him?
Which brings us to our third option.
Which is?
Do nothing. We adapt to the new world and just wait for it to finally end.
Leaving everyone to just suffer until the powers burn out.
You said yourself that even if you did take over, you couldn't stop the suffering. If we keep it all trapped here, it's going to be hell either way.
It's alright for us, though, isn't it? We're not the ones trapped in our worst nightmares.
What's your point?
Do we actually have the right to make this decision? The 5 of us? For the whole world, or for maybe infinite worlds we know nothing about?
No, of course we don't. But we're the ones here. And I doubt there's anyone else out there who's in a better position to decide.
There isn't.
So we're the ones that have to make the call, and we need to acknowledge that doing nothing is still on the table as an option.
We could ask them.
Who?
The people trapped in the domains. The ones actually doing the suffering. Why don't we see what they want?
Because I already know. They want it to stop. But to try and explain it all to them, give them enough context for them to make an actual meaningful choice, I don't think it's possible while they're still trapped. They're too much a part of their domains.
So we bring them out. You've rescued people before. We can do it again.
True.
Sure, but we can't bring everyone out. So then all we're actually doing is deciding who makes the call with even less understanding than us.
Right? It's kind of shitty to bring them out just to ask them if they're willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good.
Shittier than just making the decision for them.
If the decision is to do it, maybe they'd be grateful we saved them the guilt.
If it's just a matter of guilt, then I'll take it right now. I'd rather live the rest of my life lying awake wondering if I made the right choice over lying awake listening to the screams of everyone on Earth being tortured.
Well, so it's better for 1,000 times more people to scream as long as we can't hear them.
No! Because Annabelle said it wouldn't be like that. Wherever they go, it'll be like it was here before, with the powers just lurking on the edges.
And our world survived like that for what? All of history. Sure, it's not great, but it's not like those other realities won't have bad stuff happening already. We all lived with monsters in the shadows, and we just got on with it.
Yeah, until we didn't. Until the ritual kicked off. What's to stop the same thing happening in these other worlds?
It took like millennia of failed rituals before this happened. That means there has to be a chance that it won't happen at all, right?
Maybe.
And if it does happen, it will be because of the actions of the people in those other dimensions. Just like here, it was because of...
Me.
Because of us. My point is that we can't take responsibility for the hypothetical actions of hypothetical people in all these other universes. Fundamentally, the fears travelling to these other places isn't a death sentence. And even if the worst happens, they might just find themselves in exactly the same situation as us, deciding whether to pass it all along again.
Like the worst chain letter ever.
Exactly. probably have their own panopticon, their own archivists.
Oh, their own Martin.
If they're unlucky.
Oh,
But the point is, we have a chance to stop all that. We don't have to post the letter. We can keep them contained and even eventually destroy them.
Can we?
What do you mean?
Well, did Annabelle say for certain that this dimension is where they were, born, I guess?
No. No, the eye can't see its own creations, so I don't actually know how they came to be. Perhaps we can't know.
So, how can we be sure they didn't come through to our reality in exactly this way? Maybe we're just another link in a long chain of these things, spreading from one dimension to the other, growing at the edges, manifesting, and then escaping to somewhere new.
Like weeds.
Or a fungus.
Sure, but even if that was true, it doesn't change the situation.
Yes, it does. If it's a choice between stopping the fears completely, destroying them once and for all, here and now, or just being one universe they don't escape among potentially infinite ones where they do, those are very different scenarios. Well, they are to me, at least.
We don't know. And even if we hunted Annabelle down and squeezed more information out of her, I don't think she knows either. We simply don't have that information, and we can't just arbitrarily decide what's true just because it makes the choice easier for us.
And you can't just arbitrarily decide it isn't because you want a better reason to martyr yourself.
That's not what's happening.
Isn't it?
Either way, it's not an unreasonable conclusion. It's just as likely as this dimension being where they were born. It's more likely, even. Which means we'd be condemning everyone for no reason.
Hardly no reason. Let's be honest for a second, you just want an excuse to stick a knife in Jonah Magnus.
John!
No. He's got a point. I want that smug bastard dead. And if I got a chance to do it myself, you can bet I would do it in a heartbeat. But if you think that's all I care about here, then frankly you can fuck off out of my tunnels on your high horse.
I can't just hang around and watch the whole world linger like this on the off chance that it might do some small good somewhere else.
Maybe it doesn't have to linger.
You want to think very hard about your next words.
I'm just saying, if I took my place in the Panopticon, I'd hoped I could make it easier for everyone, but maybe I could just make it faster. Shuffle people towards the end. Accelerate things.
Would the eye even let you do that?
It's like Annabelle said, it doesn't really do foresight. As long as it was fed, I doubt it would even know until it was too late. And the web couldn't touch me once I was in control.
John, you're talking about killing the whole world.
You're the one who wanted to cover every option. We need to admit that ending it quickly might be a kindness. The truth is, any choice we make is going to lead to an atrocity of one sort or another. At least this way we know the suffering ends.
No. No, I'm not just going to stand here and watch you try to justify murdering humanity.
How is it different from just letting it happen on its own?
Because it is. It's not an option. End of discussion.
Basira.
I just can't accept it's really that hopeless. There's got to be a chance that these other universes will figure something out that we didn't.
They'll have as much of a chance as we did. More, maybe. The Fears had a long time to get a foothold in our world.
Assuming time even works the same in different dimensions.
We've got to hope.
Hope that our actions don't destroy countless other worlds.
It's better than the certainty that they'll destroy this one.
Sounds like you've all decided then.
Seems that way.
Shall we vote on it or something?
No need. Seems pretty much unanimous at this point. We take out the Panopticon and just hope for the best.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm going for a cigarette.
You do know there's an indoor smoking ban, right?
They'll make an exception for me. Besides, I can't really think down there. That's not true, I can. It's just exhausting. Puts me in a foul mood. It's better up here, close to the eye. Thoughts come quicker.
If it's any consolation, you seemed pretty on the ball earlier.
It isn't really, but thank you.
Can I have a cigarette?
Sure. I thought you quit.
I did. For my health. But it's already the apocalypse, so I'll need a light too.
Yeah.
I tried to avoid it in the tunnels when we had our, when the others were here. Nice lighter.
You didn't want to tarnish the image of the prophets.
Just didn't think they wanted one of their revered leaders puffing away in the corner. Saw a bishop smoking once when I was a kid. Full Easter regalia and all. Really weirded me out.
I should probably quit myself then.
Then you won't mind if I hang on to this? I'm sorry. I know you hate what we're doing.
I hate all the options. It's all my fault, you know.
What, because you weren't able to outsmart the literal embodiment of manipulation and scheming? We all make bad choices, John. It's not your fault some eldritch horror decided yours were going to affect the whole world.
They were still my choices.
Yeah. And you live with them. Or you don't. That's all there is, really. Anyway, looks like your next appointment's here. Thanks for the smoke.
Georgie.
Yeah?
I'm glad you and Melanie have each other through all this.
Thanks. And I'm glad you've got him. He's all yours.
Thanks.
You alright?
Yeah. Sorry it got so heated in there.
Don't be. I'd have been more worried if you were super calm about it.
Yeah.
I'd understand if you hate me right now.
What? No. No, Martin, I love you. I always will, and I know you love me too. I mean, that's it, isn't it? That's the real core of it. You want to save me?
I want you to save yourself.
Sometimes I imagine if none of this had happened, if we had just met, been together without all of this.
Me too. But we wouldn't have, would we? Been together, I mean.
What do you mean?
Well, we had that, didn't we? Almost a year of just working a normal job together, and you hated me.
I didn't hate you.
No. I listened to those tapes. At one point, you explicitly said you'd be fine with me being chopped up by that old jigsaw lady.
Oh, God, Angela. She's still about, you know. Lording it over a nasty little flesh domain. Anyway, I didn't explicitly say it. I implied it.
Face it, John, it took almost 2 years of crisis and trauma to even make us compatible. And that sucks. But here we are. And I don't want it to be for nothing. I won't let it.
That's very sweet of you, Martin. Sort of. Thank you.
Wherever you go, I go. That's it.
You promised to let me go, if I had to.
And you promised not to go if there was any other choice. And there is. So that's the deal.
That's the deal.
I guess that's why it really bothers me, you know. I try, but I can't actually imagine ever making a decision that I knew meant losing you. And it hurts to know you can.
You didn't damn the world, Martin.
We all...
No, we all... Nothing. I'm the one who caused all of this. That's just the truth of it. I'm the one whose whole life has been nothing but one long setup to this.
John.
You didn't speak the words. You didn't feel them move through you, vomiting out of you like... I did this. It's my fault. And I don't want... I can't let anyone else feel that helpless, enormous guilt. Ever.
Hey, come here. We're going to fix it.
No. We're just going to pass it on.
You don't know that.
Come on. The others will be waiting.
I'm not sure. They said they were out. Oh, hey.
There you are. I was getting worried.
We were scouting. I was showing Basira where we think the gas main line is.
And?
Not good. You know those eye things?
The old archivists.
Yeah. I think they know something's up. Place is crawling with them. It's like they're looking for something.
Or patrolling.
That's why the stairs are unguarded.
It looks that way.
So what's the plan?
I reckon me and Georgie go for the main line, and hopefully they won't notice us.
I'll need a torch. They might notice that.
I'll give a diversion. I'll try and draw them off.
And if they see Georgie's torch, we just go to plan B. She becomes another distraction, and I go solo.
I don't like the thought of you going on your own.
And I don't like the thought of you being chased by manky old archivists, but there it is.
Okay, so what are you going to do when you find it?
We've got some old tools. I guess we just mess with it until we smell gas and then back off, set something burning and leg it. Can't be that hard to break a valve.
John, you're sure about this whole gas main thing? It just seems, I don't know, really mundane.
It's what Annabelle said. And she wasn't lying. At least, she didn't think she was.
I was a bit late for second guessing.
How big is the explosion going to be?
Big enough. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping there's some sort of supernatural reason it will channel up into the tower, otherwise, it's going to be bad news down here.
Don't get yourselves hurt.
Well, we'll do what we can, but this is it. Whatever it takes, right? If there's a price, we pay it. No hesitations.
And it's hardly going to be a picnic for you either. You're going up that tower to kill Elias, and if we muck up the timing, you'll be up there when it blows.
John can't do it.
What?
Sure he can. Just magic laser eyes zap him or whatever, same as with all the others. Like he did to Helen.
Listen, Melanie...
It's fine. If we all get out of this, we can talk it through. And if not, well, it doesn't really matter, does it?
I suppose not.
You're not listening. I mean, if he kills Jonah, then knowing our luck, he's just going to end up taking his place in the Panopticon, isn't he?
Good point.
He can come up with me, but when it actually comes to Jonah...
You'll have to be the one to do it.
Yeah.
Martin, I don't...
Have you got this? We can trade if you don't think you can do it.
No, I can do it.
Make sure it hurts.
Oh, I will.
Good enough for me.
Me too.
Okay. Sounds like we've got something like a plan.
Makes a nice change.
It does, doesn't it? So, when do we actually do it?
First thing tomorrow. That'll give us time to prep and rest.
Sounds good to me.
Right.
Hey, John. Can you hang on a sec?
Yeah?
I just mean, if we don't make it out of this, I wanted to say thanks for coming back for me. What I did, who I was, thanks.
I'm sorry for all of this.
We've all got regrets, but we can't undo what's done. All we can do is try and do something worthwhile with the time we've got left.
Yeah.
And whispers deep within her mind those bitter thoughts that make her hate herself.
Jonah Magnus!
Be assured, cannot hide their secret loathing that will leak and spread.
Ceaseless Watcher, you know why I am here. Release him.
Jonah Magnus.
John? Is that you? I was having the most wonderful dream.
Get up.
What's going on? Where? I see.
It's over.
Is it? Yes. Yes, I suppose it must be. Where's Martin? I rather thought he'd be the one to do the deed. I see. Going it alone, are we? Probably for the best. Empathy only holds you back in the end.
You failed.
Have I?
Immortality. It's impossible. Even without me, nothing escapes entropy. Not forever. Not even fear.
Yes. Pity. I suppose I always knew that, deep down. But it was wonderful while it lasted. I've seen more than I could have lived in 1,000 lifetimes, and every moment was
Shut
so...
up! It ends now. All of it. I am going to take this world that you used me to create, and I am going to burn it out. It's the only way. I'm going to leave it a barren, lifeless void, cold and unafraid, and then finally, when everyone's gone and I am all that's left, I will have the satisfaction of knowing that I'll be leaving these things that you serve trapped and starving in their own private hell.
That we serve.
Not for much longer. I wonder if they're even capable of fearing their own ends. I look forward to finding out.
Look, John, as fun as all this melodrama is enough. We both know that you don't have it in you.
That was for Sasha.
John, wait.
For Tim.
Please, John.
Gertrude. And all the others.
Please, John. I don't want to die.
Neither did they. But no one escapes at the end.
Good luck.
The flames keep burning, retching on the smog. Hide. It is not real, but still it comes falling through the pitch black
Mr. Magnus, sir, is everything all right? I thought I heard that...
Rosie, you may go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sims, but I was...
You are dismissed.
Right. Yes, of course. Sir. Thank you.
No, it won't. It has only found its end.
John? John!
Martin, what are you doing here?
Oh, thank God. Just stop what you're about to do, okay? I know that you think that... Hey. What's that?
Elias. Jonah Magnus.
He's... You didn't.
I'm sorry, Martin.
You didn't. No, this is... You can't.
I did. I am.
Why?
You know why. I can't let them out. I can't. Not again.
What have you done, John?
Go tell the others. It's over.
No, you don't understand.
What?
I'm sorry, John. I'm so sorry. I saw you had gone, and I knew that you couldn't help yourself. You never could. I knew you'd lied to me, that you were going in alone.
Martin, what did you do?
I told them to go early. To do it straight away, and I'd keep you talking until they were done.
Oh, Martin.
I didn't think you'd go through with it, not without me. I can't believe you'd do this, that you'd leave me like this. You swore to me. You swore to me, you bastard.
Martin, I'm still here.
Are you? How much of you is even left now?
It's still me, Martin. I'm still here.
How would you even know?
I'm sorry, Martin, I am, but it's done. You can hate me, you can scream at me, but it won't change anything. I had to do this, and you promised.
Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare.
I'm sorry. We can still be together, here, until it's over.
You're not listening. You never listen. They are down there buying those things and lighting it right now.
It's fine, Martin. I'll call off the servitors. They can't light it if they don't have... If they don't... Wait up. Oh. No.
John!
Martin,
John, we have to get out of here.
I can't. Martin, I'm part of this place.
God damn it, John!
I can withstand it. I just don't.
Come on, John! Come on!
No. I can feel the pull, the web, the tapes it wants. No. I won't let it.
For God's sake, John, move!
I can't. Martin, get out of here. What's going to be left of me after this? You can't see that.
No!
I can't protect you from this. Go!
I'm not leaving you trapped here, killing the world while I watch.
If you stay, you'll die.
Then I'll die.
No! Martin, please. I can't lose you. Not like this.
Tom. Okay. Where you go, I go.
That's the deal. Okay.
What?
Do it. The knight's just there. Let them go.
I'm not going to kill you.
Cut the tether. Send them away. Maybe we both die. Probably. But maybe not. Maybe everything works out. We end up somewhere else.
Together?
One way or another. Together.
I don't think I can.
It has to be you. The eye won't let me do it.
Are you sure about this?
No. But I love you.
I love you too.
Still works.
You found something?
Just one of the old tape recorders.
God. Tough little bastards, aren't they?
Yep.
No luck?
No, still no sign of them.
No bodies, though. It's a good sign, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe it's time to accept that they're gone. And honestly, it's probably for the best. I mean, I just don't think people would exactly be understanding. You remember what happened when they found Simon Fairchild?
Yeah.
And he's not just some powerless, left-behind avatar. You know, we're talking about the Archivist.
Yeah, okay, you've made your point. It would just be nice to know for sure.
All we can do is hope.
Suppose.
We should go. It'll be dark soon and we still need batteries for the night lights.
And I'm sure Rosie's keen for us to take the Admiral back off her hands.
She's alright. He's calmed down a lot.
Thank God for tin tuna. Come on.
What do you want me to do with this?
Leave it. We're done with tapes.
Want me to smash it?
I think we can probably just turn it off.
Okay.
If anyone's listening, goodbye. I'm sorry, and good luck.